Hello, Anistrae here. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, this campaign has come to an abrupt stop at episode 16. But I would like to give my thanks to you, the viewer, the listener, if you've actually made it this far. Hopefully, you did enjoy our silly sessions because there was a lot of fun to be had throughout, despite the really depressing moments. But yeah, we will not be returning to this campaign, and uh, as a result, we will not be recapping these last few sessions either. So, for this episode, I'm here with Writersoul, our DM, to talk about some of the secrets hidden in the lore, as well as any lore threads that might need some amount of closure for the characters. Okay, so let's see. Should we talk about the world first?
Honestly, I was going to just base off of your questions.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
It'd be like, because yeah, I don't know exactly where to start.
yeah, no, that's fair. So, I suppose kind of trying to decide where to actually start, because it's either we start where the characters started in the campaign or the most recent event and bounce off of that. But okay, well, if we're gonna go start at the very beginning of the campaign, cool. We started in Hrodenfar. I'm actually curious, what happened to Remington?
What happened to Remington? He, after everything that went down with Roddenfar, he basically escorted everyone he could away from battle, sort of northward. So, yeah, Hrodenfar is this town down here, and
Yeah.
he escorted them basically. This one. Either he would have escorted them either here, or he would have gone even further in and gone here.
Oh wow.
And basically would either have made like a makeshift settlement, or like just a lot of like a camp, like a large just camp. And that was what I had written. And then from there, he was either going to show up in Dayston, or you would have found him injured, and then would have encountered, what is Lubu that way.
Oh god, that is terrifying. Ooh. Holy moly. Wow, okay. So if we actually decided not to go to Dayston and just went straight north into the woods and everything, we actually would have met maybe Remington. Maybe. But
yeah.
we did not decide to go that way because we figured that the bad mountain riders had taken control of the area just north of us because of what had happened at Durstwood, which was, I think, supposedly northeast of... Oh, wait. Oh, this map has it in a different location. Never mind. Durstwood is right there to the north, right?
Durstwood has always been straight north.
What? Oh, okay.
It's always been. Yeah. This is Thinden.
Interesting.
And I've
Okay,
always had it like that.
I was going off of the... Oh, never mind then. Okay, so maybe Squid, Squid and I misinterpreted or something. Wow, whoops. Okay, so Durstwood was always north of us. So we felt, yeah, we could really go that way.
When I described you guys going to Durstwood, I described it as straight north.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's fine. Oh, you know, we actually should probably mention why it was that we had ended this campaign. So, what is the actual reason for stopping this campaign?
Well, on my end, it's just that I'm unhappy with the world that I have built. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
it's pretty much, I'm just unhappy with how the world, the lore of it, what I've written, I want to pretty much retcon it all.
Yeah. There were like a number of details that kind of required you to retcon everyone's backstories in some major way. And
Yeah.
that was a lot of work, especially after everything we had already gone through. And yeah, it would have been awkward if we had to all of a sudden
Yeah.
go
hey,
backwards
guys,
and be like,
Cornelius
hey,
suddenly no longer has magic.
yeah, right.
It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, it would have been really awkward if we kept going with it. And like, for the most part, it seemed like you weren't okay with it. You were not happy with how you had developed Dayston during our time there. I know Queenie was struggling really badly with role-playing as her character and using her character's strengths to her advantage, because I'm guessing that's her first time playing as a charisma-based character, right? Is it?
Technically, and this is also technically her first semi-long serious campaign.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I mean, it's longish for like everyone but Squid in that sense.
Yeah. I see. Okay. So yeah, she's very new. Was very new to D&D. And really struggled with keeping to the alignment that she had chosen for Zara, which was unfortunate because, yeah, I think she was overthinking about it.
I am also another reason. Another major reason was also that I was also pretty unhappy with the narrative that I had created. Everything, like when Squid, it was during a live stream, I think. Not during a live. It was during a recap, actually, I think, where Squid had mentioned they had basically no time to do anything because there was always the threat of the Scorch King, and if they didn't do something, something would happen. Not that no one had like a concrete answer for that, but something bad would happen. And as a result, that limited a lot of player agency.
Yes.
And after he said that, I was like, yeah, he's right. You guys basically have no time to do anything.
Yeah,
you guys have basically been in a dystopia ever since like episode 6.
Yeah, basically. That was kind of why I struggled really badly in coming up with something for Evetta to do, because I always felt that this is not the priority. We should be prioritizing something else, because that other thing is much more urgent than whatever Evetta needs or something, which is why she was stuck at AC 12 for the longest time. But part of that was also the fact that I kept forgetting I needed to supply myself with stuff. I needed to take action for my character to do things. So, I mean, part of it was, I guess, my fault as well for not making it known that it really did feel like we did not have that much agency in the events that transpired.
And then something that plays into the whole narrative thing was that I kept presenting other storylines. Maybe not storylines, but other things to explore, but none of them could be explored because of the whole Scorch King threat. For example, I think exploring, Grant's whole deal was pretty much not possible because of the Scorch King.
Yeah.
You could maybe do it in small bits, but you could never fully investigate through. There was not much time to also really get into anyone's backstory.
Yeah.
In terms of other NPCs. Because again, all they would talk about is the Scorch King.
That was the one thing I regretted.
I kept presenting more and more, like I presented to... So here's the hard thing. Given enough time, you will recognize the name. Okay, how about this? I'll tell you the name of the individual that showed up, but promise me you won't look up what it is.
Okay, I will not look up.
Because I promise I will not look it up. I'll give you some big spoilers. He appears in Critical Role.
Oh, interesting.
Don't look it up, not because it'll be bad for me, but you'll spoil Critical Role. Possibly. You'll
Yeah,
possibly spoil
no,
Critical Role.
that's fine.
In his dream, he had the visions of Siciliana being taken away or being corrupted by a cult that worshipped Vecna. And that was pretty much the dream. Towards the tail end of the dream, he had visions of the blind maiden and the judge giving him visions in a way.
Oh.
Basically, the judge gave him this gavel that could reveal truth. And in part, this gavel, the reason why both the blind maiden and the judge are there is because they're very similar gods. They're similar deities. The blind maiden is all about truth, while the judge is all about order. And neither can really stand on lies and deceit, if you know what I mean. At least not so much.
Yeah. And I found that interesting because I know Seth did mention it, and he mentioned how they were trying to help him, but he doesn't believe in them. So I thought that was an interesting tidbit to the character.
But basically, whenever he would swing the gavel, it would airbrush a memory of Cecilia, and every time he swung, it was a different memory, and it was basically like flashbacks in a story of her, how she escaped Carmeli, how she fled to the old world, and then got captured by Vecna cultists.
Interesting. Okay. Wow. Yeah, hopefully I can maybe grab Seth for tomorrow. Seth, why do I keep saying that? It's Squid. Oh, grab Squid for tomorrow or something. Squat.
I can't get over. I genuinely, maybe subconsciously, I remembered his name was Dylan, but I swear in that moment, I did not realize his name was Dylan. I legitimately was just like, what's a random name?
Oh my god! I was a little shocked that you blurted it out because I wasn't sure if you were jokingly being meta or something.
Yeah, that would have been crazy to think of Umdal being some powerful druid, and that's how he talks, right?
Right, yeah.
That would have been
my god.
funny... No, I just genuinely was just playing more to the bit that he's dumb.
That was great. That was honestly really great because, wow, it was completely unintentional, but it had a powerful effect because of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was his dream. Hopefully we can go into more detail on that next time. But yeah, because I do have some questions regarding his character as well, but especially how the female version of Seth behaved, because I know he often mentioned how that version is completely different from how he currently is, and she just sounds dangerous as crap. So I'm curious to see how detrimental she would have been if she turned into female Seth. So
yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, the narrative was not going in a direction that actually allowed us to do much at all. Because yeah, there were a lot of things that I wanted to do. Like, for example, Evetta wanted to go visit that cave around this, what was it called? The Suicide Mountains? It was in the mountainous region to the northwest.
I
forgot the name of the cave, darn it.
I know that the one cave I remember was the one I had mentioned that dwarf shopkeep gave Dag, which would have been somewhere in this region down here.
Oh, I do remember that.
I do remember that. If there was a cave I mentioned for the Suicide Peak Mountains, I can't remember if I gave a name to it, or if it was just a generic cave.
Okay.
I wish I had the old map. I believe I think this is Suicide Peak Mountain. It's this one right here.
Oh, wow.
And the whole lore, and funny, this is, a old arrow tool. Change color.
Handy dandy.
The mountain is called This is called Suicide Peak Mountain, and this lake right here is called the Witch's Lake, and the
Oh.
town is called Whaler because, funny enough, the town was given that name after all of its residents died, and it's because cartographers basically, maybe not cartographers, but whatever, explorers, adventurers, whatever, whoever would be exploring this area, basically reported that there were sounds of constant wailing in the town.
Oh, that's horrifying.
This whole area up here was just supposed to be super, like, it's supposed to be like a snowy, like, creepy area in a sense.
Oh, man, I would have loved to go there. Dang.
And like the idea was like every time you guys spent a day in there, you would have all had to made I would have either had everyone make wisdom saving throws, and if you failed, you would have, like, getting one fail wouldn't not do much, but if you failed too much, your character would be driven to go to the Suicide Peak Mountains and jump off.
Oh God.
Or if you failed a charisma saving throw, it was gonna be one of these. It wasn't gonna be like both these saving throws. I couldn't come up with what creepy like effect I wanted to happen. But for charisma saving throws, it was if you failed that, your soul would be taken
Oh jeez.
by these supposed ghosts, these whalers that exist somewhere within the town. Yeah, it was supposed to be like super creepy.
Wow.
And then I basically was like, hey guys, so I don't want you to have any freedom. There's a Scorch King thing. You have to do it, otherwise it's your fault that the world blows up. So...
Oh, yeah. After thinking about it and realizing that, yeah, like, it makes sense why you just want to stop this altogether, because
yeah, I was like,
it just
this is
wasn't
not...
fun over
I
time.
can't do anything now. Like,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
also have to keep going with this Scorch King thing.
Yeah, and it just it happened to be that there was this wide-reaching threat all over the world, it seems, and so it just
Yeah.
and us being the players, we're obligated because we have somewhat of the hero status in some way,
Exactly.
especially for
yeah.
the people of Dayston. So yeah, quite unfortunate that we couldn't really go anywhere else. Darn, I really wanted to go to Carmeli to check out the your version of
Yeah.
Hogwarts, basically.
I would have tried. I don't know, but I would have tried.
But yeah, it was just really unfortunate. Speaking of the Scorch King Empire and everything, they were called the Ashmakers. Is it because they are a derivative of the Scorch King? They want to relinquish that name, be their own thing, and enact world domination?
The Ashmakers are if the Scorch King, but more edgy and more comical. They essentially were like, well, we're better than them. We're stronger, so we're the Ashmakers. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Funny enough, if you actually started to take on the Ashmaker Legion head on, it would have. So I mentioned a man by the name of Kavor last night. His full title being the strategist Kavor. He was actually okay, I'm about to lore dump you right now. That is not going to be relevant in like 3 hours. In Carmelia's history, Seth may have mentioned this. In Carmelia's history, there was a dark tragedy that befell the old capital, called the 1,000 Nights of Death. So, in Carmelia's history, it was not always called Carmeli. The first colony to arrive was under the leadership of a family called the Laverne family. And so, they established a capital called Lavernius. Centuries go by, different kingdom, different ruling families fall and rise. 2 families ago, there used to be a ruling family called Pinmore, and it was abruptly ended by the 1,000 Nights of Death. Because what the 1,000 Nights of Death was thousands, tens of thousands of drows suddenly emerging within the capital and slaughtering everyone. They cast a twilight dome over Lavernius, and so it was permanently pitch black. which, if you know a little bit of drows, they're very sneaky. They do much better in the dark, and they had a massive advantage. Now, with the ruling family dead, there was no leadership to control the, to direct, any orders. And Lavernius had also not ever seen an attack on this scale, and as a result, their guards were underprepared and severely outnumbered. How they got out the 1,000 Knights was by a family called the Carme family. They were essentially a very militant bunch of brothers and sisters, and they were almost every one of them were almost arcane prodigies, and they essentially led the the resistance. They essentially led the resistance to victory. Yay, they won! Yay!
Yay!
And then they moved the capital a little bit more inland, closer to the mountain. Carmeli should honestly probably be like right here instead, like right up against the mountain.
Oh.
So that they could use the natural like wall to their advantage.
Yeah.
They moved it more inland, and named the new capital after them, Carmeli. Then eventually the Carme family died out because the remaining, the last son of Carme did not want to have any children, nor did he want an heir, and so he basically just died out. And so a new family called Svetia took over, and that is the current ruling family of Carmeli. Why is this relevant? Cavor is a drow from the 1,000 Knights of Death. He was he was the right-hand man of... And you might get a kick out of this. You're not going to get a kick out of this. That's a different event.
Oh.
I have rescinded your kick.
Rescinded my kick. Okay.
There's a specific name. Essentially the leader, the drow lord who was commanded this entire drow army was a drow by the name of Kagan Makivu. Funnily enough, the Makivian law is named after him.
Oh my god. He
led this slaughter against the Lavernius, and then he was slain eventually by the Carme family. Cavor was his right-hand man, and he escaped. He fled, seeing as, obviously he's still alive. Time passes, and eventually Cavor is taken in by a growing Scorching army, and now serves as basically their general of the army. And that's Cavor's status. As a result, he's almost like omniscient in a way when it comes to like tactician and strategy. It feels like he always knows what his enemy is going to do.
Oh, interesting.
Because he's very skilled at his skill set. He's very strong in his skill set. So
He's
what
got
that all leads
interesting
to,
people watching power. No.
why I told you all this. If you were to go up against Ashmaker Legion directly, and you were actually fighting against Cavor, I would have always had it so it feels like the Ashmaker Legion was always a step ahead of you. Like they always somehow knew your plan.
Oh, interesting.
And I wanted to toy that I really wanted to toy with that idea. Also, that reminds me, Tunar is a double agent.
Oh!
When Ionin discovered Tunar's party and started them all, Tunar lived somehow because he made a deal with Ionin. That he would give him information about you guys in exchange for his life. That never really came into play, unfortunately, because what was supposed to happen was Tunar was supposed to meet up with Ionin at some point. Because Ionin didn't give him anything. He didn't give him like a sending stone, and Tunar doesn't know any magic.
Yeah.
But he was supposed to meet up with Ionin, and if you guys succeed on a perception check, you would have saw him and Ionin like discussing.
Oh.
And I had that planned, but it didn't come into play, unfortunately.
Ah.
Which is fine.
Wow. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, we never got to ask Tunar what happened, but yeah.
I wanted to bust him out as the surprise villain.
Yeah. the one gag character who was actually the villain.
The villain the entire time, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. Oh, I wonder how Squid would react to that.
Yeah.
Dang, that's interesting. We'll bring it up next time.
Yeah, next time. Oh man.
What
was the original question? How did we get here?
We were basically talking about the Ashmakers, like their role in the entire thing. And yeah, so you mentioned Ionin Kavor. Ionin, I thought that was actually interesting that you mentioned that Ionin panicked when we were at his estate. Yeah. It makes sense why, but it's interesting that he messed up the plan. He
noticed you guys entering the city when you first came in.
That's right.
Not because he knew you guys, he's just paranoid. He's paranoid as crap. He is so paranoid. And when he realized you guys were basically kind of spreading yourselves about, entering in like the central boroughs, and you were able to get through in and out throughout like the entire city, he thought the worst, and so he hastily made those fire animated armor, which is why it just attacked everything it saw and didn't shut down when you pulled the lever again. Because the command was basically wake up and just attack anything that's in here, because if it's the real Ionin, I'm never gonna pull this thing.
Oh, interesting. Okay, wow.
So
I actually was wondering how it was that he actually saw us. I'm guessing it was at some point in the central borough when they were walking around in either the fountain circle or the market plaza or something that he saw us.
It's mostly done the work of spies, but
I forgot about that. That's right.
Himself, because he does have a lot of men working for him, thugs working for him. A large reason why he was able to is embezzle the right word I'm looking for? I don't know. The reason why he was able to siphon so much out of that bank is because he slowly replaced all the employees within that bank with his own.
Oh.
Which is why he was able to get away with everything.
That makes sense. Yeah, there was that whole forged letter that had the headmaster's name as well.
Yeah.
Hastily written and everything, and I'm so sad we could not get any of that to work.
And that's what I'm talking about. To be fair, I feel like I didn't give you guys like a linear option for how to deal with Ionin. I think dealing with Ionin was one of the few examples where it felt like you guys came up with what to do, where you approached it how you wanted to do it. I feel like.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, hey, you're walking and there are 30 enemies on you now. Fight.
Right.
What's that? You want to run? No. Oh, what was that? You want to do something creative? No. It's just hit points versus hit points.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that was like the one prime example that we actually made the choice to do this and stuff. Granted, we were lost.
Yeah, that's true.
If you remember, because we were back in the abandoned house with Thayer and everything. All of us were like, okay, we have this information. What can we, as commoners, do with this information? Because, number one, even though Evetta knows the city, she is not a noble. She has no say in the matter, so she can't even get into the Skytops. Well, okay, I thought we couldn't get into Skytops because we didn't look like nobles.
But don't worry, Zara is a noble. She won't use it anyways, though.
Oh my god, I remember she mentioned that last night, where she didn't know how to use Zara's nobility status. And I was like, I should have mentioned something about Skytop. God.
She's been feeling that for a while. I remember she actually brought that up in a previous recap session of ours.
Yeah, she had been saying about how Zara was supposedly still in sponge mode, kind of absorbing the world around her because, she's a fish out of water, and she doesn't really know how she actually fits in any of this. So,
I would have been
Oh,
so curious as to see how she would have reacted in her own city, where her family is the face of the city.
oh,
I
ooh,
wonder how she would have
yeah,
reacted. Because I don't know. I just want to see how she would have, if she would have been able to improv in that situation or not.
yeah. I honestly really wanted to see that because like I just I
Yeah,
just want
no.
to see Queenie grow as an RP player, role player.
Like the ATM machine. You know.
SMH my head.
VIN number.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
just because I know Queenie had been struggling from the start, and I wasn't sure if that was her low confidence in herself or
God,
if that was
dude.
just
We will. I don't think we will ever. I don't think we will ever let her get away with the whole candle interaction.
no.
Dude, what happened? Bro, like I don't like I think she's told us and like I don't know if I believe it.
Oh yeah, same. I don't
Like,
think I
whoa,
will. Like
whoa.
what?
Whoa.
Oh,
I can't I will
God.
never get over that.
Oh, same. Oh my god. Both the box of incense and the
Yeah.
Asamar with the whole hand thing.
her leading everyone to the wrong tower, and yet somehow everyone but her knew the tavern she meant to go to.
Right?
These are, oh man, these are just some amazing Queenie moments. Certified Queenie moments.
Certified Queenie moments, for real.
Oh man.
Just like when she thought Tunar was a bird. I don't know where she got
Ping-
that. Like,
Ping Ling turned into Joshua Tree.
What happened there?
I just want to know how her brain works. I just want to know how what is happening.
Oh man. Absolutely died there. I can't even. What the heck?
Oh god, man. I don't know.
Wow. But so anyway, yes. Right. Back to
Sorry, yeah.
the world and everything. I was actually curious about Liliana
Okay.
and the half elf who is it?
Undragus.
Undragus, that's right. Okay, so we know that
Alright, I'm gonna be
Voltus.
I'm gonna be completely transparent here for just a second. I have not worked on their lore as much as I probably should have.
Oh, oops.
So it might not be as fleshed out.
Oh, I see. Oops. Okay.
I'll try to
let's
answer
talk
the best of what I can, but yeah.
Let's talk about Grant and Liliana for a bit, because we know that Grant
Okay.
did originate from Dayston, and he
Yes.
was, if I recall, an artisan of some sort, an enchanter. I think he knew
Okay.
something
Yes,
related
yes.
to enchanting. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well, yeah, he was more specifically, he was an artificer.
Really
Yeah.
interesting. Okay. Oh, that's so sad. I feel like Grant and Evetta would be able to bond, but oh darn.
Yeah, but yeah.
Oh, my uncle. No, I'm kidding.
Also, we might need to, because this is something that I've been doing, and it's my bad. But enchantment in D&D, I think is not what we think it is. Enchantment is normally spells that like affect someone's mind,
Oh.
which I'm definitely not used to, like at all. I'm much more
Ooh.
used to soul gems and enchanting 100. And
Yes.
I'm gonna enchant these iron daggers so I can get a lot of money.
Yes. Yeah, me too.
I'm much more used to that, and that just makes more sense to me. But normally D&D in like traditional, I don't want to say traditional, but like in D&D lore, enchantment is normally things that like affect someone's mind. It's like charm person and command.
Oops. Oh.
But like I'm not blaming either of us. I'm okay. I guess I'm kind of blaming both of us because I absolutely have been calling it enchantment the entire time. But yeah.
Ow.
So yeah, he was an artificer enchant. No.
Back up.
Dang it.
Rewind.
Yeah, he dealt with like infusing like weapons and armor.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh my nose.
That is really interesting because why you?
Sorry.
Yeah, so that made sense why he spoke out against that law. The what was it called? The Ratifiers Crafting Bill that disabled I almost said it. Infusions.
This is hard. This is really hard.
This is very hard. But yeah, I was like, oh man, I did want to explore more about Grant, but I remember we brought it up with the Underrunners way back, and I think the moment we realized it might have been a dead end was when Grant's house, might have already been sold and is being inhabited by someone else. So by that logic, nothing of Grant's nor Liliana's would be there anymore, so we would not have gained anything.
Now that is true. Your only other lead at that point would have maybe to find Graham, but no one had any leads on where this Graham was supposed to be.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And none of us knew that she was an oraclist. We just only heard the name, and that was it. And Evetta figured that it was someone of a higher position of some sort, which is why she made the mistake of calling him a noble.
I absolutely love the interaction of Seth turning into Grant. And you're like, all right, guys, let's get in. You guys go past the car, and the people are like, oh my god, that's Grant. Wasn't he exiled? And Seth's just like, fuck. He's just like, what have I gotten myself into? That was so funny to me.
Honestly, that was great. That was honestly really, really good. Because, yeah, you literally did dangle a carrot right in front of him. That was so good. Wow. But yeah, so Grant and his entire family was exiled, and because of that, they kind of just went westward for a while. I guess they skipped over Thindon, right?
Yes. Their path probably, I would wager it would probably have looked something a little, because they didn't immediately arrive in Hronfar, and it took them a while to get to Hronfar. I would say that their path probably looked something like, probably just something like this, actually.
Oh, that makes sense. So they came across Durstwood first.
Yeah.
Interesting. Is that the reason why Liliana decided to go back there to work?
Probably, yeah.
Okay,
I would
that
say
makes sense.
That's probably the reason she had gone back. She's like, well, I know this town already.
Yeah. Much easier to come to a familiar spot.
Indeed, yes.
But yeah, that makes sense.
Did you know that this eye gorge here, there's supposed to be like a hole or a cave system in it that leads to the Underdark, and it leads right into an illithid city.
Oh my god! Oh!
And I feel like I really wanted to present that to you guys. And I was like, you know what? I don't know if level 3 adventurers are ready for illithids. Gotta be honest.
Yeah, probably not.
You know what? That might not be a good idea.
That might not. If Baldur's Gate 3 has taught us anything, Anyway, so yeah. Liliana, or Grant, stayed in Hronfar, but was just so dejected with life that he began to fall down into some kind of spiral of sorts.
Yeah, he had a
became
a very big. He basically fell into depression.
Yeah, and basically used alcohol as an outlet of some sort to try and forget it all. But obviously that wasn't working, and because of that, he kind of disabled himself from being a good citizen.
Yeah.
And Liliana resented him for that.
Yes.
So that made sense why she behaved the way that she did. And to this day, I'm still sad that Evetta and Liliana didn't get to talk.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have a lot in common, actually.
Yeah, interestingly enough, like, dang.
In a weird way, yeah.
But yeah, that actually would have been interesting if, I don't know, Evetta would have been able to maybe convince Liliana to tone it down a bit. Or on the flip side, what if Evetta joined Liliana? That would have been terrifying.
That is super interesting.
But yeah, never really got that interaction. We did find out that, well, okay, so we heard from Voltis that there was a half-elf that usually followed Liliana named Indigo.
Yeah.
But then you said that that half-elf was actually the drow in disguise,
Yes.
Dragus.
Yeah.
So that is interesting, which...
He was basically using that form to case joints. He would use that so he could walk among the surface. I mean, okay, no, he wouldn't walk directly. He wouldn't walk like right out in the open of open daylight. What? Wait, what? He wouldn't walk out in the open on like a clear sunny day. He would still like stick to shadows and normally wander around at night. So he was still suspicious. He still looked suspicious, but people probably saw him and they were like, oh, just a weird elf.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I'm sad we couldn't really follow that thread. Well, for one thing, we didn't really know where Liliana and Indigo, Undragus were. I mean, we didn't know that was his name the whole time. But...
Alright, I'll make this easy for you. Let's say, okay, so let's rock on that. He wasn't actually half-elf, he was a tabaxi. And Liliana found him in a jail cell. And his name is Inigo. Oh my god.
Oh god.
I don't know, that reminds me of like when Seth was sitting out on the porch and the Cormellia Knights were knocking on doors. And the two people, the neighbors I described, were like the most stereotypical fantasy races.
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh, an old dwarf who's a fisherman, or like an old halfling, as said. It was like a fisherman steps out, haha. Hey, a wood elf, or he's a ranger, haha. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, that sounds familiar.
It's just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Roddenfard, full of stereotypes.
Yeah. Yeah, full of stereotypes, but they're only Skyrim stereotypes.
Yes, yeah.
You still live, it's like, is this just Riverwood?
Right. It's just a double take, like, wait a minute. But yeah, so I was actually wondering about Hroddenfar's population. You said, what was it? It was in the hundreds? Or a couple hundreds? Or something?
Yeah, something like that.
And like, in my mind, I immediately thought that, this must be a really teeny tiny town, but it was a trade city. It was like one of the major port cities.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't have an answer for you. My American brain thought that was a lot. Maybe not American. I'm just dumb. I genuinely thought that was a lot.
Oh, I thought that was so funny when you revealed that.
That's literally just like a village at that point. That's not even a town. Yeah. That's just a village. That's the size of a village.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I don't have an answer for that. I could come up. No, it doesn't make sense. A port trade town that only has like 200 people at most. That's no.
Yeah, no. There's no way. No.
And also the fact I described like all these other ones are towns, and somehow Hroddenfar is the largest one with only 200. What's the population of these other ones then? That's the largest town.
Right.
Are these villages or hamlets at this point? There's only 10 people in this town, guys.
It's just like 2 houses. That's it.
That's the town, guys. Trust me.
Yeah. Oh my my god, yeah. And like
yeah.
in a normal school, in at least here, what was it? Like the student count would be in the
Even
2000s?
yeah, even for like the high school I went to, it was like 500
Yeah.
already. It's already 500.
Yeah,
like a
and
five-
that's like a
it's like-
tiny, not tiny. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, it is kind of a
And
tiny
it-
place.
And it's like a 5 to 10 minute walk to go around the entire high school. So like,
Yeah.
and it fits like 500. So like, what am I doing? Like, what am I doing?
I thought that was so funny. Especially, oh my god, the most egregious one was the travel time in Dayston.
yeah, no, I agree. Dude, that one is my American brain being like, oh, well, it takes like an hour to go over. So like, you know, the next city. It takes like an hour to go to Charlotte, right? So that makes sense. It takes like an hour to go from here to the next station on horseback. Completely missing that would mean that is a horrible, horrible travel time on foot.
Yeah, definitely.
That makes no sense.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
Oh my God.
I loved everyone's reactions to that because everyone thought it was insane that the travel time was so long. But yeah, Squid
Yeah.
and I were like, oh no, this American brain.
You know what's funny is that you guys, once I got that reaction, I was kind of like, oh, I goofed. and then I was like, well, you know, Dayston is just large, and there's a lot of people living here. And then I, you know, was like browsing like some world building posts, and I saw some like questions you need to consider when you make an empire, and it's like, why are people in the empire? Like, you need to have a reason. Like, why are they in the empire? And so I thought of Dayston, and I was like, this really big city has so much people that it's an hour between districts on horseback, and yet they are comically oppressive that they murder people on the streets. Why do they live here? Don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's not like a case of Warhammer where everywhere else is worse.
Yeah.
It's like, why are they here then?
Yeah, exactly. And like the only explanation I had in my headcanon is that the closed border policy was ridiculously strict. No one was
Yeah,
really
that
allowed to leave or get out
And-
normally.
that could maybe make sense. But it's also one of those things where it's like, yeah, sure, this happens in real life, but I don't like that answer.
Yeah,
It's not a fun answer.
it's not a fun answer. And like on top of that, I'd actually been wondering about the Underrunners because Harvin knew about that tunnel to get out of Dayston.
Oh man.
Why are the Underrunners still here? But I figured that they began as a Robin Hood-like group, so I figured that they were there to help the commoners, basically the people in the pits. So they
I feel like-
sacrificed their freedom for the people.
And I feel like I'll say that's still true. That is like pretty much the reason why most of them, even if they think of it in their own ways, I want to kill everyone. They're in a sense, you know, yeah, they're kind of there for like, they want to help as many people as they can.
Yeah, which makes sense. Like I thought that
You
was
know what?
great. That was a cool
That's
faction.
Yeah. That I'm okay with. I just, like, I did that whole 3-blade clergy scene to like, show how scary they are. And then I thought about it for 5 seconds and I was like, this makes no sense. Why would this happen? Why would this happen? This makes no sense. Why? Oh. I
Yeah,
was
and,
immediately like, this makes no sense.
Yeah, and of course, Squid and I were like, they must be trying to make an example of people or something. This is why you don't cast magic. This is why no elves live here. You know.
Yeah, and that would make sense if it was like a public execution, like an actual public execution setup. You know how like in Assassin's Creed, there's like that one Assassin's Creed like cutscene. I don't know if it's like it's like a trailer for 2 or 3. I think it's 2. It's Ezio. He's like going through a crowd as they're like doing like an execution. I think, right?
Yes.
It's
I think so,
like,
yeah.
That could make sense. You have like, I could see that making sense. You have a stage. You have these religious higher ups, like, kind of you have like this like priest or like father looking figure, and you have like these guards like all around. Like it's a presentation.
Yeah.
I have built the Three Blade Clergy to be a super secret like task force. Hey, this one just walks down the open and just murders this woman in open. Like, yeah, and she evaporates her soul or something. Oh, whoa, dude. I don't know, man. Every time I think about this scene, I'm like, why did I do that?
I mean, I did not think too much on the technicalities. It was the fact that it was terrifying that made the most impact on all of us, I believe.
Yeah.
So I don't think any of us actually like thought too much into it. Just the fact that these people exist, and if we get caught, this is what's going to happen to us. So we're immediately in danger. So
I think would have been so much scarier is if you got a knock on your door and the Three Blade Clergy was there and they were like, we have noted your presence or something like that. Like, I would have obviously a much cooler line that isn't something like, we know you are here and you are bad people. We will keep eye on you. Like, something more intimidating. I think that would have been, I feel like that would have been a little more personal and scarier.
Honestly, yeah, because
And
like
that-
oh, sorry.
And I just want to add that I think I would have liked that more because it exemplifies A, the power of the Three Blade Clergy, and B, how inquisitive they are. Which is supposed to be what makes them scary. They're inquisitors. No, sorry, I can't. I hate that scene so much, man. It makes me cringe every time.
I actually thought that part of the reason why you did that was, well, okay, yes, you wanted to demonstrate their power, their authority over the people, but I thought it was also a way to let Squid know, hey, Seth can get in trouble here. He needs to stop being cocky.
Yeah.
Because this was when Seth was talking about his old changeling form, being a female in Carmelian, and yada yada blah blah, and talking about, changing here. Let me demonstrate. No.
That makes sense.
So,
And
yeah.
And I feel like I'm glad it ended up being a good, like, it ended up kind of getting the point across, what I wanted to get across.
Yeah.
And I'm glad in a weird way. The execution is maybe not as bad, or not like the actual execution, but like how I executed the scene was not as bad as I think it is. I'm overthinking, clearly, but I can't. I just think I could have done a better job at making the Three Blade Clergy seem more mysterious and terrifying at the same time. I just think that doing the whole execution on the streets in the open was a little over the top.
Yeah. Which Squid was all for, because he actually liked that scene.
Okay, good.
So yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. But
who is it? We have noted your presence. We keep eye on you.
Honestly,
can you imagine?
Oh my god. Okay, so the Oraclists. I actually forgot that they were witch hunters. When I was in Dayston, like going through the whole thing and everything, I did not get that impression initially. So that's why I was a little confused on what you meant by the Oraclists being, essentially witch hunters. They're the ones that seek out anyone who has any semblance of arcane in them. And like, the one thing that confused me even more was the fact that they basically knew everyone. Even though there are a small amount of Oraclists compared to 4-star monks, which makes sense because Oraclists do have much more authority than others, they are also like amazing census keepers or something. And I was still under the impression that Dayston had 5,000 people.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, huh? How do they know everyone?
Yeah, that's a really bad lore detail. Yeah, no, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks. There's not that's one of the things was a Squid mention where you kind of have to suspend your disbelief for that one.
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I think the only way I would probably justify it now is just bump up the amount of Orclists there actually are. I feel like that could make more sense. Just make that there's way more Orclists.
Yeah, there
And
must have been way
maybe-
more Orclists and the
Maybe
closed
just
border
get rid of-
policy.
Maybe just get rid of the fact that they know everyone. I think I should have just said that they have extremely keen perception.
Okay.
There's a reason. The blindfold they wear is part of the ritual they undergo that gives them true sight.
Oh, interesting.
But it's a
Okay.
very tasking ritual, and so not everyone goes through it. But that's why the blindfolded ones are much more significant, because very classic fantasy trope. The blindfolded ones are the ones who can actually see more.
Yes.
Very classic.
Very classic.
fantasy trope.
Yeah, just like the
And
moth
also-
priests in Skyrim. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking when I was describing that Orclus who identified the hidden drow with his blindfold. I was literally thinking of the moth priest in Dawnguard. The whole and after he does true sight and he's like and he's like holding his head because it was taxing. Like I got that because when what's his name Devin reads like the Elder Scroll and he goes blind.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah.
taxing in a way, yeah.
Wow.
And also, whenever you guys had first arrived in Dason and the Orclists came in the tavern to collect the tax, and he was like looking at Seth, that was 100% him. He got a waft of arcane off of him,
Oh.
and he failed. He basically failed the perception check though to identify anything deeper.
Oh,
And so
interesting.
He thought maybe false
Okay.
alarm.
Wow. That makes sense because, yeah, I mean, changelings are inherently arcane.
Yeah.
So, wow. Oh my god, that would have been so bad if he caught us. Oh my god, I would not know what to do right there.
Prison break session.
Right?
Get him some more trouble. Also, Scorch King, if you guys don't know anything about it, you're the bad guys. It's terrible. I think what makes me so frustrated about it is I dropped that on you guys when you really weren't heroes yet. Like, you
yeah.
weren't established yet. You're supposed to be doing bandit camps and rescuing villagers from monster camps and exploring dangerous tunnels.
Yeah.
Why are you saving the entire world? Like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like
I've been
what,
watching too
level
much
3?
Critical Role. I need to stop watching Critical Role.
Yeah, at this point, what level were we when we got to Dasted? Was it 3 or 4? I can't
It was
remember.
like 4. I think it was like 3 or 4. I think you're right. I think
Oh,
it was
man.
maybe 4. But yeah, 3 or 4.
Dang. Yeah, we
Such
really
a-
we were not activated at that point, so
No,
it was just
Not at
wow.
all. Terrible. God, man.
Yeah, and I know that at least according to Squid, Matt Mercer is known for giving players like this huge power fantasy. He really enjoys telling stories of power fantasies. So makes sense. Wow.
I enjoyed that too. Not
Mhm.
because of Matt Mercer. Okay, maybe because of Matt Mercer. But I do genuinely enjoy that too. I keep bumping you guys so much because I want to throw harder things at you. But
Yeah.
I very quickly realize that rushes a lot of things. Sometimes you should take your time with some stuff.
Yeah.
So, level 7 at session 16 is a little fast.
A little bit. It was still helpful in some way because of the fact
In
that
some way, yeah.
it didn't feel like we were making any progress of any sort for a while. But
Yeah, that's true.
that's fine. It's honestly really hard to balance that.
But yeah, well.
Ugh. But so anyway,
I can't get over. I can't get over. Alright, guys. I now know my subclass. The world is ending. We need 4 specific underleveled heroes.
Right? And only one of them actually knew what we were supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
One of us knew how to give out ideas. that sucked. Like, God, I hate that I cannot come up with something on the spot like that because I myself, I'm not as destructive as Squid can be. So, or both destructive nor creative, really. So, I struggled so much in coming up with something feasible to do. The bomb idea, I didn't think it was going to work, so that's why I didn't suggest it at all, even though Evetta knew how to make one, because I thought the Dayston walls were like 20 feet in width. I thought they were literal Great Wall of China. So that's why I did not say anything. But then when it was revealed that the walls were like 6 feet wide, I was like, what? How are you guys keeping people in? What?
I need to do more research.
But yeah, oh my gosh. So yeah, maybe I should just, well, no, I don't know. Because I was about to say, maybe I should try to throw logic out the door and just say whatever it is that might come to my mind or something. But even then, it's so hard for me to do that in general because I'm so used to respecting rules. So it's going to be ridiculously hard if I need to play as an actual chaotic character. Oops. So, oh, dear goodness. We'll see.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be someone different in this next campaign, but it's going to be hard for me, so...
Amby. Oh, God, Amby.
Uh-oh.
The thinnest famous city walls have had a width of 2 meters, which is roughly 6.5 feet. So these are already thicker than the walls of Dayston. And they could go all the way, shut up, Wikipedia. They could go all the way up to 45 meters in width, which is 147 feet.
Wow.
It's pretty beefy. But also, that makes sense. It's a wall.
It's a wall, yeah. That's why I was oh, these walls must be extremely thick because you need a passport to even leave. Because there's no way anyone could, punch through a wall and go through, literally punch. Though, that's what I thought. That's why you needed the tunnel to get out. But
here's what happened. This whole campaign has actually been a play.
Ah.
You guys have actually been are like actors. Yeah, you get it.
Ah, there we go.
Actually been actors.
Yeah, we've all.
And so the production crew couldn't get enough materials to make a thick enough wall, so they could only go at 6 feet.
Well, now we know.
Yeah, now we know.
Yeah, sometimes we have to make those mistakes to value our next campaign.
And I hope I know Squid has said that world building is just very, very, it takes a lot of work, and I just want to make sure that I am enjoying it. I do enjoy world building, and I really enjoy the technical detail stuff like that. I'm just I'm just making a goof with how bad my world building has been.
And you know what's great? Everyone rolled with it. No one questioned it, except for certain points, why is the city so big? Yeah. I will say though, so when we were discussing leaving through the tunnel and everything, I actually did not know where that secret tunnel was. I thought it was either to the north. Oh no.
Sorry, I was just that's where I got it from.
I thought it was actually on the northern end of Dayston, somewhere in the northern end or something. So my thought was that, what if it's in the central borough? We can go back through the market plaza, pick up that great axe that Dag wanted, yeah? That and maybe pick up
man.
the pistol duplicate too to see if like what's his face Gavin
My
screwed it up.
detailed, my detailed Dason.
Your detailed taste in
Ah, so beautiful.
I love how you never made any other developments on it.
Also, can we just appreciate how ginormous these gates must be?
Yeah, right?
This is the university! These are huge!
These are like, oh my gosh, this is the span of a whole, like, I was going to say district, but wait.
Almost! Look at the first district. The entire first district is almost just the gate.
Yes, this is the foyer,
man.
the enlarged foyer into the city.
Oh man, dude. Oh my god. This probably makes way more sense. Or not like that, but like it's got like multiple gates. Something like this.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, man.
But yeah, so Dason was a bit of a mess. I was actually very curious on how you designed Carmeli and was wondering if you had actually tweaked almost everything about it because of these mistakes you made in Dason. But we never really got to
So-
that point.
Where Carmeli is at right now is essentially once I realized the fact that I had established that everyone in Carmeli has magic, I realized that spelled so many problems. There are
Really?
so many things you have to think about that affect. Now that everyone has magic, and what degree of magic does everyone have, that affects nearly every aspect. Farmers, industry, like trade, defense, city design.
Oh,
It changes
interesting.
nearly everything.
Ooh. Man.
I think, yeah, like the main two ones I can think of is if every military, a soldier, had the ability, had access to these instant transcriptions, these scrolls, where you could write on it and others could see it in real time, how are they not ruling the entire continent? They can just instantly communicate with each other. At least, because that's at least what I have set up. And so I'd have to come up, I have to be like, oh, well, maybe it doesn't work. If it's night, or maybe you only get a certain amount of uses out of it. And things like, what if like farmers have magic? Right, there are spells where it's literally like grow a big tree, or grow an entire field around you, or like there's literally a spell called like what is it, plant growth? Yeah, plant growth 5e. Now, plant growth 5e is a 3rd level spell. So that means that, assumedly, that's equivalent to a level 5, like, spellcaster. So it's like a level 5 farmer. Like, does that make sense?
Wow.
But this channel, the spell channels vitality into plants within a specific area. If you cast a spell, all normal plants in a 100-foot radius centered on that point become thick and overgrown. And this is like, it's like awesome for like crops and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why wouldn't everyone just be going to Carmeli then? They could just instantly grow food. Like,
Yeah,
what?
right.
You could just grow food, like, immediately? Like, what? Why are we in Dixon? Why are we here? Why do we hate Carmeli? No, literally.
Yeah. I thought that it was because of the whole sort of brainwashing that we were supposed to hate
that's fair.
Arcane.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's yeah, and that's kind of like, yeah, I would agree. That's kind of is like the only reason. They're just, oh, the propaganda. Also, I love how the, what the heck did I name them? Archive people, the librarians, the escritors.
Oh, yeah.
I mentioned them
yeah.
like once, and then they would never appear again.
Yeah. I was kind of sad about that. Because, like, I know Queenie really wanted to have Zara send a message in some way. So I was like, wait, Dason has people like that who can write messages, right? Maybe send them across. Oh, no. Oh.
I don't know. I don't know.
These people write on paper. What? No.
I don't know.
Yeah. I
Also,
was.
The fact that Queenie thought she could just buy like a pigeon and was hoping she could just press E and then click send message to family or something when she has the pigeon. I was like, she's not aware. Like, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a minute to train this pigeon.
Yeah, right.
You're not gonna just be like, can I use my bonus action to send to text to my friends or to my family? Like, it's might take a little bit more time than that.
It's kind of like when Sora was like, do I have a phone to be able to communicate to my leaders? I was like, you're a demon. Wait, wait, huh?
Oh, that was that the sending stones actually aren't supposed to work like how I've been making them work.
Oh, really?
The way that the sending stones are supposed to work is that you can only cast sending once. And they recharge at the next dawn. So you only have one 25-word sentence you can send per day.
Oh. Interesting. Oops.
But I didn't do that, so...
Honestly, it helped us out. Because
I feel like I kind of feel like that was for the better.
Yeah.
I would at least say it has like 3 charges. And it regains 1 D3 charges per day. I'd probably do that instead. Because like, yeah, and also it have a range on it. Since even though I think sending has has like unlimited range as long as they're on the same plane. Yeah, sending, you can send messages across any distance and even to other planes of existence.
Oh my god.
If the target is on a different plane, however, there's a 5% chance that the message does not arrive. So if you roll like a d20 if it's a nat 1, well, message doesn't send. But yeah, it's unlimited.
Dial-up be like.
Yeah. So I think if I re-implement the sending, I mean, I'm definitely gonna give you guys sending stones again because I think that's just a vital. It just gives you guys so much. It's just a great tool that allows you so much more freedom with like plans and stuff.
Yeah.
So why not? But
fun fact. Artificers can actually create sending stones.
Oh, snap.
That's why I had Evetta try to study the one sending stone that Harvin gave.
Let's talk about how Evetta is an artificer, and then I basically never give you a workshop. So it's like, why am I an artificer then? What is the point of me? What am I doing here? What do I even do?
That was pretty sad. I figured that she uses whatever's available. A table and then some tools. There we go. Because with what
Percy's a fighter and has a workshop.
Yeah,
I really can't give you a workshop.
Yeah. We'll get into that.
That reminds me of I saw a quote that while monks are, yes, they are weaker to other classes, when put in the right situations, though, they really do shine. And so even though monk is normally seen as like a below average class, if your DM is constantly giving you sessions where it shines, you really probably won't have an issue.
That makes sense.
So I think that's why there's like a mixed feeling on monk.
Yeah. Because it's highly dependent on both the player and the DM to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Which, Evetta did suffer that tremendously because I kept forgetting that I can actually use Evetta's knowledge of tools to add to the ability checks in some way, in very, very specific ways.
But also, you basically had no place to set up shop. You constantly had to respond to threats here and there, everywhere. There was like no time.
Yeah, there was legit no time. And like she only used that Tinker Tools thing like 3 times this whole campaign, I think.
Like 1 minute. Hey, let's go to this. Let's go help this old man. All right, let's go to this town. Oh, the town's on fire. Oh, we're being attacked. Okay, let's go back. Oh, the old man is dead. Oh, the town's being attacked in the prison. Oh, the town's now being blown up. Let's go to Dayston. All right, let's find our friend. Retcon, because I wanted to double down on that for some reason. Also, Embis, not a god. Screw you. Hey, this is second hour. What's that? That's weird. Fuck you. Second hour. Oh, hey, here's your friends again. Also, they're all dead. Here's a secret faction. Is that you want to do something? Well, guess what? There's now this secret evil guy called Ionin, and he stole your mom. He may have killed your mom, and he's the whole reason the world sucks. So you have to go get him, otherwise you're the asshole.
Yeah, right?
It's like there's no time to breathe.
Yeah.
Now the city's on
oh.
fire.
Yep, entire city is on fire. Yep. Oh my god. I was actually looking into an article that was talking about other ways to use your tool proficiency that didn't always require the use of tools, like literally. And a lot of it came down to at least having the knowledge of whatever materials that the characters are working with. Like, for example, Evetta has proficiency in carpenters and woodcarvers tools. So that meant that she can understand. Okay, well, I don't know if she's like legit made actual furniture at some point, but she has the knowledge to know whether there are secret doors within wardrobes or something, because in some cases they might actually install one here, so she would look there first. That is the logic behind it.
Next time, if you have I don't know for assassin. Well, I know. I have Vax to base things off of. Is he assassin rogue? I actually don't know.
He sounds like it.
It sounds like, I actually don't remember what class. I mean, I know I actually don't know what subclass he is. But when things like this come up, where you have niche features like this, I wish everyone was here, but absolutely let me know that you have these so that I can incorporate them.
Yeah.
Because I don't always check everyone's character sheet, and more than often that I miss details on like features and stuff. So
yeah, that makes sense. Like it was really on me for also forgetting that I had tools, tool proficiency. So.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if much would have. Like I can't even do the bare minimum for the artificer.
Oh.
So
yeah, I actually had like, okay, so whenever we were about to go on that supposed week-long trip to Fort Ballast, oops, if we didn't have the Ashmakers on our tail and Lubu and all this craziness going on, I thought that because it was such a week-long trip, I thought we were actually going to meet with the civilians on the way, still out in the open or like in the forest, yes, of course. And that would kind of allow Evetta to maybe come up with something on the fly, or maybe create something with what she's currently got. Because one idea, so I'm like taking some inspiration from Percy, but I completely forgot that Evetta can actually craft arrows and javelins. So Evetta could have actually helped Zara with her javelin problem if she had a problem with that. Because, you know, in a forest, there are lots of rocks and trees. So, of course, you just break off a branch, take a stone, and then just carve it. Yada yada. Done. You have a javelin. But, I didn't get to do that.
Yeah.
So, I wanted to do, like, interesting things. Like, I wanted to modify Evetta's gun as well. Basically, use her tinker tools to add mods to it, basically, that Evetta can, like, take an action to remove or put on or whatever it is. But, yeah, unfortunately, no.
No, it's
dang. Yeah, missed opportunity.
A lot of lessons.
Yeah, but I do want to get into our characters like a little bit later. I did actually have some questions regarding the I don't know the actual name now. Oh, Dawn Crusade. Are they called the Dawn Crusade? Or is it Dawn Legion?
I believe that is so. It is a little complicated. The Dawn Legion is what it's called. That is the kind of name of the army, and then there are the Legion Knights, and what was supposed to be Inquisitors, but I hadn't fleshed them out, and I don't know if they're really Inquisitors. But there's supposed to be another section of the Dawn Legion. But for right now, Dawn Legion and the Legion Knights are one and the same.
Okay. Yeah, I was honestly really sad that we could not explore that side of town. Because, in my mind, I thought we would be prevented entry into the Skytops. And according to the map, that was the only way you could get to the Dawn Legion, the Dawn Block. So, there was, like, nothing we can do about that. I wanted to learn more about, I guess, the army in some way. Like, maybe have the characters be... Okay, well, I thought that the Dawn Legion and the Underrunners were actually against each other. Because, of course, you know, the Underrunners are very sneaky. They are... they're breaking the law, essentially.
Don't worry, they were. Until the whole city was on fire.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I was actually wondering if there was a way we could weasel our way to be friends with the Dawn Legion and be double agents in a way.
Funnily enough, when you were going to the hot zone, I had originally intended, so this was I believe, the cage zone, I think this is where the tavern was.
Yeah.
And the hot zone was actually supposed to be somewhat right here. Right underneath.
Oh!
This road. Right underneath the road. And I actually, no, that's wrong. That is actually where it is currently. Where it was actually supposed to be was actually underneath the Skytop district.
What? Oh!
And I meant to have a segment where whenever you pass through, whenever you went through the tunnel from the Cager Zone to the Skytop district, everyone was supposed to make stealth checks. Because you're going right underneath the Imperial block.
Oh.
And the barkeeps, the two barkeeps, they were supposed to like shepherd you and guide you and basically help you out to get there. But then I did the whole hazing thing. And you know what? I was like, I don't know if I want to do that anymore. Because they might just beat them up instead. And by them, I mean you guys. I thought, you know what? They might beat up the barkeeps instead. So you guys are on the hot zone now. Hey, they're nice.
Oh my god. Yeah, I actually planned that if I guess if how do I describe it?
Also, the fact that these tunnels, these blue tunnels, yeah, they all are like, these are all like the tunnels that were like leading out of the hot zone into different taverns.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They were like, what, 5 minutes to travel in and out of?
Yeah.
And then this was 2 hours?
Oh, I just realized that.
What? 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 Huh?
They have those moving floors.
Yeah, actually, what you don't see is that these actually had like Mario Kart speed boost.
Yes.
And so, you know, there was like a red light and would go green light, and you're like, meow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so
you hit it, you go.
Yeah. That was it. And yeah, this 2-hour journey was actually just difficult terrain the entire time. That's why
there was people.
The entire time.
There was so many people.
There was
Oh wait,
yeah,
oh wait,
yeah,
oh, there were only like 200 people. Wait, no.
Yeah, guys, there's only 50 people that live in this town. It takes 5 days to go city from one side of the city to the other. What was that? Oh, medieval Paris has population 200. Oh, it only takes about an hour or two to walk across the city. Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, take that, medieval Paris, with you and your 200,000 people. No. Yeah, oh my god, I just realized that. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah, everyone was just so concentrated. I don't even know if anyone realized that.
I don't think, and I think anyone did. And so, like, it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
But
yeah, wow.
If I'm getting details like this wrong, what the heck will happen if it comes to important stuff like the Chaos Calamity?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, it was this Chaos God. Yep. And it was a worm. And then 5 sessions later, alright. So, the, Chaos God, he actually is alive. What was that? I said he died? No, he didn't. Anyways. And he's now a big spider.
Yeah. And
I say he's a worm? Nah.
All the characters actually know about the Chaos Calamity.
Actually, suddenly everyone is like, oh! It's like when you suddenly gain like consciousness when you're like 3 or 4 years old, and you're like, "What am I?" You're just kind of like, "Oh, chaos, calamity. Ah!
Oh man, that was interesting.
So I
Oh,
will
goodness.
say, right now, I would say with the new world, I don't have things like cities down, but I have like big events written down, big history events, and I've been going so far as to like the god hierarchy, how the cosmology of the world.
Ooh.
I think I'm basically trying to start big and then work my way down, and that's also why I started working on a map before I even knew what organizations or big factions there were. Just so
Yeah.
that I realized I wanted to have like these big factions, like this empire and this diamond coalition, but I needed somewhere for them to be.
Yeah.
I very quickly realized, oh man, the continent. This isn't even a continent anymore. It's just like an island. Like, ay. I thought, oh yeah, 2 cities. This is a massive continent, right? Continent.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Continent. So immediate when I took the time to actually make the map, I had immediate be like this big. It used to be like this big.
Oh.
And I was designing all the other maps. I was like, or the other land maps. I was like, oh, this isn't enough. And then what finally clicked with me that I need this is way smaller than I think it is, was realizing that each of these squares is 100 miles.
Oh yeah.
And so I was like, so I started doing the math. Oh, it was rough math. But I was like, okay, so here's Hronfar, here's Dayston. It took only a week to travel there. So I drew a line, and the line ended up being something like this. It ended up being like this long. A little longer. And I was like, okay, so that's 300 miles. This island is small. This is really small, actually.
Yeah, I actually got that impression earlier. I'm trying to remember which episode, which session it was.
No, you and Squid were both like, oh, it only took a week. Wow.
Yeah.
And he was like, I was expecting weeks, and I was like, no, that's too far, man. What do you mean? No.
Oh, what it was that on horseback we would reach Dayston in a couple of days, like 2 days, and both of us were like, wait, oh, I thought it was weeks.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it was the session before. Oh god, what was it? Oh my god. Trying to consider where the civilians needed to run to, basically, for because they're refugees now. I was thinking about it really hard, and I only had the older version of the map that you gave me, and based on that map, I immediately thought, oh, this is a pretty small. Wait, is this a continent? Oh, this is a very small continent. Because there are only 2 cities.
Yeah, there's only 2 cities on a continent.
Yeah.
In states, there are more than 2 cities already. How is this a continent? Oh, God, dude. Oh my God, man. I can't. I just can't.
Yeah. Well.
And I remember I said that when you guys were making, even yesterday, 2 days ago, yesterday, last session, when you guys were making the plan from Fort Bellis, or going from Dayston to Fort Bellis, and I said, oh, it might take a week. Dayston is like right here, and then Fort Bellis is like right there.
Oh, wait.
So I was still in the other direction, and I thought about it. I was like, this isn't gonna take a week. No way. Wait. There's no way. It was a week from here to Hronfar, and Hronfar is like more than double the distance. How is that a week? If I'm going to have the scale be this bad, I'm at least gonna be consistent. And so I didn't mention it. I didn't go back and clarify like, oh, it's not gonna take a week, but I did allude, like I was like, okay guys, it's actually gonna take like 3, maybe 2 to 3 days. or 4 days if you take your time to get to Fort Bellis.
Okay. It's kind of funny. Wow.
Uh,
Oh man. It's okay. It's okay. we at least acknowledge these mistakes and such.
Yeah.
All we have
Yeah.
to do is to learn from it. But yeah, so that was interesting turn of events. Gearing away from Scale and maybe Dason a little bit. Windell. We saw the painting, saw that he had a doppelganger. Sort of.
Yeah.
He had a fake who was representing him and such. And Voltus was the one who revealed that, yep, that guy that we talked to was a fake. That was interesting that after a certain point while we were still in Dayston, found out that Voltus had been assassinated. Not assassinated, he dead.
That's a way to put it. That is true.
He was killed, had some slash marks on his back, and then was thrown into, or was found in a river of sorts.
Yeah.
Did not know that was actually Windell, the real Windell, who did that until you mentioned it yesterday. Yeah. And so what happened again?
The real Windell is also a pretty paranoid man. For
What's
one thing,
paranoid man. Oh.
For one thing, he's evil. I mean, he's pretty evil, and he has his own machinations that he's trying to attempt. I will say that I didn't have something concrete planned for Windell in terms of what he's actually doing. All I know is that I wanted him to be some kind of mysterious evil figure. And he's doing I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't know if I wanted to maybe make it that what is at least concrete is that he used to work with G. Aldenheim, and then he killed him and took his schematics and his notes and was essentially using them to, I don't know. I didn't have it at that point. I didn't have anything concrete anymore at that point.
Oh.
I don't know what I would say why then the notes are in, or not the notes, but not an autobiography, but some kind of biography dedicated to him. Did I say it was the book you found was an autobiography? I can't remember.
No, it was a biography.
It was a biography? Okay. For right now, I don't have, because I haven't fleshed out what is Windell doing, so I don't know what would be the reason why then that book is there. Other than it seeming like he maybe passed away. I could maybe read it as it's Windell trying to make it seem like he just passed away due to the nature of his line of work, so there's no point looking for him.
Interesting.
That clashes with the fact that there's it mentions the discovery of the Arcane Nexus, and so that kind of is supposed to be a mystery or a plot point where it's oh, we gotta go find it, and it was that was it, right? That was the cave in the Suicide Peak Mountain.
Yes, yeah,
that was it.
That was why Evetta wanted to go there.
That was it. Yeah, that doesn't line up. Then if that doesn't make exactly quite sense. Then if Windell put that there to make it seem like he doesn't want anyone to go after Gjaldenheim, because you would assume he doesn't want anyone to begin looking for leads. You know what I mean? Even if you going to Suicide Peak Mountain wouldn't end up leading to Gjaldenheim, directly, it could. If you are smart enough and investigative enough, you could find out the truth of what happened to him. You know what I mean? So it's why would Windell? Why is this here? If Windell killed him, So it's
With the book being there in his own library,
yes.
I thought it was a way to pay respects to a former friend, in a way. Maybe they had some disagreement, maybe it was an accident. But no.
Oh, you know what? Actually, it could be, maybe that's what he wants. He wants you to come find him. It's a trap.
Oh, it's a trap,
could be that.
Yeah.
It could be a trap.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning how...
Why is his daughter reading it then?
Wait a minute.
Why was the little girl reading it then?
That's so funny.
There's so many plot holes, dude. I can't.
Well, I mean...
I mean, honestly, that whole moment with the girl reading the book, that was supposed to, because I wanted to show you the book.
Oh.
But I don't know why I didn't just say, oh, you picked the book off the shelf then. Why couldn't I just say that? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, in a way, it actually kind of worked because, you know, for one thing, we were also focused on trying to figure out what to do with our situation because we couldn't get to Voltus.
Yeah.
We were stuck, and being level 2, I can't remember what level we were. Being level
Something
2,
like that.
we had no idea how to get past the guards without alerting suspicion, you know, causing any suspicion, just like trying to walk through because immediately we were told that we can go here and here. That's it. We are not allowed to go that way. There are guards everywhere, and they can cast 3rd level spells already with this
Yeah.
ease too. So, yeah.
You know what's funny? Is that is such a clear sign of like, oh yeah, it's super dangerous if we go past these doors. And yet, I wanted you guys to go past them.
Oh.
Because...
Yeah. I think there were too many caution
Oh,
tapes on
you
the
know
doors.
what? The wine. What's in the wine?
What was in the wine? That's right.
So, the reason I wanted you guys to go past the doors is because there was supposed to be like 3 rooms in the back, and they were supposed to be like these really like toughly sealed like metal door rooms, and they seemed to have these locks on them. And if you were to go past them, you would find these vats, these big vats, and they were just full of like, most of them were like full of these like kind of like red grapes, but one of them was actually gonna be full with blood.
Oh,
So there was indeed blood in the wine, but
interesting.
not enough to affect the consistency.
Oh, okay.
And also,
I see now.
the taste of the wine, it tastes good to vampires.
Yeah.
Now, the secretary and the Wendell are not vampires.
What?
But they are told to just keep a straight face.
Oh, interesting.
Because the wine was supposed to be... You guys, the reason why each one of you got bottles is because you were supposed to take it home, and then you were supposed to drink it, and then at some point, you would have gotten visions of Wendell. And like compelled to look for him.
Oh,
then-
interesting.
You would look for him, but when you got near him, the wine would have started to poison you, and you would have been weakened.
Oh.
But I didn't do any of that. And so I was like, oh, it tastes bad, I guess.
Yeah, that did not happen.
That
Of course,
did not
Squid got
happen.
a huge kick out of that because, yeah, he's the only one who drinks.
3 non-alcohol, 4 non-alcoholic.
Yeah.
Try to figure out what his wine like.
What does mine taste like? It tastes like, you know, mmm.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, here's a super interesting plot hook. Alright, if you get... Hey, there's now a world-ending threat. If you don't do anything...
God, yeah, it really did not help that. Oh my god. None
yeah.
of us were stealthy enough or had the inclination to stealth through those doors because I really did want to explore more, but I knew that with my, I don't remember how much health I had, what, 10? I don't know. I could not get past those doors without possibly dying.
Yeah.
So,
I think... it's so... You know what's... I think I just couldn't pull off... I couldn't pull off the whole Scorch King Empire plot in a satisfying way, and I also tried to do it too early. I think that's it. I think so many problems can be traced back to the fact I dumped a world-ending plot on a level 3 party.
Yeah, I can definitely see that because, oh my goodness, that took up our entire focus.
Yeah. There was no time, there was barely any time to explore. everyone's backstory. And if there was backstory to explore, it was trauma.
Yeah. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Which we will get into that in just a moment. But I will say that you did mention the when Wendell was sending those vampires onto us and heard that, we were actually going to Dayston, it was because we did not know he was listening through a gargoyle that was above his house. Oh, I'm sorry, perched on top of his house.
Or was it a gargoyle or a dragon?
Oh,
I thought
it was a dragon.
I think it was a dragon,
It was a dragon statue,
Okay, it was a dragon, yeah.
Yeah, it was a dragon statue. Voltus was like right out in the open saying like, this guy, he's not real. Not the real Wendell. And like Wendell was like, no. And that was it for Voltus. But yeah, we never really discovered that. Instead, what we got were a bunch of, bing bong, I'm here, and trying to kill Dag. I was just like, are you kidding me? I was like, in my head, I was like, Seth, we did not lock that door. We forgot completely, But, didn't realize that it was because these vampires were interrogating and torturing Harvin for information and stuff.
Yeah.
But, oh my gosh, Squid's reaction to the vampires were kind of funny because it was just like, Wendell, come on, we have more important things to do. Take a seat. Get in line. So, yeah, that was like, it felt like another plot point that we could not chase.
Yeah.
Pretty unfortunate, but let's pivot. Let's go back to Jason, then talk about the Underrunners for a bit. Because I did want to talk about them for a bit. Yeah. Okay, it sounded like Thayer actually had the most development out of all of the Underrunners.
Yes, absolutely.
And he is, as we know from what we had witnessed, he is actually not as he seems when he's in the, in the cistern and everything. But Seth is the only one who knows that he is an elf of some sort. But I did not know he was actually not from Dayston at all, which was interesting.
Yes. There was actually kind of a spur of the moment. When you guys were running out of that underground cellar, and you were running away because the possessed Legionites, or ghouls and vampires were like, bing bong, where are you guys?
Yeah.
And Harvin was like, I sacrificed myself. Why I changed accent? What the heck? Takes off the mask. It has been a wrong time, Amby. When you're leaving that basement cellar, and you guys saw the long that busted through that important looking door, and there was that half orc and Vali.
Oh yeah.
And then you ran, and then you met Thayer, and that that actually was kind of the spur of the moment.
Oh really?
I didn't have a Volley was planned. You know what? Volley was planned. The half orc wasn't though, and neither was Thayer.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And Thayer had way more development than Volley.
Thayer had like the most of I ended up liking Thayer's story a lot more. Funnily enough, he was supposed to just be like a mysterious caretaker, and that was actually what I was going to introduce him as. He was going to be kind of like the mysterious, like this kind of authoritative but not oppressive figure. Like he clearly sat at a higher rank, but he was he was still a friend. That was at least my intention. He was going to be like hooded all the time and wear like these long big robes. You would never see his face, but he would always make sure you knew what was happening, and he would be a caretaker.
Interesting.
But I feel like that didn't make sense in a way, because I said you guys had went to like a house after you skipped the tunnels. You were like in like a storage closet.
Yeah.
And it was just like a regular room. And so, and like maybe it could have worked. Maybe I still could have made it work. But I was like, I just ended up scrapping the idea. And so, I came with there. And even from the beginning, I was alluding to the fact that he was not human.
Yeah.
I remember Seth got that perception check, and I was like, you don't see pointed ears, but his face feels elven.
Yeah.
So I always wanted him to have like a different identity, or not different identity, a different physical. Like he was always masquerading his physical look, and in terms of his background, like where he's from, like his history, that has received that has gone through 2 iterations. No, wait, no, 1 iteration. It's gone through 1 big change. When he first popped up, I had no idea what the heck this guy was gonna be. And so I was really hoping no one would ask questions about him.
Oh.
But after some time, I was like, oh, what if he's like the leader of the Underrunners, and he's just like super old though. I was like, and so I was just gonna run with that for a bit. And I say old, but like in elven years, it would not have been old.
Yeah.
He was just gonna be like the leader of the Underrunners. And then I don't know when it happened. I know when it happened. His story got a big shift when for some reason, I messed up on the recap of a session. I forgot that you guys had woken up and told Thayer to go to sleep. And then the next session, I was like, oh yeah, Thayer's gone, by the way. He's like out there. Because I completely forgot about that. And then when you guys corrected me on that, as you should have, I doubled down. Because I was like, no, that's not true. and that's when it changed. He's now Squid knows his class. The Thayer is a warlock. And he is taking the Pact of the Tome. And I believe he follows his patron is the Great Old One, I believe. And the reason why he doesn't sleep is because there's an Eldritch invocation you can take where you do not have to sleep.
Oh my god.
8 hours of light work and still get the benefits of a long rest.
Wow.
And so
That's insane.
that was like the only option other than me just Deus Ex Machina. Oh, dude, he's got like a transplant heart. What? No. That doesn't even make sense. That sucks.
Wow. That is actually really funny.
That was the one like canon like feature that exists where if you have this, you don't have to sleep. And I was like, he's a warlock now. Because whenever you guys got into the fight with the 2 ghouls, he had a bow because he was a ranger originally.
Yeah. But no, that developed.
And then my ego stopped me from just developing that and instead scrapped its entire original story and just made up a new one. So, cool. Great.
At least you got the authoritative figure down. Like, everyone got that impression that he was, like, at least the leading voice for the Underrunners in some fashion. So, you at least got that part. But, yeah, I did not know that you were, like, you were doubling down and backpedaling a ton while we were all like, Vali, you had one job. He was supposed to go to bed.
Yeah. No, yeah. And I was like, no, it's not true.
Wow. Oh my god. I find that to be so funny. Oh my gosh. So then, okay, so yes, Thayer is not from Dayston. Where is he from? Carmeli?
No, he is from the Old World, and specifically, he is from the Diamond Coalition, somewhere around here. I can't ping. I thought this was Roll20. I actually just held left click to ping. Oh my god. He lives somewhere around here. Now,
wow.
I hadn't come up with any of like the names for towns and cities on the Old World. The only names for cities I have is, well, there's Irvingia, which is a city-state. There's Godrin, which is also a city-state. And then the Iron Imperium, its capital is called Menegon. And then the Diamond Coalition, its capital is called Sileria. And that's not of any real significance, that's just some extra lore. I don't think they were mentioned, or if they were, they didn't have like any real significance.
Yeah, I don't remember these names.
No one was from either of those cities. And there's not really anything that important to know about them, other than like Sileria's like elves, and then Menegon is dwarves. That's
The
it.
classic clash. Wow. Okay.
Funny enough, the Diamond Coalition and the Iron Imperium are on good terms.
What? Oh,
You know,
interesting.
funnily enough, funnily enough, in my original plans, I wonder if I still have the plans. I think I deleted it. Oh man. So, I actually had written in plans that.
Upcoming you.
Sorry, I really didn't write anything for that session. No. Oh, man, did I delete it? Oh man. I don't have
Aw.
it. So, in the plans that I had, what was gonna happen was that the Iron Imperium and the Diamond Coalition were actually at some point going to send out troops to Media to help in the Diamond, the Scorching whole problem.
Oh.
They were actually going to send out. I was actually going to have a scene where you were going to attack. I wanted there to be like a fight where you guys are fighting on like the outskirts of, somewhere around like the coastline. I don't know where. Maybe like here, right? You guys were fighting
Yeah.
like here, or like maybe you made a comment like here or something. You guys are like fighting on the edge, and ooh, there's like this whole skirmish battle. And then I was gonna say, oh, you see these big ships start approaching, and you see that these ships have like cannons and guns on them, and then they start firing, and it's like, oh man, the Scorching Army has like naval power, and then you realize they're firing at the Scorch King Army actually.
Oh.
And they're shooting. You would see that they would, or rather, what would happen is that you guys are on like the coastline, right? And then there's like, all these Scorch King ships. Oh, not like that. Okay. Oh boy. But there would be like a naval blockade, right? And also they would also be applying like artillery fire.
Yeah.
And then you would see them suddenly start being blown up, and you would saw Iron Imperium ships in the distance, like closing in.
Oh.
Or you would have seen Silurian or Diamond Coalition warships, and like you would see like mages on like crow's nests, like hurling fireballs.
Wow.
And that would have been so cool.
Yeah.
If you guys were at the appropriate level.
Yeah.
And not level 3. Oh man.
Yeah. Oh. Whoops. Well, now we know that there is actually from the old world. That makes sense why he wanted to go back, because he had personal business going on back there. We never learned what that was, sadly. But
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of have like a clear. I may not be stealing some critical again, but essentially, he's from a cult, and his cult wants to get these artifacts to summon. I think I may mention this. He wants to get these cults. Artifact. Oh Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! Dear Lord, what just happened? The cult wants to grab some artifacts that belong to their patron too, because they want to summon the patron to do cult stuff. I don't know. And there was a place called the Tomb of the Credarian King. There was a battle, a battle with another cult of the same patron, where a small army had to fight against them, and it was like kind of like a small war happened because this cult had actually successfully summoned their patron. And so a small war happened, and the king himself had participated. And this happened like centuries ago. This is like an old like tale.
Yeah.
But the king fought in the battle. It said that he was the one who slew the patron, and he took the artifact, and he slew the patron. But when he grabbed the artifact, it started decaying him, and he began to turn into like bones.
Oh, jeez.
And so they buried him, but they had to keep the artifact on him.
Oh.
Now for the cult, they're just like, we just want the artifact.
Yeah.
Does it maybe turn me into bones? I don't know. Maybe not. But we want the artifact. But yeah.
Interesting. So then why did... Okay, well, aside from... Maybe he didn't agree with the cult or something? Why did he leave?
So what happened was he was on a scouting mission. He was sent out to do just some casing for this town, and to see if the town was ripening up for some undead shenanigans. And he met an old man in the town. Now, Thayer was literally born in the cult. So the cult was all he knew. And he met this old man who essentially became like a mentor to him, like an older, like a father figure. And it flipped his whole world perspective, entire world perspective. He began to learn what life can be like on the outside. And when he eventually went back to the cult, and then he like participated in the good old cult sermons and cult rituals, he was like, you know what, this stuff kind of sucks. So what I've been doing the past like 100 years, man, this sucks. I'm leaving.
Bye. That makes sense. Yeah, give him a different perspective, and yeah, kind of want to veer away from that.
Yeah, he's like, nope, not for me.
Nope, not for me.
But yeah,
Not in my house. No.
He fled the oh man, I had to do an incarnate. So 1,600 miles between Amedia and Rhaegar.
Wow.
So wow, yeah, it was a long boat journey.
Zara experienced that too.
Zara experienced that too, yeah. Even further, because what we came up with. Oh yeah, we did actually. There are actually some things about Zara's story that she did not mention. So the reason why she says Embis, maybe she told you this, but Embis is a port town, and it is somewhere around here.
Oh.
It's on the right there, and that is where she fled. Not fled. That is where I mean, she did kind of run away from her. Oh, we'll get into that in a second. But she ran away. She ran away to Embis. She hopped on it. She stayed there for a couple years, and then hopped on a ship, and then she sailed the New World. New World.
Yeah.
She just spent there long enough that she, Embis, Embis was, it's kind of like a Talos situation, where it was the figure that the town is named after was so influential and was so powerful that they were like a hero, but they weren't like a god, but they're worshipped as if they are a god.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a Talos situation. And it was just a very popular, instead of saying god, you would say Embis in Embis, which is kind of confusing. But they managed to live like that for long enough, and they kind of just stuck. Zara's story. So funnily enough, there is actually some depth to it. Or no, not surprisingly. I mean, like, wait.
Whoa.
It's more than just girl want to get out the house.
That's good. I was wondering if there was more to it, because that's all we got.
What happened was, she worships the god Verdant Matron, and that is the bear goddess of forest and land. Now, that if you're like, that sounds a little nature-like, sounds a little druidic for a paladin, you'd be right. Because when Zara was a kid, she was noted as being academically gifted and was put through a course for magic. She started to learn magic. And one day, she was hanging out with a friend of hers, which I forgot the name of, and I didn't write it down. She accidentally injured her friend.
Oh.
With this magic. And she was like a kid when this happened as well. Out of fear of like repercussions or whatever, she ran away. She ran out of the city. She ran into the nearby forests and encountered a druid who was casting some healing magic on an injured animal. And at first, seeing what Zara just went through, and also being like 11, she thought that this druid was doing something bad.
Oh.
But she saw that she wasn't, and the druid noticed Zara and took her in. And the druid led her to a druid circle, like a tribe of druids who were living in like the forest. And that's how she came across the bear, the bear goddess, the verdant matron.
Oh.
And so she started worshiping her. Eventually, of course, she had to go back to the city. But that's who she would begin worshiping. And so, while she's like not a druid person though, so she was not gifted druidic powers, but her worship was noted, and so she was gifted paladin powers.
Oh, interesting.
Then she became of age, and as is tradition, her family wanted to marry her off for political reasons, and she was like, and ran away. Yeah.
I see. Okay, so that explains why she has this natural affinity towards animals in some way. Outside of that being a Queenie thing. Is that a Queenie thing?
I feel like she was so attached. She had a pet rat in our previous campaign. And she was so attached to the rat.
Oh, wow. Yeah, like, goodness gracious. Anytime a bird was mentioned, should we get excited? And I could not tell if that was Zara. Oh my god. Queenie, please have some confidence in yourself.
What happened? Oh man.
Oh my god, that was so funny. She had to call him like a few times. And like, hello? He's panicking. We're in a hurry. Is that really the priority right now?
Now is a great time to ask him, you guys got birds?
Right? Like, what? Wow. But yeah, so Zara just has this natural affinity for, what the heck?
Oh, sorry.
For animals and such. But, okay, Queenie, actually. I'm guessing all of her characters are gonna be, animal lovers for, like, by extension. Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's just like, holy moly, you're gonna do that with every character? Holy cow. But either way, that is interesting. Yeah, that's actually cool that Zara had much more to her backstory than just girl ran away from home. Yeah, because we only knew that, she used to have a house or live in a house, then she ran away. Just like everyone in the party. But we didn't get anything beyond that. Yeah, that is unfortunate that we never really got to explore that a bit. That was, darn. Yeah, we could have asked her some more. But again, Scotch King Empire. Oh gosh. I had this whole plan that on the way to Fort Bellis, if we were still walking with the civilians, not being chased by Lubu, then I was actually wanting Evetta to actually go around to the different underrunners and ask for their backstories. Even if it's just like a simple, like, oh, I was born in Dayston. And, that was my life. That was fine. Like, I wanted more character interactions and stuff.
Yeah.
But, darn, yeah. But, well, speaking of that, so Vali, does Vali actually have some backstory to her?
Nope.
Okay.
Right now, I legitimately don't have anything written for her. There is pretty much, unfortunately, the only one I have stuff written about.
Interesting. Outside of, like, Tunar being a double agent.
Yeah, being a double agent.
That's like one extra line compared to everyone else.
Literally, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
honestly, I actually intended Volley to be... I was actually basing Volley off of the headmaster in the Slayer's Take.
Really?
I was trying, but it obviously didn't end up working out. But that's how I wanted to present her.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't really... That's why I was trying to give her the Russian accent. But then it went to French. It's not a French accent either. Neither of the accents I just said were that accent.
Oh, I will mention, I do find it interesting that, you know, that conversation where Volley called for Thayer to come up to her, or come up
Yeah.
with her to the bedroom and everything, and Seth wanted to eavesdrop?
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting, that it actually wasn't going to be that substantial of a conversation.
No.
We all
Yeah.
thought that, oh, this has got to be an important conversation. Maybe we'll get some information on them. Maybe they're gonna tell on us or something. You know, like.
Yeah. Now I would say, you know what? It was important. She was asking if they should join. Yeah.
Yes.
That was the plan all along.
Yeah, that was
And
the
that's
plan.
totally not me just going along with what Squid said. I totally
What
did.
was the original conversation?
I totally did. It totally wasn't just Molly asking Tara on a date. Because like on one hand, I want to make it so that these people exist. Like it feels like they exist outside of your guys' purview, but also this is not the way to do it. This was not the way to do it.
Yeah, this is not it. No. Oh,
And
my
then I just
God.
have Thayer fall in love with Seth and instead.
Yeah, made him gay instead. Which was great. Because, yeah, that
I guess-
actually like threw us all off guard because we all thought that, oh, Volley and Thayer are together.
Yeah.
Nope,
Nah.
that was not the case. That was pretty
Nah.
funny. Yeah. Wow. So yeah. So.
Oh, you know what? I actually did have extra plans. If you guys were gonna, when you guys were gonna make your way to Fort Bellas, I was gonna have. Oh, you know what? God dang it. God dang it. Never mind. It's reminiscent of, hey, looking at the threat. You wanted to think why?
Oh no.
I had it written down, but now I realize, as you guys were gonna make your way to Fort Bellas with the citizens, I was gonna have Ashmaker Wyverns do bombing runs.
Whoa. Oh my God. Oh
So-
yeah. Wow.
And, like, here's the thing, like, yeah, war is kind of brutal and terrible, and like, yeah, like sometimes some of this stuff like happens, but also, first off, level 3 party. Second off, it's just been like 10 sessions of this, of non-stop just like comical dystopia stuff. Maybe not dystopia,
Yeah.
but just like dark themes. And like I really don't think they're adding much. It's just dark for the sake of dark.
Yeah. Which is really
I don't
unfortunate.
feel that way. At least at least I feel like it doesn't like it's not adding anything other than just being like it's so depressing.
Depressioning.
It's depressor here.
Oh.
Haha. Get it? It's funny because like it's sad. Haha.
Yeah, I will say I do not share Squid's masochism. So, yeah.
I will say this. I'm gonna be completely blunt. I will probably never kill your character unless it seems like you're okay with it. I will probably not say the same though for Quenie and David, and I would definitely not say the same for Squid.
Okay.
Maybe Quenie. Quenie, I'm also maybe a bit hesitant on killing her character. David, look, man, like I don't mean to talk. I don't want to talk behind a person's back. Also, I don't think he would care. I kind of don't think he would care.
I got the impression that he just would not care, honestly. He would just make a new character.
He would just make the same exact character.
Yeah, make the same exact one.
Unless you tell him, okay, make a different character. It's gotta be a different class. He'd be like, Do I have to? Just think about it. If you think about it, they're pretty close, actually.
Oh my
Basically
god,
the same thing.
they're the same thing.
Well.
I love how we can just identify him through his mannerisms of speech.
Yeah. I think like any of us can just talk in our normal voice. You pull out the David mannerisms, oh, we know who you're trying to impersonate.
Yes, yeah, that's so funny.
Oh man.
Oh my god. Now, what is interesting is that Dag did have actual backstory of some sort.
He does.
And
So-
I'm just so sad that we never got to talk about it.
Basically, Dag is from an island called Korhaste. I don't think I said it was an island when I was first talking to you guys, but it is an island. Oh, sorry. He's from an island, and then the area that he's from within that island is called Korhaste. I would say he was probably from this island.
Wow.
His entire clan was murdered. A bunch of raiders swooped in, and these raiders were they were also slavers, and they took all of the young ones and started training them for gladiatorial combat, and then whichever ones did the best would get sold off. Dad caught the eye of the slave masters, so he got chained up, and while he was chained up, he was thrown on a slave ship and was experimented on,
Oh.
which gave him those beast powers that he possesses. That slave ship was actually going to head towards Rhaegar, but they're slavers, so they don't want to get caught by Diamond Coalition members. So they had to take kind of like a very roundabout way.
Oh.
They would have had to make a trip here. Oh, I don't have the line thing. They've had to make a trip here. Do some criminal shenanigans. Maybe jump islands here. Here in the Blade Isle. Blade Isle, it's also like, if they get caught, like there would be like repercussions, but it won't be as bad as if it was on Rhaegar, if they got caught by the Diamond Coalition. So they could find some bit of sanctions here. They could probably sell off a couple slaves here, but they would have to find the right buyers. But their goal though was to get to, let me make sure I get this right. Let me pull out the other map. Their goal though was to get to a town within the Dead Zone, about right here.
Oh.
It's basically a town of criminals. It's just a garbage town. It's a town where shitty people go to do shitty stuff.
Wow.
And also I forgot to realize I haven't described what the Dead Zones are. The Dead Zones are where terrible chaos calamity battles took place, and both the Diamond Coalition and the Iron Imperium have ruled these off as like, there's nowhere we're building towns or cities here.
Ooh.
Creatures roam around, and people report weird magical illnesses befalling them or like curses happening. And so they're like, then maybe establish like border guards around these areas to make sure these creatures don't leak into our areas. But we're not engaging them. We're not going to make expeditions out here. And so,
basically, like irradiated zones.
It's kind of like the glowing sea in a way.
Yeah.
And so both the Iron Imperium and the Diamond Coalition do have border guards here.
Oh, interesting.
They both work together to maintain a border. They don't really care about this region over here because this whole continent is having its own civil war at the moment. So they can't really do anything over there.
Oh, that's right. You said it was like a Three Kingdoms style type of war?
Kind of something,
going on?
yeah, kind of something like that.
Man.
And so it's like, okay, so then why is there a town there then? And it's like, well, it kind of makes it the perfect town to hide in a way. They're like, no one is gonna come get you. So it's the perfect place for criminals in a way.
Yeah. Interesting. And no, Bule and Yuangu are not from that
No,
continent.
they are not.
Which is interesting. Speaking of them, where are they from then?
I don't know. They're from
Oh.
China. No, they're from Hokkaido.
Oh my god. Oh.
What's Chinese backwards? Anik.
They're from
They're from
Anik.
Anik.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. They were kind of joke characters.
Oh.
So I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were from
really
any
joke.
of these
I
like
would,
floating islands over here
yeah,
next
I
to
would say
Amedia or
that's probably the best. That's probably the best. I would say if I had to give an answer, I would say they're either from the Blade Isle or they're from the Broken Crescent Archipelago.
Wow, that is quite the Oh wait, okay, no wait.
But I would say that they don't know that's where they're from.
I see. Okay.
That is where like if you trace back their ancestry, that is where they're actually from.
I see. Okay. And of course none of us had that knowledge. Because yeah,
Not
none
even
of
the
us.
DM.
Not even the DM, yeah.
Not even because these islands did not exist when that question was first asked when you first met them.
Oh, oops.
These islands do not exist. So this is when Squid mentioned that I need to have the world finished on my end to give you the guys, that resonated so much because like, yeah, the reason why I'm so unhappy with the world is because I tried to give you guys lore about a world I didn't know.
Hmm.
And that basically perfectly sums up why I was so unhappy with the world.
Yeah. Everything was developed on the fly, and that meant not being able to plug up these plot holes that kept popping up.
2 hours. 2 hours.
Meanwhile, this tunnel, only 5 minutes.
Dude, my god, man.
Oh, God. So, alright, so we've touched on, like, most of the information that I was curious about the world itself.
Yeah.
For the most part. Now I'm curious about our player characters, and obviously you've already gone through Zara's and Dag's backstories. Seth's we're going to save for later, hopefully tomorrow when Squid's available, hopefully. So now we're going to talk about Evetta Flintsworth. And okay.
Yay!
Oh my god. I feel horrible for this poor young woman. Oh my god. I will say, yes, there are a number of loose threads that I would like to have some closure on in some way. But before I say that, I feel like I should mention that this last session, session 16, was probably one of the worst ways to end it for Evetta herself. I mean, obviously everyone else didn't really get like a solid conclusion either, but Evetta's was way worse off in terms of how do I call it? I was about to say mental fortitude, but I'm not sure if that's exactly it. Just everything in general. Yeah. Like she was forced to endure another traumatic point, and it was one of those where she was probably given one of the most harshest false hopes in the entire campaign. Oh my god, I cannot believe that had actually happened. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't know if you realized it while I was role-playing or if anyone else like noticed it or anything. Evetta was just dead inside at the end of that session. She was just miserable, even though the plan finally like succeeded. They got all the citizens out and everything. Evetta felt like she gained nothing from that entire thing, and that like almost broke her spirit. If it wasn't for the fact that she had some purpose, she needed to get these civilians out of Dayston, and she had Seth and Zara to help her, at least provide some emotional support in some way. Like,
I'm willing to bet that. I'm willing to bet Dag and Zara didn't react because Queenie and David didn't know how to react. um, and Seth, I think Squid has mentioned that Seth, he doesn't really know how to cope with that kind of
Mhm.
stuff, death like that. He doesn't, he doesn't really know.
Yeah, which was interesting.
And so he
Yeah,
just,
because yeah, Seth doesn't actually have like solid familial bonds in some way. Yes, he had a mother and a father. Cool, that was it. He straight up said that he did not really want anything more than just that. So, yeah, Seth didn't exactly know, but he knew that his friend was in pain, so he needed to do something and to say something encouraging somewhat in some way. But yeah, no, like yeah, at the end of session 16, oh my goodness gracious, yeah, Evetta was just, her mother, whom she worked so hard to make sure that she was going to be okay, that she was going to be safe when she finally woke up and everything. Nope, all of that flushed down the toilet. Completely dead. Nothing good came out of it for her. But Seth got a fire elemental friend. So, yay, Seth. All right, points for Seth.
and you know, that fire elemental doesn't even want to be in the body. It wants to go back to the plane of fire.
Yeah, that was
Like-
the tragic thing. That was why Evetta didn't fire at it on the spot, because she realized that it looked terrified. So it's gotta be super uncomfortable because, yeah, obviously, it got ripped away from its home. Like, who would be
Yeah.
okay with that?
And I think that might be like the old. That's got to be terrifying to see, like your mom in a skinwalker form,
Yeah.
literally. And I feel like that could probably be the only closure for Avetta's mom is if the plane, the elemental gets out of the body somehow and goes back, and then you can finally bury her, like do like a
Yeah.
proper burial.
Yeah, that was exactly what Evetta wanted. Because if her mother's soul was already gone, then we need to figure out how to banish the fire elemental and let it go back home. But yeah, that was very unfortunate. But in any case, my other thoughts about Evetta were, I'm sad that, again, I know we touched on this a lot earlier, but I did not actually get to shine as an artificer engineer type of character. Because, number one, I myself was a newbie trying to play as this hybrid class before I was even familiar with the basics of D&D. So
that does kind of suck, yeah. And then it was the one class Squid doesn't know.
yeah,
As much.
I was
So that's like
really
that
in hot
was-
water.
That was a rough. You know, Rogue might genuinely be easier for you.
Yeah,
And not because the class is easier, because I think it'll be just easier for you to understand now that you have gone through the mess that is artificer.
yes. No, this isn't to say that I don't like the class, because that was a genuine worry of mine when I first created Evetta. I wasn't sure if I would like the artificer because, I mean, they're like half caster, half something else entirely.
Yeah.
Something martial of some sort. But I wanted to add something unique and provide a firearm. And you know, we talked about that, and firearms like didn't exactly exist. But Evetta was an engineer, so she was able to craft one herself. It made sense for her lore. And so
the whole firearm thing was like a weird, like slight contention point. I feel like, because I was like, oh, they don't exist, but they kind of do, but they don't.
to me,
And
that
I
was
like,
fine
oh, yeah, Avetta's
because.
like the only one who's made it, or something.
But then G. Aldenheim.
But then this guy exists, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's like, wait, what?
That's why back
What?
then, when I was asking about whether artificers were common in a media, I was asking more about whether people would look at Evetta strangely because she was an artificer who could cast while also being able to create things on the fly. Was that
yeah.
occupation normal outside of Dayston?
Yeah, I see.
But yeah. Well, there was Yaldheim.
That is actually that was actually the first sign of me not knowing my own world. That was the first sign of me not realizing, like, oh yeah, like what's the level of technology for the world?
Oh, I
And I was kind of
see.
like, flintlock, flintlock pistol, flintlock.
Oh,
Like
I
what
noticed that. Yeah.
rifle or flintlock? No, that what?
When I asked about what was in that glass case, you were like, oh, flintlock. A rifle? Because I thought I could get an upgrade. And you're just like, no, flintlock.
I said the equivalent of, like, okay, you see a sword. Oh, what kind of sword? It's a sword. Great. Great. Cool. Yeah.
What am I working with here? Is it huge? Is it
Like,
broad? Is it thin?
Is it curved? Like,
Is it
what's the-
curved?
Sword. Okay.
Oh man. Yeah. Oops. Whoopsies. But I mean, in addition to all of those mistakes, I kept forgetting that I had tool proficiency. I could do extra stuff with my character had I remembered I actually had the stuff. So, I mean, it didn't, like, it took me, I think, I want to say, oh, never mind. Wait, I think part of the reason why I kept forgetting was that I was too low level to use any of it. I think at level 5, that is when I gained more proficiencies with stuff.
Oh,
So
interesting.
I did not activate until level 5, I believe.
Yeah.
So I was just, oops. And then I just forgot for the rest of the campaign. Until like a certain point where I realized, oh, I could have used her knowledge for this to do this, and knowledge of that and make things for Zara and Dag, and make something for Seth. That was why I was asking about making magic items, but then you told me about the ridiculous cost, which actually was not ridiculous, because if we were actual adventurers, we would have made so much bank.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then
and
I
that
dropped
200.
a world-ending plot.
We keep
Like-
going back to that.
It's the cause of all of our problems, I feel like.
Yeah.
If it was just a normal world, I don't think we might have had some issues. Jason probably would have had still 5 business day travel times. But at least you could probably do something and make some money and explore your characters.
Yeah. Because the most common thing, like, what is it? One of the first things adventurers would do, let's see what we can do. Let's go see if we can make some money. Let's go pillage. Or let's go to this cave and beat up bandits. You know, like, freelance. Freelancing was usually the first thing I hear about with what adventurers want to do in some way. So, dang. So yeah, you brought the gold count and how it had to be divided over a certain amount of time to do this, to get that, yada yada. Dang. Engineer skills be like, oh.
Oh man,
Well.
the Scorch King Empire was just so much issues.
Mm-hmm.
So many issues.
Yeah. But I'd still like. I mean, yes, it's your job as the DM to create the world and everything, and kind of bounce off what we want to do and come up with encounters and for us and everything. But it's also on me to remember what the heck my character can do. It's on me that I need to remind you that I actually can do this and that and yada yada.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind for the second campaign because, oops, I kept forgetting. And like, oh my god, that's another thing. Evetta has really high intelligence. Not 20 high, but still very high.
Yeah, very high.
And because of that, it actually made her excellent with investigations. But I kept forgetting to do that.
Yeah.
And like, I was supposed to make her search around and loot things because that is actually what she would have been really, really good at. But on the flip side, that wasn't exactly her character either. So that made it very difficult for me to remember that, oh, I should probably search this place.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
When Squid was like, okay, so when we fought Yiji and Squid immediately went over to investigate Yiji's body, I was like, shoot, I need to do that too. But I couldn't because my character, being lawful, being good, wanted to help Goody two shoes, yeah. She wanted to comfort Beulah with the loss and everything because, you know, she had gone through the same thing. She understands how it feels, losing someone right in front of her, you know, okay, metaphorically. So,
right.
yeah, so it made sense why. So then, like, when I finally got Evetta to go over there, I wanted to see if she could get a better role than Seth. And Seth was like, I got an 18, come on. I'm like, look, bro, I can get a 27, okay? Come on. But yeah, I was very disappointed with myself. I kept forgetting that I can investigate. But yeah, I kept forgetting to do investigations. I honestly, again, because Scorch King was on our tail, I kept forgetting to also ask to do things to better my character in mechanical ways, like getting armor. Now, I will argue for you.
No.
You actually presented to me 2 opportunities. I went back in those VODs. 2 opportunities. My dumb self did not take up those opportunities. Because I was like, oh, we gotta rush. We have to go to this heist. Because they were at the heist.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was more concerned with getting the heist, like, done than outfitting Evetta. And it, like, I'm honestly surprised that I'm glad. I'm really, really glad that she was able to stay in the back and that she had a gun, was able to stay out of trouble because she legit only had 12 AC that entire campaign, except for when she finally got the Owl Stone.
Yeah.
Episode 16, last session, that was the first time she actually broke 13 AC. Meanwhile, Seth over here was 18, I think. Yeah, I think it was his 18 AC, and I'm like, oh my god!
If I recall. Now, do you know how he got that?
No.
So, if you remember, you can ask him, as he can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the reason why the reason why he dipped into Order Cleric is, well, the spells. Clerics also get proficiency with medium armor and shields. So he was able to get Scale Mail. He was able to wear Scale Mail, which has a base AC of 16. And then he got a shield, which gives standard shields all give a +2 to AC. So that's how he was able. That's why he dipped into Order Cleric. Now, I think he dipped into Order Cleric for both narrative and mechanical reasons. I don't know anything off the top of my head for specifically why Order Cleric. But that is at least what I remember. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. Scaled Mail gives 14 AC, but you add your Dex modifier, a maximum of +2. So and I guess he has at least 14 Dexterity, which I'll go check that real quick. He has 14 Dexterity.
Wow.
So
that's exactly Evetta's.
He had Scale Mail. So yeah, the reason why he dipped into Order Cleric was the proficiency with medium armor and proficiency with shields. And of course, that's really important because Sorcerer does not have proficiency with either of those. And if you wear armor you are not proficient in, you cannot cast spells. Period. And cantrips as well. You cannot cast at all. Your spell or your armor is so cumbersome. You can't cast anything.
Interesting.
That's why he dipped into it, get that proficiency, and also I'm sure he did that I'm sure there's like some spells he also got access to because of that. Again, I can't remember anything else off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But got the spells, and then got a shield. I don't remember when he got a shield. Oh, you know what? I think it's when you guys went back to Prodfar and you went to that blacksmith, right? And then he bought a shield there.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he bought a shield, and so Scanlan has an AC of 14, and then +2 from his Dex modifier, and then +2 from his shield, and then Zara gave him her shield +1, so now he has an AC of 19.
Wow. Holy moly. Tanky.
Thank you for a spellcaster, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Which was kind of funny because, you know, that table talk that we had, I can't remember which session it was. Squid was like, well, Evetta needs to multi-class, be smart, multi-class into a cleric so that you can get proficiency. Well, artificers already had proficiency from the start. So, yep, he did not know artificers. Yeah, artificers have light armor, medium armor, and shield for proficiencies. So, honestly, that was on me for not realizing that I could have actually gotten something. I think I was worried about having enough gold to afford it at the time. But I think right before the heist, I think I was able to afford at least leather armor. At least one of these. I cannot remember what was worth 50 gold. But
if it
yeah.
makes you feel any better, or maybe it won't. Never mind. Hold on,
Okay.
wait. Let me open up all of them. One of these guys have to have funky.
Now I know Dag's AC is lower than it should be.
Dag. He is a barbarian. His AC right now is 16, and that is in part because of his dexterity. That is also because of his constitution. Now you're like, wait, how's that matter?
Oh.
Barbarians at level 2, they get a feature called unarmored. No, this is level 2 or 1. I can't remember. It's super early. It's level 1 or 2. They gain a feature called unarmored defense, which allows them to add their constitution modifier if they're not wearing any armor.
Oh.
And he also, and it still lets him gets bonuses from shield. But yeah, that's how he's able to have an AC of 16, despite literally, like, I imagine for the most part, Dag has either been like just wearing like leather straps across like his torso, or just like fabric or like cloth or tunic or something.
Yeah. Yeah,
He's
that's
not
what I
wearing any
gathered
armor,
as
yeah.
well. Interesting. Okay. I did not know about that. Wow. So that makes sense. Does he have proficiency in heavy armor?
No, light and medium armor.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
Wow,
barbarians
dang.
are kind of meant to be though. Ooh,
Anyway, so yeah, Evetta. Back to Evetta. Obviously, I was keeping track of the trauma points for Evetta. Oh no.
You gotta add one more.
I did, yeah. When I went back through the VODs to count how many had happened, after she returned to Dayston, yes, there were legit 13 different trauma points. 13 in the span of 1 week. 1 week. On day 1, she found out that her blueprints were stolen and that they had taken advantage of her while she was gone, began profiting off of it. And she was kind of angry about that and annoyed because that could have been her.
Yeah.
That was her selfish side kicking in, like, oh, that could have been me. Why did I not think about that? I cannot believe myself, that kind of thing. And then number 2, found out Brendan died.
Oh
And
yeah, that's alright.
It was through the exact same method that her best friend Parissa had died. That dumb Neo-Machiavian law.
Oh, the old Machiavian.
Machiavian law. But yeah, so Anna Brennan died, and then this was also the same episode where Harvin basically kind of sacrificed himself. He was trying to protect us and protect the path to the Underrunners by going back up to the tavern and, well, bumped into those vampiric I'm sorry, the Legion Knights. Those vampires like disguised as Legion Knights, which oh my god, that was kind of scary when we found out that they can, you know, sneak into the Legion ranks just like that. Ooh. Anyway. So that was day number 1. Oh.
I feel like if Squid was here, he would totally be like, how did they do that? I don't know.
Oh, really? Oh.
I can't come up with a satisfying answer. Yeah.
Oh. I figured it was a case where they were able to grab one of the patrols outside of Jason, kidnap them without anyone knowing, in the night, obviously, and then swap places. No one was the wiser.
That could work. That could work. But the perimeter was already being slowly converted into Ashmaker Knights.
Oh,
which is
crap.
why I didn't think of that. I think no. Did the representative walk by? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. You guys were at the abandoned house whenever he walked by.
Yeah.
The only reason why I can't come up with a satisfying answer because the reason why there isn't a massive amount of Ashmaker Knights and soldiers patrol within the city, not only because the whole plan of them retreating, but also because while the Legion Knights were outnumbered, they were not, in a 1v1, they were not outskilled. Most of the Legion Knights were actually better in terms of skill against the Ashmaker soldiers. There were just way more Ashmaker soldiers.
Oh.
That's why during the beginning of the skirmishes, you kept hearing so many explosions. That wasn't them dropping bombs. That was warriors going down.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
It's like the standard Legion Knight is better than the standard Ashmaker soldier, and slightly or on par as Ashmaker warriors, but then like rankings above that, like Yi Ji and the sorcerer. By the way, the sorcerer's name is Wu Shi. And then the Ashmaker general himself was obviously like way stronger than the Legion Knights. And so they did the heavy lifting.
Interesting. Okay.
Like the Ashmaker, I would say like Ashmaker soldiers are about 2 or 3 to 1. That's like in terms of like equalness in terms of skill. That's roughly around there, yeah.
Wow.
It takes about 2 or 3 soldiers to take on 1 Legion Knight. And warriors are a bit more on par.
I see. Okay. Oh.
It's just they were just outnumbered. There were just so many Ashmaker soldiers.
Yeah. That is really unfortunate because oof. I think Squid also got the impression that the Legion Knights weren't good enough, which is really unfortunate because
that's my fault because I've not been that's what I've shown you guys. I've only shown you them just being incompetent. When I didn't want that, but also I did that, so I don't have anyone to blame but myself.
Yeah. Also, for some reason, you're glitching out, and I don't know what that is.
I'm glitchy? Oh no, I'm glitchy. I
there
tricked
you go.
Alright, I've got 5 seconds. Quick, ask your world-ending questions. I mean, no, wait, no.
Well, we were still on the topic of Evetta's trauma points. So
Yes.
I've only described like day 1. Day 2 was when they were going around tying up like a couple of loose ends or whatever it was. Day 2 was when she found out someone had been stealing her money.
Oh,
Someone
yes,
had been
the money
siphoning
stealing.
her funds. What? Okay, that's right. I did want to ask about that. It was a consistent 95 gold every month or so. But I had no idea what that was exactly. I didn't know if it was a case where Ionin like was also siphoning or if it was her father that had been siphoning.
It was, so I'll admit that I also don't have a concrete answer for this. So it was the father. And there are currently 3 ideas that I have running in my head. And I couldn't settle on it because I couldn't figure out what I wanted. The first one was like some form of child support, but that doesn't make sense. But that is what I immediately thought of when I revealed the whole like ledgers
Oh.
and the bank statements. I was like, maybe he's playing like some kind of child support, but also was like, or he's playing like alimony. Court shall award alimony to the dependent spouse upon a finding that one spouse is a dependent spouse, that the other spouse is a supporting spouse. I didn't understand a single word I just said.
Yeah, what just happened there? Wow.
Alimony, also called ailment, maintenance, spousal support, and spouse maintenance, is a legal obligation on a person to provide financial support to their spouse before or after marital separation or divorce. I can see that kind of makes sense because he was a city engineer.
Yeah.
So that can kind of make sense that he's like, you know, he is bringing in a little bit more money. And then they split, and through some court shenanigans, he still has to end up paying an alimony to mom. That could make sense. That's a little sad, but
Yeah.
that makes sense. That could happen. It's not as sad as the other things I'm gonna mention.
Oh.
I was some other were like the same things that Grant went through. I was considering that maybe he also went through a heavy depressive episode, because in my mind, your father loved you way more than your mom did. Not you, Evetta. Hold on, let's make this not personal.
Yeah.
Hold on, whoa, wait, hold on, let's back it,
Evetta.
No one loves you.
Oh, okay then.
I'm kidding. I love you, Amby. Evetta's father is way more affectionate. And I was considering going that route. Like, again, I didn't have anything concrete. I was considering going that route. And so maybe he just got super depressed, and like, you know, alcohol was like the one thing I was considering, or something else. Maybe he just started something else entirely. Maybe he just completely stopped going to his job and would just kind of sit around all day, but he still had to make payments, and so he had to draw money occasionally. Payments for what? I'm not sure. The other one was that I was considering that he was just taking out money because he was planning on taking the money and leaving.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think that the first and the third one are probably the least sad. I think the third one's probably the least sad overall.
Yeah.
He was just taking some money so that he could just like have enough to leave.
Yeah.
That doesn't exactly explain why it's like a specific amount on specific days, though, which is why I'm a little bit unsatisfied with that answer. But it's also the least sad answer, so I might just go with that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was some kind of fee that he needed to pay as a part of being a part of whatever union it was, wherever civil engineers were.
That totally makes sense.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's possible that like he ran out of like once he fell into a depressive episode, he's like just kind of quit and just started just hanging around the house and just doing nothing.
Yeah.
And then he ran out of money because he had to pay the union.
Yeah, which it makes sense. He honestly had no idea where his daughter went, and then realized that the mother was a gold digger and had been unloyal for years. What? Oh my god. I just, when I heard that from Tina, I was just like, excuse me? Holy moly, I came out of this woman? No. But yeah, it was just like, wow. And of course, from the way that Tina described how Evetta's mother behaved and everything, it seemed like the mother was only in it for the money. That was kind of the impression. So
pretty much. No, you hit the nail on the head.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that is kind of yeah, you right.
Oh my god. Oh, it's so sad. Oh, poor thing.
And then Ionin was all like, "Yay, human experiment."
Yeah, right. God dang it. So anyway, back to Evetta's trauma. This was still day 2, by the way. She, yeah, found out her mother was a terrible person, very selfish and everything. Was kind of funny though, because yeah, she was selfish, but she was. I understand.
Wow.
I think I already mentioned this in a previous recap, but Evetta probably would have understood why her mother would have left if her mother was just unhappy in general. If she was not happy with her situation and stuff, she would rather her mother leave and pursue something that she would be, more inclined to do, instead of withering away in a situation she wasn't happy with, which was the exact same thing that Evetta did. She was not happy with the laws that had been, that had passed, and her best friend had died, so she left, not saying anything. She was just so angry with Dayston that she just left entirely. Decided to pursue her own happiness, but that came at the expense of leaving her father behind, not knowing what happened to her mother, and all this other stuff. Oh my goodness gracious. But yeah, we come back, and Evetta finds out her parents are divorced. Father is missing, and the only tangible thing that she had of him was his wedding ring, which was very, very ironic, because yes, it represents a strong bond that should have stayed true for a while. Well, yeah, this was also when Evetta found out she legit does not have a home to return to anymore. House was up for sale. Everything was gone. It was just like basic furniture around, and that was it. Just clean shelves, clean floor, everything was gone. So she felt she couldn't even call Dayston her home anymore, because she didn't really have a place to come back to, because she doesn't own a home. Sure, she could probably rent an apartment, but no, she doesn't want to stay in Dayston. It's terrible, but
it's terrible. I mean, you're not wrong. Just the utter disgust. It's just terrible.
It's
Jesus.
terrible. Yeah. But yeah, so all of that happened on day 2. That was an insane amount of trauma that she was hit with back to back to back. And this was the point where Evetta was slipping in terms of mental fortitude. Like, it was cracking. Yep, she was about to break. But thankfully, Seth was there to, behave as emotional support, despite the fact, he wasn't exactly sure what to say, but he just happened to say the right things to keep her in motion and keep her motivated. So at least he was there. Thank goodness. So we'll fast forward a little bit. Day 5, while we're in Dayston, this is day 5. Mother was found on the sacrificial altar. Torn open, no heart. The heck? What? That was horrific. God dang, wow. And it made sense for Evetta to not be able to do anything at this moment, because it's someone she recognizes. Someone she recognizes. Someone she thought was dear to her. Dead. And completely eviscerated. So.
But she thought they were dear. No.
She thought, yeah. Yeah, that's true. She thought. Oh, goodness gracious. I was so sad. Oh my god. Yeah. It broke my heart. Oh. But, yeah, I found the mother. The next trauma point was basically when Seth nearly died to the ceiling, dropped onto him, because she thought she was about to lose another close friend. Because it's, she looked up to Seth during all of this. As well, Seth can cast magic and is quite charismatic. Knows how to handle situations pretty well.
I think this campaign was doomed from the start. The moment I decided, hey, what if we make a city that doesn't allow magic? And as someone who doesn't, because I think if I do that, I need to know magic in D&D well. You know what I mean? Like, I need to have a good grasp on it, in a sense of what's possible, in a sense of, because there's no rules per se, sure, but I think me being a new DM, a new world builder, a new everything, that may have been a much larger task than I bit off more than I chew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, definitely. I mean, it was interesting. Yeah, it was a unique obstacle that we all had to deal with. But yeah, no, wow, it was quite detrimental. But thankfully, Ionen's house was exempt from the arcane nullifier, which I was actually wondering about
Yes.
that.
Because he's had such a close hand to the whole project. He basically had whatever they used for the bracelets upscaled and like installed as like a perimeter around like his house.
Oh,
He
I
essentially had like an
see.
anti magic feel.
The anti. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I was afraid that when those explosions went off and stuff got buried under rubble, that crystal broke. And I
Yeah.
was afraid that was what was supplying the power to keep that anti magic field up. But thankfully, that wasn't. Instead,
That's nuts.
it was something else entirely. Which, wow, that was a shock. My God. We're not there yet, but yeah. So Evetta was terrified, seeing Seth nearly dying from sealing. Thankfully, he didn't die. But then she almost died from the meteor. She was very irrational, made all these mistakes, and in that episode, it was so hard to tell whether Queenie was joking or not. But I look back on it, and the entire time she said that she actually carried Evetta's mother with her while she was fighting the Ashmaker soldiers.
The whole time?
The whole time. Yeah. And what? I did not get that. I thought she was joking.
Yeah,
So that's why I thought Evetta's mother was still on the floor.
And I feel like that wouldn't make sense as well. Did I rule that she was carrying her the entire time?
No. Because you also thought she was joking.
Okay. Yeah, listen, look, I may have thought it takes 2 hours to go from district to district. There's no way you're fighting while you carry an entire person on your shoulder the entire time.
Yeah.
What? Listen, like, there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, she would be pretty encumbered. And
Yeah.
I feel she would only make one slash, not 2 slashes each time. But
yeah, one slash, or maybe like her movement is always halved, or like, because I know that would mean she can't have her shield out, so her AC is going down.
Yeah, exactly.
That's gonna impose a heavy that's gonna, maybe not a heavy penalty, but a penalty of some kind, because that doesn't.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
Yeah, it was. Oh gosh, Queenie, why'd you do that? That confused all of us. Cause yeah, Queenie was like, "I'm gonna give Evetta's mother to Evetta." And hello, what? What? Evetta has got both hands on her gun. She's fuming, angry because Ione is right there.
Yes.
You're gonna do that? Wait, what? So she said that she, dropped Evetta's mother on the floor because she can't carry her anymore. She was like, "Sorry, girly," and then walked off. And then I was like, "Wait, what? You're gonna just drop the mother on the floor like that?" I'm joshing. What? So you, what? Which one is it?
I don't know what went through her mind. I don't know if I'm honestly, I'm gonna chalk it up to that whatever she saw in her theater of mind was not what we were seeing in ours.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, because I think me and you are on the same page.
Yeah.
I don't know what was happening. I don't know if she thought she was like one of us, where we're Hindu goddesses, and can have like a pair of another arms, and can hold an extra thing, but like I don't know what happened.
Oh gosh, yeah, it was a very awkward situation, and well,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
but
it made me think that the mother was still on the floor. So Evetta was trying to pick up her mother to run away from the meteor. That didn't happen. I miscalculated the rounds, and meteor hit the house.
I never intended for I was like, if it was gonna deal any damage, it was gonna do at max like 8d6.
Hmm.
Like, which is just a standard fireball at that point. The standard, like
I
just like
see.
4d6 fire and 4d6 not meteor, 4d6 fire and
Oh.
4d6 bludgeoning damage.
Oh,
Which is,
okay.
I think you might agree, is way better than the 20d6 fire damage and 20d6 bludgeoning damage that the normal 9th level spell Meteor Swarm normally does.
Yes, I do agree. I do agree.
And technically, if he was casting Meteor Swarm, if I truly wanted to TPK you all, like I absolutely could have. I think.
Yeah.
I think we discussed this. I think we did a recap on it.
Yeah, and like the range for the meteor storm encompassed the entire map.
Yeah, encompassed the entire map.
So yeah, you honestly could have, but no, yeah. Whew, thank goodness. But
no, I never intended that from the start. No.
yeah, but yeah, Evetta just felt that she also kind of felt guilty about her own recklessness because it almost got her friends killed. Like getting Zara buried underneath the rubble from the meteor. Oh, that. Oh.
She ran back.
Yeah.
She ran back and she was like, "All right, girlie, I'll sit here with you."
Yeah.
What? What is happening?
Yeah, she was like, "Hey, girlie, we're gonna die here." Like, what?
That was not Zara. That was so clearly like Quenie, like just not knowing what to do. I feel like, because like,
Yeah.
what happened here?
Oh man. Oh my god.
And oh man. Oh god.
This
What
is pretty
a
funny. Oh,
yeah.
wow. But yeah, I mean, it did make for an interesting scene. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my god. Whew. But yeah, so and then fast forward a little bit, we finally make it back to, the hot zone and everything. Well, this is day 7, right before we finally leave Dayston entirely. Mother was completely dead this entire time.
Yeah.
This entire time, she was not who she was. The fire elemental was actually imbued in her the entire time. And that was so unfortunate.
Yeah.
I think, I remember Squid mentioning, I'll bring this up again once we do it with Squid, but I remember Squid mentioning how, he was joking. He was joking about how insidious Seth is, or could be, because, yeah, Seth is, like, super integral to the plot. He is very close friends with this NPC and becoming close friends with Evetta, and then, like, something catastrophic happens, and then he just rips them all away. He just completely, he either kills himself, or he, like, destroys everything around him and ruins everyone's lives. Well, guess what?
Just the. Well, guess what?
Wow. Now, granted, this was completely unintentional. I really don't think Squid foresaw this at all. But wow, this moment where Evetta found out that her mother had been completely dead the whole time, that really was the harshest false hope she had ever had. And that was why she was crumbling after they got out of Dayston. So, yeah. All of that in 1 week, 13 points of trauma, traumatic events, and everything. And I will say, I don't know if this is actually that safe to say it, but if it wasn't for Seth or the purpose, her purpose in saving the Underrunners and the Dayston civilians, Evetta probably would have taken her gun and offed herself because she felt that life was just not worth it anymore. If this type of stuff kept happening to her, then what's the point of living anymore? So that would have been pretty miserable, and I would not have wanted that at all. But it was hard. It was getting to a point where she was breaking. So yeah, that was why session 16 was kind of ended on a very, very bad note for Evetta. But oh well.
I'm telling you, man, it's the Scorched King.
Yes.
If I literally had not introduced them, we would have been fine. You would have gone on epic adventures, and it would have been a great first D&D campaign of just classic good old D&D. No. Instead, I'm like, here's a comically oppressive town or city with the most massive roads you have ever seen for no reason. Because why not? Like, I guess I just thought only one person per house or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh man. Yeah. Oh god. But yeah, dang. I do want to bring up some things that I probably do want a bit of closure with. No, okay, we did mention some of these. You mentioned that Evetta's father was actually in Thindon the whole time.
Yeah.
He had only been there for 3 months, but obviously Evetta had been gone by that point, so Evetta would not have known that her father was there. Now, what's messed up is that when we were on our way to Dayston, we actually went eastward, like straight eastward, then hit the river,
and then went straight
and
north,
then went northward.
Yeah.
So at some point we would have hit Thindon, but that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So dang, that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, you guys had gone exactly something like this.
Yeah.
In a sense, and something like this. Honestly, I honestly probably forgot about the town.
Oh, oops.
Which is completely my bad.
Darn. Yeah, because that would have been interesting for Evetta to return to the place that she was at before. Yeah. But then I'd be making a bunch of history checks or something to see if Evetta remembers what the town was like. I can't. But yeah, that was missed opportunity.
To remember just the town itself.
Yeah, right, just the town.
It's like I call for history checks for the most mundane thing. It's like, oh yeah, I guess I'll head to the general shop store. Can I buy some incense? History check, see what the price is. Why didn't I just look at the what?
You see, you have to account for the inflation rate.
No, the insane inflation rate of the year you've been gone. It's like, whoa.
Wow. But yeah, apparently Evetta's father was in Thindon and just took up a little, what was it, apprenticeship of some sort?
Yeah,
just
apprenticeship of
started
some
over.
kind of craft.
Yeah, started over with life.
Yeah, I would say carpentry or blacksmithing, maybe armor smithing instead. Just some kind of
that would have been great.
Yeah.
That actually would have been cool, because then that would actually give me a reason to select specific tools based on what he did. But
yeah, I think this campaign is essentially it's not fun to not give tools or not let your players shine, or it's no one likes sad stuff. Yeah, it's kind of, sometimes you want to get that shock value, but also this is terrible.
Oh gosh, yeah. I remember Squid talking about that sort of thing where, yeah, by human nature, you cannot keep a story going with just a bunch of conflict and sadness. There has to be that brief respite from everything, and to allow the players and the characters too to breathe, to revitalize themselves, because it's taxing mentally having to deal with it constantly. So yeah,
absolutely.
And that was why that bar fight with Dag and the Azamar was great. Oh, sorry, cage fight.
That's why I did that. I did that and introduced Tunar, and I tried to be and I tried to like have like more introduce like a cast of characters that were not sad, so that they can at least be distracting.
Yeah.
I think, oh, man.
Dang, poor Evetta. Every time Evetta got a scene, it was sadness again. It was like, God dang it.
Yeah. I think for me, Dayston has been a lesson of how not to do an oppressive city. This was absolutely not a way to go about it.
Yeah. Now Evetta just has like regret and resentment just like brewing within her the whole time. Obviously, it's a lot of vengeance for Ionin. But
yes,
like, I guess that is one bit of closure that Evetta does want to have.
Yeah, had you
So okay, I will say that Evetta probably like got Seth, maybe Zara if she wants to continue to follow, to at least take down Ionin together, or Dag, and Dag as well.
Yeah, we'll see. You guys made your way to Zinnikir Pass. The Ashmaker legions have mostly left. All the hostages, refugees, are chilling in shelters in Carmeli. You guys made your way to Zinnikir Pass. You fought through fire elementals and fire elementals.
Elements of fire.
Eventually found Ionin in a big circular dome. That's what domes are. As opposed to a square dome? Like, I don't know. Found him in a big like dome that was like at like the caldera of the volcano in Zinnikir Pass. You fight him, and people are taking damage. Get Ionin down to 1 HP. How do you want to do this?
Evetta probably would have walked up to Ionin and kicked him in the groin to avenge her mother. And then, what was it? I actually had something for it.
Oh, snap.
Oh, okay. It actually wasn't that, like, extravagant. But yeah, she would kick him in the groin. Then she would fire into his head to avenge her family. Fire another shot for Dayston just somewhere. And then fire 2 shots, like, I don't know, below the belt somewhere for Farissa.
Yeah. Good old 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 combo.
Yeah. With her quick reloading somehow.
Right, I skipped 3. Whoops. God dang it. Yeah, why not? Yeah, you avenge Farissa? What the heck happened there? Right, like, what in the world?
She only avenged half of Dayston.
Days, Farissa.
Oh gosh, yeah, and I actually had an idea that once we finally reached Carmeli, and Evetta was probably, I don't know, at some point able to pick up and read through some of the books that they have in their archives. I'm assuming there are books. But after like reading through a few
somehow,
of them,
books would be super hard to find in a magic-focused city for some reason.
Books are outlawed.
For some reason, somehow. And you'll be like, that doesn't make sense. I'll be like, no, it makes sense.
Oh gosh. I actually had the idea to multi-class Evetta into a wizard at some point down the line, so that she could make use of a spell book and cast rituals from it. Okay, I don't know if I can do that, but
I mean, no, totally,
Yeah,
Now
that
makes
was
sense. Like,
something that I wanted Evetta to be able to do.
yeah, that's interesting. A wizard artificer combo. I don't know any things off the top of my head that could do, but that'd be super interesting.
Yeah, I feel like that would make sense narratively, but mechanically, I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
That's
I
something
want to
that I'll
bring
have
out
to
that combo.
experiment with. But yeah, I had that idea.
Yeah, very interesting. Why am I
Yeah.
talking like this?
But yeah, so Evetta would multi-class. She would finally shoot down Ionin, have her revenge.
Hmm.
Probably invited Ibri to adventure along with her with Seth.
Yes.
Show her the world. And then at the end of it all, yeah, Evetta would have probably followed Seth and Thea to the old world.
Ah.
So that was like my plan for her after everything that had happened with Scorch King. So
Scorch King. I hate Scorch King.
stupid Scorch King. God dang it.
He ruined everything. He got what he wanted in a way, man.
He kind of got what he wanted.
Got what he wanted.
Yeah, total annihilation
in
of
a
the
weird
world.
meta way.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. Man. Ah, jeez. But, yeah. I feel like, I think that was basically everything that I had for Evetta.
I have absolutely nothing planned for this area. I just made a swamp, because why not?
Oh my god. Are you taking notes from Michael Zaki? Is it poisonous?
It is now.
Oh no.
Somehow your frames dip when you're in the swamp and you're like, this isn't even possible.
Could you imagine a swamp that was cursed with some sort of like time slowing effect?
Oh man, that'd be so
god.
interesting.
And you had to figure out what was causing it. Break the conduit.
Or something like when you're in the swamp, relative like time passes somehow so much slower relative to in the swamp than to the areas outside of it, but it feels normal. So like you spend a day in the swamp and then you go out and people are like, well, you've been gone for a week, and you're like,
oh no. That'd be interesting.
That'd be so interesting.
Ooh, that would definitely work narratively.
Yeah, ooh.
That would be cool. I'm also hoping that since I am an assassin rogue, I can try to experiment with I was about to say martial arts. Wait. Martial combat. I could experiment with that. Yeah, and try to be a bit more creative in how I approach combat and handle it. Because I really did like what Squid did with Seth. Granted, Seth had a lot of spells at his disposal that allowed him that amount of creativity and flexibility. So that made sense. But, like, I'm wondering, how can I do that with a rogue? But,
we'll see, honestly.
Yeah, we will definitely see. Because, like, oh my goodness, like I said the other day, after episode 15, I was not a fan of combat. But I think it's not just that I don't like combat. It's that I don't like stagnant combat and going through things just by numbers and numbers only.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I should have. It's the fact that it was like an ad fight. And not that. It's the fact that, like, I think it was the issue of how there was, like, so many of the Clan Lei warriors, I think. Because I had to, like, account for all of them, you know?
Yeah.
I had to account for all of them, and...
But even so, like, I think I felt stifled in creativity. Like, I actually wanted to, like, coordinate. I would like to have everyone, like, respond to each other and not chat. Maybe bark orders or command each other in some way, like direct some of us to focus or whatever it is, like coordinate our attacks. But obviously, there really wasn't any of that. Everyone really did literally take their turns and only
Yeah.
focus on what they could do without ever considering what the others could do. But, well, that sucked that Seth could not command the wyverns. Because
Yeah.
completely forgot about that they would not be able to understand the language. It made sense though, because yeah, they're bestial. There's that they can't do that.
Yeah.
So that was unfortunate, but it was creative despite.
That was, and I was willing to go along with it, but yeah, then I realized like, oh wait, well, yeah, they wouldn't really be able to understand him.
Yeah.
I think straight up, let me see. Hold on. I think straight on the Wyvern stat block, it doesn't list. Yeah, they can't. They literally don't have a language they can speak.
Oh, interesting.
It doesn't list like it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't even list. Oh god, it doesn't even list like a kind of bestial language of any kind, or like, because like fire elementals can speak Ignan, and wind elementals speak like Auran and things like that, and they're all classified under primordial.
Oh.
So and it's like wyverns don't have like some special like, they don't have like some primal form of draconic that they speak. It's not even like no, like Drakian. They speak Drakian.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, homebrew a language. Yep, they speak Drakian now.
Wait. Oh, you know what they speak?
Huh?
Dovazul.
Oh no! We literally have to shout at them to talk to them. Wow.
Honestly, yeah, that encounter was pretty much, all the faults were pretty much on my end. Not only did, I mean, not even the enemies did anything like interesting tactical wise.
Yeah.
They just ran at each other and swung.
Yeah. It was like,
There was,
how do I describe it? It was almost a simulation of tabs.
pretty much.
They just ran at each other.
Yeah. They're silly little swings.
Tink, 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 tink.
Oh!
But yeah, that was really unfortunate. One of the
Yeah.
things that I wanted to do was the thunder wave, but I couldn't because the allies were all over the enemies too. So I would thunder
Yeah.
wave them.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, that was literally like 4 people watch a man play a board game by himself. That was literally that session.
Oh, yeah. I think Squid expected that too, which, oh, dang.
Yeah. So next time I'll throw 2 wyverns at you, but it'll only be you 4.
No. At level 3? No.
With a world-ending plot in the background. Yes. A god has descended upon the world, and it is only your guys' job, no one else's, to solve it.
Oh my god,
Good
yeah.
job, hunters. We did it. Why didn't you guys help?
Yeah, what? Wow, could you imagine though? Like, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't recommend this immediately, but yes, some kind of world ending plot, but it's not just us who is responsible. It is also another team, another prominent party of some sort, who's also doing the same thing we are.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, will we be friends or will we be against each other? That would be interesting. But,
Alright.
yeah, that was some good
man.
closure, especially with Ionin, because she really needed it. That was like, what, the one good news out of everything or something? Wow. Unfortunately, we ran out of time before we could go into some of the other stuff that I wanted to bring up in regards to Evetta. Ridersel is currently not here, So I'm just gonna go ahead and finish up any of the loose threads or like any of the other topics that I wanted to bring up. So, first topic, Gavin. Unfortunately, Ryder didn't actually have a concrete idea on what he wanted to do with him, which was a little sad. I don't know if it was a spur of the moment kind of thing, but Gavin was a character that we had discussed way before I gave any more backstory on Evetta in general. I just knew that Evetta was going to hail from Dayston, so I wanted her to have some connections within the city to see if there was any way she could, I don't know, maybe gain some help against whatever threat is going to come up or something like that. Gavin was one of the people on her mind because he was a fellow artificer. Well, okay, I was thinking artificer. Maybe I'm just going to settle with just a normal engineer of some sort. But, well, Evetta and Gavin didn't necessarily have that great of a relationship after a certain point. Because ever since Evetta's best friend, Farissa, died, Gavin's and Evetta's relationship fell apart because Gavin was the kind of person who believed that Farissa deserved it because she was an arcane caster. He, I guess you can say he was pretty much brainwashed by Dayston's authorities, believed everything they said about arcane users in general, that they were bad, they were violent, they did nothing good to society at all. And with Farissa's death, Gavin's views on the whole thing was just solidified, and he didn't sway from it at all. And it hurt Evetta tremendously because she knows the other side of the story. And so they're no longer friends. Gavin is on Evetta's blacklist, as we have discussed in a previous episode of sorts. But Ryder said that the only thing he had planned for Gavin was just to have him have Evetta's blueprints, maybe sell them to the military. I'm not sure if he was going to have him join the military, but yeah, he really didn't have anything beyond that. Wasn't really sure what to do, and maybe he couldn't come up with anything because we never really followed that thread after Evetta found out that her blueprints were stolen. I wish we were able to follow it, but with what limited knowledge we had of Dayston in general, for both the characters and the players, I didn't really know what to do either. I'm not sure. The other idea I had for Gavin before all of this, before we actually started the campaign, was that Gavin was going to be a part of the military. He was going to be a part of their research and development unit. And with his engineering prowess, he was going to be the one to create anti-arcane fields that the military could deploy onto the field. Just small ones, just small shields. And I have no idea if Ryder actually took inspiration from that. I think he said he didn't. No, wait, I think he said he did, actually. I think he got the idea from something else. And then my idea with Gavin encouraged him to follow suit with that sort of thing. And that's basically the reason why Dayston had this enormous anti-arcane field from the Silverlight statue stuff. But I wasn't sure if Gavin was actually a part of that or anything. But yeah, no, Ryder said that, nope, that was it. That didn't really have anything. So for any of you who were wondering, what was I going to do once Evetta met Gavin? Well, if we actually found Gavin normally, before everything with the Scorch King Empire and the Ashmakers fell through and everything, before all of that, I was planning on either... Okay, I had a few ideas on how to approach the situation, because ultimately the goal for Evetta was to get her blueprints back so that she could probably make modifications to it and enhance her own gun. Obviously that didn't really happen, but number one was that we were going to trick Gavin into thinking that Evetta and Gavin were still friends and try our best to convince him to return the blueprints in some sort of diplomatic manner. I'm not sure if Evetta would have gone down that route, simply because of how angry she is with Gavin's behavior. And how she still believes that Gavin has no respect for arcane users in general. So by extension, Gavin would have no respect for Evetta either. But I don't know if Gavin actually knew that Evetta was an arcane caster. So I'm not sure how that would have played out, since he would not have known about it. But that was option number 1. Option number 2 was to have someone distract Gavin, while the other one would investigate his house and steal back the blueprints. I had this idea where Seth could transform into maybe someone Gavin was romantically interested in. Either interested in, or maybe a friend that he looked up to, or something like that. Someone that maybe Gavin would be receptive to in some way. So Seth would distract, perhaps. Maybe Zara would distract as well, with her nobility status, the way she presents herself and stuff. While Evetta would sneak off and try to look for her blueprints. I don't think she would have known what the inside of Gavin's house looked like, because they had only known each other at the university, so they had their own dorms, but never really visited each other's houses because their relationship fell apart while they were still at university, so there was no way for Gavin to know where Evetta's parents were, unless if he stalked her. Unless if he did some unscrupulous stuff and spied on her or something. I don't know. That would have been really awkward. But, so yeah, that was option number 2. Option number 3 was whether or not Gavin was in his home or not, we would break in. We would break in. If Gavin was there, we would knock him out and just take the blueprints. However, none of this really accounted for whether Gavin was actually alone in his house. So I don't exactly know what we would have done if there was an extra person there. It could have been the whole Wendell-Voltes situation, where we didn't want to hurt Wendell. We didn't really know how much to reveal to Wendell, and so it made everything so much harder to talk about. The whole conversation was just dampened a ton because of Wendell's existence. And then in the same vein with Gavin, no idea if we would have not been able to do anything had there been an extra person there at Gavin's house. But sadly, none of that worked. None of that happened at all. Because number 1, Evetta did not know where Gavin's house was. That was a huge mistake on my part, because looking back on the VODs, I just realized that Harvin knew where Gavin lived. So Evetta should have asked Harvin where he lived so that she could track him down and get her blueprints back. But thinking on it, I don't know if I would have been able to do that anyway, because of how quickly the Ashmakers were kind of settling in. The plot, I mean. The Ashmaker plot. How much it was actually invading and influencing our decisions throughout our time in Dayston. Because, yeah, we couldn't really ignore it. There was nothing we could do to ignore the problem, because it kept getting shoved into our faces. No one would talk about anything else but the Scorch King Empire and the Ashmakers. So that limited our options pretty heavily. So, yeah, that's that for Gavin. On to the next topic, Caserly. So, I did not have much for Caserly in terms of Evetta's background. It's just that she was an Aasimar and a very devout one to the Silverlight. That was it. I didn't have anything else for her at all. But as we've discovered from, I suppose, what we've learned from Evetta's investigation, Caserly was actually trying to join the Three-Blade Clergy, basically Dayston's assassins, which is something that Evetta did not expect. By extension, I did not expect that either, because I envisioned Caserly to be a sort of pacifist in a way. Did not think that she would actually go down such an interesting route. But, well, she was refused entry. Caserly became dejected and decided that, actually, it was told that she was exiled from Dayston for being brutish in a way, which was again surprising for me. But Cassandra was exiled, left Jaston, and she basically disappeared into the Skywood Grove, which is a forest located east of Daston. And that grove, the location of that grove, was basically the reason why Evetta kept looking in the direction of it during episode 15, that dual wyvern fight. Not sure if anyone realized it at the time, but since Evetta wasn't that far from the grove, she wanted to rush over there to convince Cassandra to escape with her, because this was when everyone was still under the impression that the Ashmakers were going to summon the Red Dragon, Tavastra, and scorch this entire side of the island, basically the eastern side of it. Just ruin Daston, ruin everything around Daston, and that was it. So Evetta wanted to go over there to warn Cassandra and get her to run, but unfortunately, because of how constrained everything felt, because Evetta felt that they had such limited time to get their new allies to the hot zone, she had to suppress her concerns again, and basically resign herself to the fact that she was yet again going to lose another friend to this world-ending threat. That's basically it for Cassandra. I didn't really know if there was anything else in regards to her that I wanted to bring up. Oh, well, okay. I guess there was one thing. I thought that Cassandra would have been able to rise up in ranks, not with just the 4 monks, but maybe even rise to become an oraclist of some sort. Someone of power. And so I had this idea where maybe Evetta could look for Cassandra to see if she could seek an audience with the Grand Imperator, or at least, I guess, gain oraclists as allies, friends, in some way, much to the dismay of Seth. I mean, I don't really know how well that would have worked in the first place, because, you know, oraclists were supposed to have incredibly keen sense of, like, how did he describe it? I think they're really perceptive to arcane energy. So I'm not really sure how well that would have worked anyway, because Seth probably would have set off a few alarms, like quite a few alarms among the oraclists. So that probably would have gotten us into trouble in some way. Unless if this was the way we could meet Graham, that oraclist who helped Grant get away without being executed. But, oh, that also didn't happen. That was another useless thread of sorts. Like, Evetta really gained nothing from her time in Daston. Daston took everything away from her, so she left Daston, came back, still didn't really gain anything from Daston. Her hometown just rejected her of everything, basically. And, jeez, I don't know. The more I talk about this part of the campaign, the more I'm just sad that this sort of stuff just kept happening to my character. And writer did say that he didn't like the way he wrote the narrative either. He's not happy with it, not just with the Scourge Empire, but just with everything that had happened. Because, you know, no one really likes sad stories that much. I mean, I guess to clarify, more like no one likes having that amount of sad stuff happen to them back to back to back to back. So hopefully this next campaign we're going to be in, it's not going to be like that. But I guess we'll see. Anyway, moving on. I believe I brought this up in a previous recap, or maybe just a table talk session after an official session of some sort. But Evetta knows Elvish, which is unexpected for where she came from, a place that is incredibly prejudiced against elves and everything elvish in general. So, before the campaign started, I was already told that Jason was against arcane in some way. Like it's not to the level that we know right now, but it was to a point where yes, they had quite amount of prejudice against arcane users in some way. So one idea I had for why Evetta knew Elvish was that, well, as we all know, Jason badly lost that war against Carmeli. So as a result, it became a requirement for the military to learn Elvish for strategic purposes. And then, by extension, since, I felt Dayston might exploit their artisans for the military, students of the university would also learn Elvish. And this is so that Dayston could send spies into Carmeli. Or if a Carmelian knight tried to covertly send orders in Elvish, they would be able to understand what their enemy was saying. But, well, Ryder stomped his foot down and basically said no. He said that he gave me a reason why it wouldn't work. But he honestly didn't. Just that it wouldn't work at all for some mysterious reason. And so I had no choice but to come up with some cop-out for why Evetta knew Elvish. I'm not really satisfied with it, but it's what I had to work with. It's whatever. I did bring it up again recently, and Squid really liked the idea that I had, and Ryder admitted that back then he had a completely different vision for Dayston's military. That was why he couldn't see how it would work, but these days he probably would have reconsidered it, especially since it was meant for strategic purposes of some sort, not to glorify the elves and Elvish in some way, but more to use it as a tool against Carmeli. But yeah, that didn't really follow through, as we know. So instead, Evetta learned basically a very limited amount of Elvish from whatever was saved in the university's archives. Maybe she was able to get into the restricted area or something. Not sure how, because I figured that most of the written material on Elvish itself was burned to the ground because, Dayston has immense prejudice against Carmeli, anything Carmeli, and that includes any kind of elf in general, anything arcane and fae. But obviously, because of how restrictive and horrible things are in Dayston, she couldn't practice that knowledge, at least not openly, due to Dayston's authorities brainwashing their people with, the prejudice and stuff. So while she could read it, she couldn't fully understand spoken words nor speak it herself. Maybe she would be able to pick up a few things, but that's just it. So I had this thought that if we ever got to Carmeli, I would have had Evetta try to speak in Elvish, but when translated, it would be incredibly nonsensical sentences of some sort. Like, she would say things like, "Good morn, I wish the horseshoe climate of the rock would be your medicine." And, it's just like, what she meant to say was that, "Good morning, I hope your day's well." But obviously, it's just completely wrong. It wouldn't make any sense at all. And Evetta would have had to rely on Seth to basically teach her the ropes, teach her the general phrasing of how Elvish is supposed to work, so that she could correct herself and stuff. But that never really came into play. We never got far enough to reach Carmeli itself before Ryder expressed his disdain with how he had written World. So unfortunately, that will never happen. But it's fun to think about that kind of stuff. I don't really think I had anything else for why Evetta knew Elvish, but that was something that I did want to bring up in this episode. And the last thing I wanted to touch upon was Evetta's intelligence. Earlier on, I touched on the fact that Evetta's high intelligence basically led her to being incredibly good at investigation checks, but it didn't help that it was kind of against Evetta's character to do that, because most of the time, anytime we needed to loot, it was looting from dead bodies. We had just finished some fight of some sort, and looting dead bodies was like probably the most basic thing to perform an investigation check on, which I don't know if I guess part of it to blame is on me being new to D&D, so I didn't really think to check places that often. But aside from that, Here is another event that's basically a good example of my character not being allowed to shine, or just not being able to shine in general. And this one really bummed me out that I brought it up to Ryder and Squid later on. But remember when Seth was attempting to figure out what Ionin was doing with all those crystals in episode 14? Those soul gems. Well, if you also recall, Evetta wasn't allowed to help Seth at all during that discussion, which really sucked because Evetta has really, really high intelligence. It's not 20 high. She almost reached 20 high, actually, but it was really high enough that she could probably help Seth in landing all those checks. But yeah, Evetta is incredibly intelligent. She read up on all of those academic books that Seth had given her during their early time together. And so I thought that because of those books, Evetta might have been able to recognize a few patterns and piece them together in a way that others might not have been able to, even if she had never seen that exact combination before. And I mean, that's basically what researchers and engineers do, right? They draw upon their past experiences or whatever it is that they've done research on, that they've observed, and then draw conclusions about things that people probably have not really talked about. That's how they come up with these inventions and stuff. But I'm really sad that didn't really work out. I will say that also I don't think anyone realized this at the time. And by anyone, I mean like any of the other players, nor the DM even. But during that entire segment, Evetta was already helping Seth in suggesting ideas that he hadn't thought about before. Basically, like the warriors' hearts. Are they a conduit? Is that where they're drawing their power from? Where are they drawing their power from? And like, what's the connection between the crystal, Evetta's mother, her missing heart? You know, all this other stuff. So already, right from the start, Evetta was actually helping Seth by pointing out details that he had missed earlier. And I brought this up to Squid and Ryder later. And Squid immediately agreed that Evetta should have been able to help Seth because of how intelligent she actually is. I mean, think about it. She grew up in a city that's completely against arcane, but she still managed to design, craft her own firearm, and then figured out how to infuse it with arcane energy to transform it into a focus, something that not even Seth has done. Someone innately born with arcane power. Now, I don't know if Squid meant that Seth had never considered doing that, or if Seth just doesn't know how to do that in general. So that is already a key difference between Seth and Evetta, at least in terms of, I was going to say arcane power, but I'm not sure if that's the correct term for that. I was going to say acuity as well. I don't know, but either way, Squid said that Evetta didn't necessarily need to have seen that specific sigil before to understand it. She just needed to know what the different components looked like, and she might have been able to piece together what it meant through deduction alone, like what the sigil would actually do. But yeah, nope. Ryder did admit that he completely underestimated Evetta and should have allowed her to help Seth regardless, and it was the saddest thing ever because the roll that Seth got was that he got a 12. Pretty mid roll, which was pretty sad, but what's done is done. We've basically let Ryder know that, yeah, I mean, it could have happened this way. He could probably take this information to apply it to our next campaign of sorts, but it's whatever. At least we all came to an understanding that Evetta just wasn't allowed to shine in general in this campaign. So I guess we'll see how things go with the next campaign. But in any case, I believe that's basically it for what I had for Evetta. This is now basically it, rather. And we shall move on to Seth. All right. Well, we are here with Squid to talk some more about Seth's backstory because we were not able to do that earlier. But yeah, I'm honestly pretty curious about his story because I'm just sad that we never really got to dive into it as much as we could have.
That sucks, and I want him to die.
I mean, he will
lightheaded.
die eventually, just not right now.
Oh, I stood up too fast while I was laughing at Seth.
Let's talk about Cecilia for a bit then.
That
What
bitch do.
was going on with Cecilia? Because all we know is that she was someone that Seth knew from Carmeli before he finally ran away. But they also had a sisterly relationship as well. Basically, Cecilia was the proto.
Evetta 1.0.
Student. Yeah, yes. Basically.
So originally, I guess just to dial it back, originally when we were starting the campaign, like, I had some information from Ryder, but I tried to keep my backstory like as vague as possible. Just because I didn't really know a lot about the world, and I didn't really know enough specifics to feel super confident to be like, here's all these people I knew, and here's all these specific locations and stuff like that. And so I didn't really have like a lot of the specific details that I would normally like utilize in writing a backstory for a character, like in other campaigns I've played in. So I was like, all right, let's just go ahead and sort of keep it super vague. So the ideas that I had is that Seth was just like one of many like magical students in the Carmeli colleges. And then it was session 3 or session 4 where Cecilia's name first came up?
You were on the road to the Llewellyn Manor.
Yes, I think it was like I think it was session 3. And then he dropped the name of like 3 specific NPCs, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I think we didn't really touch on it too much, but I was sort of like really captured with this idea. Like Ryder had basically like, because again, like I liked my backstory and I was happy with it, but it was very just sort of like, it's a very simple, very plain backstory, and the idea was I would fill it in like as we went once I was able to actually understand more about the world. And so the first thing that Ryder really did was name drop all these characters. And I don't know, Ryder, was it like something that you had planned before, or was it completely off the top of the dome in session 3 where you were like, yeah, Cecilia's like a young woman who like you basically like, convinced to go to colleges and stuff like that? Like, was that like planned?
It was completely improv. I was just like,
okay.
Oh, wow.
Woman exists.
Woman, a woman in life.
Whoa. Girls are real? Hold on. But yeah, I really like that idea because like the other two, like I like the other two NPCs, but Cecilia really caught my attention because I think that they did something kind of important with Seth in general, which was like humanize them. Because playing Seth is true neutral, like obviously he kind of swung around like emotionally like a little bit, where it's like that's sort of his story as he's trying to figure himself out. But I liked Cecilia as this like grounding force like back home, where it's like this is what I'm fighting for, this is what it's all about type thing. Here's a young kid who I like want the world to be better for. It's sort of like put a face on all these things that Seth is fighting for and like what he wants to like do in the world. And I really liked that. And so I just kind of ran with it with Ryder, and we just sort of like backfilled the rest of it from there. And like the idea that I had was when Seth was like a mid to late teenager, Cecilia's family like moved in to like wherever like the neighborhood in Carmeli that Seth lived, and Cecilia would have been like a baby or like a toddler or something like that. And Cecilia would have been like enamored with the idea of Seth as this like fancy spellcaster at a fancy college. And so Seth sort of like developed this like, older sister relationship. At the time, Seth was Seraphina, name drop. And
yeah.
And I like the idea that's like, yeah, it's like, oh, you gotta go babysit the neighbor's kid. I'm gonna give you like, here's a gold, babysit the neighbor's kid for like an afternoon or some shit like that. And then it's like, well, what are you gonna do when you're babysitting a neighbor's kid? It's like, well, I'm magic. Let me do some prestidigitation to entertain your tiny baby brain or something like that. And so I like the idea that like they just sort of developed this rapport where like Seth got her into magic or whatever, that they like remained like very, very close friends and developed like, that like older sister, little sister kind of bond, because Seth was the one that got Cecilia like into magic. And yeah, I really, really liked that. I thought it added a lot of depth to what was otherwise like not a flat character, because Seth had like, Seth was dynamic and had goals and had like emotions and stuff, but like there wasn't like a humanistic element really. It was probably Evetta was probably the closest thing to like something that made Seth like a little bit more relatable, because like here's a person that Seth could sort of like bounce off of. But I really like the idea that Seth had somebody like that like in their backstory.
Basically help develop them towards what they believe in and such.
Yeah.
Speaking of female Seth, of course, I will put up the image of what female Seth was supposed to look like. I am actually pretty sad that we never really got to see that version of Seth.
He's upset we didn't get to see the hot elf.
Yeah, because my one of the things that I had in mind was that once we got to Carmeli, and once Seth finally reverted back to female Seth and everything, I think Evetta would have felt incredibly conflicted, because she looks up to Seth as this, well, during her time with him, a brotherly figure. A brotherly figure and everything. And then Seth turns into this really hot elf and she's like, oh no, she's hot.
Oh god, gay panic. Oh no, she's hot.
So Evetta would have been struggling between trying not to make too many flirtatious comments, or just
oh my god,
it was just gonna be just general silliness once that actually happened. But yeah, never really got to that point.
Yeah. I do have to give a shout out to at Raviolis on Twitter. She is the artist that does the art that like I'm using the art from for female Seth. It's actually a character of hers from her D&D game, and she has given permission to use her art as long as you like credit her and shout her out or whatever. So if you're throwing it up on the screen, go check out her art. It's some of the best fantasy art I've ever fucking seen. She's fucking phenomenal.
Very nice.
I use a bunch of her art in my in like my home campaign for like NPCs and stuff, because specifically she has said that like as long as you mention her, like she is okay with you using it in like home games and stuff. So but yeah, she's fucking phenomenal. Go check her out.
I will look her up later, because yeah, this art is very, very good.
Yeah, she's got banger art, and I'd been using her art in my home campaign for a little bit, and so when I was developing, I specifically, so like originally I didn't have anything planned for like what Seth was really like appearance wise back in Carmeli. That was actually also completely inspired by Cecilia, when writer mentioned like Seth's relationship with her, and I was like, oh, okay, no, I kind of like the idea that Seth had like like this older sister little sister relationship, and I was like, that's actually really cool. So the only reason that is even part of Seth's backstory is that Seth originally was like a female elf, was like, I was like, okay, that works with Cecilia, I think that's really cool, and so I just ran with that.
That is neat. Okay. Yeah, I had no idea that part hadn't been developed yet. So
no, I knew that Seth was obviously a completely different person in Carmeli, including the fact that they were an elf. Like I knew Seth was an elf that entire time, because I talked with the writer about that.
Yeah.
And it made sense for Seth to like, rise up in the ranks of Carmeli. It's like, well, I'm gonna be an elf because it makes the most sense, because they're sort of like, in charge of everything. And then after the whole Cecilia talk, I was like, okay, well, it also kind of makes sense, like, for Seth to be a woman. And I also like the idea, it's like, I'm playing a 20 charisma character. It's like, Seth doesn't care about physical appearance whatsoever. Like, it bounces off of them. Like, it's just like, no, like, this is a tool. Like, I will use this in the same way that me being an elf is an asset, me being an attractive woman is an asset. Like, I don't really care what I look like, but other people do. So I'm gonna leverage that because why not? It's a tool that I have, so.
Yeah, you can definitely use to your advantage if you needed it, yeah.
Yeah.
On that note, though, since you didn't quite have an idea for the appearance at the time, what about her behavior after everything had happened once we got to Carmeli with Evetta on the team? You said that female Seth
so the
would have been quite
personality-
destructive or something?
Yeah, so I actually wrote. Writer has it. I have it somewhere, but I'm tired. I wrote down an entire like breakdown of like what each like
Form.
not like yeah, like what each form represented. Like it's all the same person. It's not DID. That's not my story to tell. I'm not here to touch that. Getting that out there right now. Seth represents somebody who is experiencing a lot of inner turmoil, trying to figure out like whether or not like they're a good person or a bad person. Basically, that's why Seth's true neutral, is because Seth doesn't actually know who they like want to be. And like I'm playing that with the like changeling thing, but it's more of like a which aspects of myself are the aspects that I want to like be the most pronounced. So it's less like these are different personalities, and it's more like these are all aspects of the same person, but like I'm specifically muting parts of myself because I'm trying to figure out like which of them is the real me, basically. Like in the same way that like, you know, as you grow and change as a person IRL, like you grow and like parts of your personality are like either muted or enhanced as you like, you know, become a full person. And like, you know, Seth's like 30 something, so like they've kind of got it all figured out, but like I think the thing I was trying to play off of was like the fact that they're a changeling and they're sort of grappling with this. It's like which me is the like which parts are actually the real ones and which are the ones that I play up. And yeah, the idea that I had is that Seraphina is not just the more like destructive one, but just like very impulsive, very brash, very sort of like I'm going to make a decision and I'm not really going to consider the consequences. Whereas Seth is very much like, no, I'm thinking about everything. I'm constantly planning everything because I'm trying to figure out what it is that needs to be done and who it is I am. Whereas Seraphina is like, no, full commit. I am going to like just do the thing and sort it out afterwards. And I knew that that's what I wanted Seth's original personality to be ever before I decided gender or anything, because this is the person Seth was when they decided, fuck it, I need to leave Carmeli and I need to change the world. This is not the type of person that sat down and really thought about like a whole lot of stuff. They just knew that they needed to do something and they committed to it. The parts that were Seth were the parts that were like, all right, well, I'm gonna go and do this, but I am gonna go ahead and plan for a year. So the idea that I had is like Seraphina, when Seth was her, was just like, I'm sick of everything. I need to figure out how I can make the world better and get shit on track. And then the more like Seth aspects of the personality are the like, okay, I'm gonna take a year, I'm gonna figure out how to perfectly leave and like plan everything meticulously so that I can do it right. And then by the time that year is up, Seraphina leaves Carmeli and it's Seth now for 2 years until Seth meets the party. And it's like, as they're slowly like, you know, developing this new personality for themselves. And yeah, Seraphina would have been more like, just kind of laissez-faire, just very much like, all right, guys, let's fucking go. Like, I would have been able to play them a bit more like, not necessarily chaotic, but just a bit more like uncaring. I guess that is still chaotic, but yeah.
I think it kind of is. Kind of. Not really caring about the consequences.
Yeah.
That is really interesting, though, because that was the way Seraphina was for 30 years before creating this new identity, this new personality for them.
I don't know when a good time to bring this up would be, but it feels like it kind of works here, I guess. One of the things that I was personally sad that never came up was when Seth is looking at their hands. If anyone actually like looked over Seth's shoulder and like stared at Seth's hands with them, what Seth was doing, that like Seth's not just like spacing out. Seth's shape-shifting their fingerprints over and over and over again. And they're switching back and forth between their true form, Seraphina, and Seth. And it's Seth sitting there trying to remember which one is the correct one. I had this idea where it's like at some point, like Seth, who's like very, very like, everything has to be, in a certain way, and I'm planning everything. At some point, something happened, and Seth wasn't able to keep track of which fingerprint was which. And part of Seth like trying to figure everything out and who they are is like they're just sitting there staring their hands and just being like, which one is the correct one? How do I know what's correct? Which one is me? Type thing. But it never came up because like people just saw Seth staring at their hands like, that guy's fucking weird, I'm gonna leave him alone. Which is valid.
Yeah. Darn, I feel like if
What a weirdo.
Yeah, no, basically. I just made a little gremlin. That's all I want to ever do is play little goblin, man.
if we weren't so pressed on time in the game, I feel like Evetta would have been a bit more inquisitive on it, because there have been multiple cases in which she's seen him staring at his hands, and she would be wondering like, why.
Yeah. He doesn't ever attempt to hide it because, again, he doesn't care really what other people think. This is a very personal thing for him where it's just like, I don't know which one is me. How do I know which one is me? Are they all me? Where am I?
Are they all me?
Yeah.
Who am I? What am I doing?
Yeah, again, like I don't know. I mentioned this when Seth first transformed, but I like the idea of I like the idea of not just body horror, but just like, sort of like the existential, like trying to figure this shit out. Like that would be terrifying. Like if you had the ability to change your body at will, and then one day you're like, well, fuck, what am I really? Like, I can destabilize every atom in my body and reconstitute them. Did the real me die the first time I shapeshifted? Like,
yeah.
The implications of a changeling are like kind of horrifying, which like I'm trying to draw on that from like the original like Celtic like folk tales of changelings, like the idea that they are these like horrifying like shapeshifters that steal babies and turn into them, and you never quite know who a shapeshifter is, and you can kind of tell that they're a little off. But I like the idea that like even the shapeshifters are like off-put by themselves. Like I don't actually know what implications my existence has, and that was like the real nugget of Seth, was just like, what do I do with this? Gestures itself.
Yeah. I mean, we were definitely seeing some parts of that uncertainty in Seth's dialogue when he first brought up the dream, actually, which I do want to go into, because I was only given like a snippet of what actually happened in the dream itself, but I was wondering if you would like to go into some more detail on that. I absolutely loved the detail about the swinging the gavel to reveal memories. That was a really cool idea.
Yeah, that was rad.
Would you like to describe the dream you saw first, and then you can tell us what you thought of it, and then I can maybe give like full details or like what I was trying to hint at?
Yeah, actually,
Okay.
before we so I'll give what I thought of it. Like as part of that is I actually have I have guesses, or a guess, I guess. But
Okay.
so yeah,
yeah.
You go first. No, you explain.
Okay,
You probably
yeah.
have more of it written down than I do, so you go.
Yes, I have this very written down. So,
There's of hands.
what had happened? What had happened? Seth woke up in an ethereal expanse, this endless kind of just flat planescape. I think you made a check. It was that you guessed it was like somewhere within the astral realm or the astral sea. But you saw visions of Cecilia, as she started to speak more, she would she would begin to ask Seth, things like, who are you, and like, why did you do this?
Oh, challenge
But
him.
as she was asked these questions, Seth's voice would start to mix in, or I guess more, it would be Seraphina's voice. Seraphina's voice would begin to mix in with Cecilia's own voice. And then I feel like it's a detail I'm about to skip over, but I can't remember. But 5 cultists suddenly appeared, right? Like a wind blew by, and then these 5 cultists appeared. And as the wind blew by, Cecilia's outfit also changed, right? And they were all wearing this robe dedicated to the Archlich Vecna. And then it would begin to challenge him more, telling him why have you done this? Who are you? Things like that. But now Seth's voice was beginning to mix in. So it was this weird discordant, almost I would say kind of ear grating kind of cacophony.
Mm.
And then Cecilia fired at him with some kind of spell, and he was blown back thousands of miles super rapidly, extremely quickly. And when he came to a stop, the statue of the blind maiden began to rise from the ground. All right, and it presented, what was it, 2 doors?
Yeah.
It was 2 doors. Okay. I thought it was 3 doors for some reason. I don't know why.
So it was 2 doors in the statue, and when I
doors,
asked which one was correct, that's when she was like, neither.
Yeah. And then a kind of pedestal rose out, or as I can't remember how I presented the gavel, but a gavel rose appeared. it just appeared. Why not? Yeah. It just and Seth picked it up, and when he swung it, it would basically reveal different snippets of Cecilia's memory, and that was basically the judge, kind of the god of order, kind of helping Seth out. And I think that was the dream. Yeah,
That's basically it. I think the one thing that one of the things that happened that I enjoyed, and I was interested to see how you would play with it, when Seth woke up, was basically the second Seth realized it was Cecilia, he instantly switched back to Seraphina, not even a second of hesitation.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the things I was really curious was, when I woke up, the first thing I asked you is, which form am I in? Because part of me really liked the idea that Seth wakes up and it's Seraphina. He fully shifted physically in response to the dream, which I thought would have been kind of cool.
Interesting.
That didn't happen, unfortunately.
But I was speaking in Seraphina's voice at first to Evetta. Which I was like, I think that was around when I determined that Seth's inner voice, when Seth's thinking, is Seraphina's voice. Because Seth could grow 18 different pairs of vocal cords and talk however Seth wants to talk.
Yeah.
But I like the idea that it's no, I've been thinking in this voice literally my entire life, from the age of probably 4 until 32. I'm gonna still think in that voice type thing, which I don't know. I feel like there's some I could have played around with that eventually, but yeah, no, I really like the dream sequence. The main thing that I sort of was curious about was when I was talking to the blind maiden statue, and she was like, neither door is correct. My immediate assumption, once I was thinking about it after the session, was that that was metaphorical for the 3 forms of Seth. That whole dialogue, when she said neither, it's no, it's either the idea being either there's another part of you, the part of you that is correct is a combination of those 2 things, or it's your true self. You just haven't been that person for like a long time. But I like the idea that it's like each door represented one of the two people Seth has been, but it's like, no, neither of these doors is correct. You need to find the one that is correct, which is probably somewhere in between these two like ideals of yourself, which I liked a lot.
Yeah, and then I don't think you got to see. Yeah, I remember you didn't get to see past the doors. But I would say I don't. I honestly, I didn't think I had a full grasp on Seth. So some of the things that I thought were probably not things that you hadn't were going to go with. But I do remember that the two doors, there wasn't going to be a way to view past them, but there were going to be like two ends of an extreme.
Yeah.
There was going to be like two different like radicalizations.
I mean, that is more or less the idea that I had with Seth, is like,
yeah,
Seth either, you know, is this bastion of like, no, the world's a good place and it can be that way because we can make it that way, or like Seraphina is like incredibly nihilistic and just like, nothing matters, we have to burn it all down, and then once it's gone we can start with how it's supposed to be.
yeah. And I think the two doors were going to more or less represent that.
Yeah, which I that is what I assumed it was. I definitely was like, oh, okay, I think I can get what you're getting at here, and I really like that. I thought that was a really good like visual metaphor for like kind of, you know, all of Seth's stuff that he was going through. Yeah, I like that scene a lot. That was a good time. I think it's always fun when one player gets like a little thing and it's like, oh fuck, what's happening to that guy?
Oh man, that reminds me. I wanted to hint at you guys Dag's backstory by not having your characters know, but I was going to have Dag have a dream sequence where he was going to fight back in the gladiator like pits that he was raised in, and it was just gonna be like, it was gonna slowly start getting more and more nightmarish.
That's cool.
Like it was like the normal things he would fight, and then he would start like fighting like his kin, and then start fighting you guys, but like horribly deformed. And then if he managed to get past that, it was gonna be like he would like fight like himself, like a Shadow Link. he was just gonna fight Link. He was just appear.
Just Link.
I'm a big sucker for in D&D in general, doing fight the like inverted versions of yourself. One of my absolute favorite things to do is take my players' stat blocks, turn them into NPCs, and just make them fight like mechanically identical versions of themselves.
Interesting.
I've always loved shit like that because it's like, you know, as DM, like we've got the D&D Beyond. I can see how all of you are built. I'm going to take your character concept and play them against you and see if you can beat yourself. Like, I love shit like that. I don't know why. It's probably because I am a big fucking Zelda nerd and I love the Shadow Link fight.
Inspired by Persona. No.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, I'm a big Persona fan and I'm a big Zelda fan. And I also, like, you know, I think Seth kind of indicates that, like, I like the idea of, like, battling with yourself, like, either metaphorically or quite literally. And so it's like, yeah, I love shit like that.
I totally wanted, I think, you know, I totally wanted to, like, try and do that.
I find that it works best, Seth, like, late levels.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have loved it for Seth. That would have been fun as hell. Because Seth is fundamentally like a control/support mage. So like putting Seth against himself, like that fight would be like a slog, but in like I think a really interesting way. Because it's like all Seth is built to do is to like, I'm here to buff my allies, give them reactions, and make the fight easier for them and try to control it somewhat. But if you put two of those wizards or like two of those spellcasters against each other, it's like, well, I'm gonna cast a 5th level guiding bolt at you, and you're gonna cast a 5th level guiding bolt at me. We're gonna see who kills each other first.
the iconic lasers just like connecting each other. You have to mash X to
like
push each other.
Style.
Yeah, right. Oh my god.
But no, I think actually the winner of that fight, if it's actually Seth v Seth, if we're playing it smart, the winner of that fight is just whoever rolls better on initiative, because
I was
the
gonna say
first
that,
thing
yeah.
the first thing you do is you slam hold person, and then you hope that they A, fail it, and then B, can't break out of it, and then you slam a guiding bolt into them, quicken, slam another like cantrip into them, and you're just like, all right, you're dead.
Yeah. I think for Evetta, at least narratively, if she had to do something like that, I do not think she would have been able to win on her own. Because up
Yeah.
until this point, you know, she had been enduring all of this emotional trauma within the span of 1 week. And because that misery is just so impactful on her, if it wasn't for Seth being there as, you know, the brother figure, I think she would have just perished completely.
Yeah.
There was
It
a
was
point where I
definitely,
was
like-
debating on whether like Evetta would actually like hint that she was having really, really dangerous thoughts, and that if you did not tend to her or pay that much attention to her to, you know, get her back on track, she would eventually walk off and then maybe off herself.
Yeah. I think that kind of like that sort of fills back into like the idea with Seth like needing like a humanizing element, because like fundamentally Seth's just like a bunch of big ideals and a bunch of big goals. But I like the implication with Seth being like Seth needs like a person to like not project onto, but to like act as like a grounding like thing.
Yeah, to
Seth
help him
basically
anchor
just-
into reality.
Yeah, exactly. Seth needs a humanizing anchor to like be able to focus on, because otherwise, pardon me, Seth is just like, pardon me a third time. Sorry, I'm on to my second beer. Because otherwise, yeah, Seth is just like a big bundle of emotions themselves, like trying to figure out who they are and having really complicated thoughts both internally and externally, like about themselves and the world. And it's like, if you just leave that person alone with themselves, they're not going to get anything done. They need a person to like be able to push them forward, even like by literally doing nothing, but just by physically being there to like provide a realistic stake that like, oh, okay, this is what it's all about. Because like, and the reason why like Evetta was this, why Cecilia was this before her, is the idea that like Seth lived in Hrodenfar for like 2 years and had this plan about like, yeah, I need to make the world a better place. We're gonna, you know, cut down all of the like all the like evil like societal like issues that are out there, and we're gonna make it better for the common people and blah blah blah. Sev couldn't accomplish anything on their own, like just wasn't able to. And the idea being that like Sev's too busy caught up in their own shit to be able to deal with these like much bigger things, and they also can't, like they literally cannot do it on their own. And so like somebody like Evetta comes along and it gives them the kick in the ass to like actually go and do this, which is like, I designed it in that way because realistically it would make no sense for someone like Seth to like leave Carmeli and then just go sit in a like random town for like 2 years. Like if Seth was truly committed to the things they believed in, like it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, you throw in the idea that's like, no, they're actually paralyzed with like their own inability to figure themselves out, that they also can't like go and do these things that they want to do. It's almost like I have depression and I'm projecting onto my character. You could say I'm drawing on from some things. Under
Aw.
character flaws for Seth, it just says ADHD. But no, like I really like the idea. It's like, no, because like the story for Seth really starts once Evetta gets there, and then the rest of the crew gets there, and it's like, oh, okay, it's like I'm going to be the person that I've been saying that I'm going to be, and the things I'm going to do for the last 2 years, because I actually have somebody around to like basically keep me from wallowing, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like Seth would never say any of this. Seth like myself, is a very interior person. Seph's not gonna say any of these things to Evetta. It's like, well, you don't want to hear that. Like,
Yeah.
this doesn't mean anything to you. Like, oh, well, you want to know about me? Oh, yeah, I'm a fancy fucking traveling mage boy, and I'm here to make the world better. And then, like, he slowly starts to believe it himself. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna keep saying to people that this is who I am and this is what I'm doing, and eventually, by proxy, that is going to be true, because I need to prove to these people that I am the things that I say I am. But you put Seph, like, in a house for 2 years, and he's just like, I'm not gonna get out of bed today.
What am I doing here? Who am I?
I can't imagine Seph was like actually like that bad, but yeah, just the idea
Yeah.
that it's like, because this man has clearly been shown to like need to figure his shit out. It's like, yeah, that's what he needs people like Evetta for. So like, I liked having her there because like in helping Evetta and in being there for her, she is, without doing anything, doing the same thing for him, basically, because he needs her. And so he's like, no, I'm going to make sure that you're taken care of and you're good, because I know what happens when people aren't around. I don't want to go back to that.
Yeah.
Like, I like this one. I'm going to keep it. Oh, I can talk. If I pull up Google really quick, I can talk about Seph's names a little bit.
Oh,
You
yes.
need a minute to try and remember some stuff.
Actually, yeah,
Okay,
that would be good. Because you said that you had Seph, of course. And then, I'm sorry, his full name was what? Pséftis Morfi?
Yeah, Pséftis Morfi is Seph's full name.
Okay. And then Seraphina was, did it mean a different thing entirely, or?
Yeah, I'm pulling. Seraphina's is a little bit more abstract. I was kind of on the spot for Seraphina because I was like, I need to think about this, and it sort of like knocked it out. But the other two, his true name as well, I put a little bit more thought into. I'm trying to remember what language I used for Seraphina. So I can't find Seraphina's, unfortunately. I thought I had written it down, but I guess I didn't. So the thing that I like to do for character names is I find words that either like symbolize or reflect like aspects of their personality and who they are. And so Pséftis Morfi is basically Greek, obviously super bastardized, but translated it roughly means liar shape, more or less. Which the idea is that like it's like, because Seph is fully a persona. It's not even something that the original like who's like Seph's true form came up with. It's Seraphina's creation. So it's like just like a further derivative of the real person. And Seph's true name, their changeling name, is I'll spell it out and then I'll butcher the Celtic pronunciation. It's the first name is Gan, which I believe is gone, and then the last name is Foirm, Forum, which is without form in Celtic. And I specifically did Celtic because, again, it's a changeling. So I like the idea. It's like, no, I'm gonna borrow from like, where like the changeling stories I'd come from. And then yeah, I can't find where I wrote down Seraphina's, but Seraphina's name also meant something. But yeah, just the idea that like each, like even down to their name, like Seph is like been conceptualized as this like I'm not real, I'm not the true thing. And then like their real name is like, I have no true form, I can be whatever I want to be, which the reason why I chose without form is because like it doesn't necessarily need to be a negative thing. Like that just means that you're unshaped. You could be whatever you want to be, which is why I specifically like went with that. Whereas Seph is like, yeah, this isn't you. You need to figure out who you are, because like it's more reflective of like what Seph's specific journey is. Whereas Gon is just like a more primordial, like, yeah, I need to figure it out, and we're gonna go from there.
Did you actually have an appearance for Seph's true form?
I didn't find art for it, but back when we were first starting the campaign, I like built like a 3D mini in Hero Forge of them, and they are essentially just like a very lean, very thin, and the changelings all more or less like they all kind of have this like very spooky, like very like every part of them is like not just like white pale, but like translucent almost. Like their body is just like it has this like ghostly essence to it. It's like their eyes are completely white on white. They have no sclera, no pupils. It's just like solid white eyes. Their hair's white, their skin's white, their nails are white. Like they are just like these weird ghostly like lanky things. And yeah, Seth was more or less just like a very like androgynous, very like kind of like off-putting looking changeling creature. I like the idea that like Seth has 20 charisma, but if you knock Seth into their changeling form, like there's something about them that is just like kind of off-putting, like because they're fey creatures, right? Like the idea that like I'm not hideous, but I am like they have this like ethereal eeriness to them that's just sort of like I don't really know what's going on with you.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I honestly had no idea what changelings were supposed to look like.
I think
you know,
I believe...
we've only seen their like alternate forms.
Yeah, I believe that like the way, I could be completely off base here, but I believe the way that changelings are depicted is more or less like it's drawn on from the like the original folklore stories like about them. Like if you ever actually see one, like this is what you would see type thing. And so artists kind of like developed it from there. Because in Magic, which WotC also makes, obviously, they have a very similar sort of like style to them, which I liked.
Yeah, it's too bad you can't find Seraphina's. We have the
gone
name,
to time.
obviously, but we just don't have the meaning
It's
behind
gone to time.
it. Let's see. Squid, did you have any questions about the various characters that we met over time? Like the people from the Underrunners?
I mean, Ryder already answered the only important question that I ever cared about for the Underrunners.
True.
Which was, is Thayer down to clown? So I mean, really,
Short
what
answer,
else is
yes.
there?
Long answer,
Really, what else is there to care
yes.
about?
I still found it interesting that Thayer's backstory had undergone a change mid-campaign.
Yeah.
That was honestly really funny when it happened. Because you know when it happened, Squid? It happened when Ryder said that it was when Thayer had been, did not go to sleep, had been saving people left and right and everything. And then the session right after that, Thayer was supposed to go to bed, but he didn't go to bed. And all of us were like glaring at Vali, like, you had one job, that sort of thing. It was actually right at that moment when Thayer's backstory shifted again.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, that was actually really, really cool because it happened behind the scenes. None of us realized it was different.
I'm so glad everyone thought it was cool and no one sees it as a sign of me doubling down because my ego was hurt. I'm very glad that is the case.
Yeah. What's great is that there was a backup for that kind of problem that you had. So the fact you were able to find it that quickly really saved you, I think.
You know what? It's really
Wait, did you
funny.
just genuinely forget to go have her like get with him and that was just like a mistake?
Yeah, I legit, because I thought you guys had taken a rest before we had come back. And I didn't realize you had already sorry, I thought you guys had told him to go to sleep and then taken a rest.
Oh.
Which, if I thought about it for more than 2 seconds, I would have realized that would have made no sense as to why everyone is telling him to go to sleep.
Yeah.
But
Speck of the moon here to save the day.
Yeah, I learned about that not literally like the day of.
Oh really? That's fucking funny.
And I had forgotten about it. So when you were like, "Oh, does he have the thing?" and I was like, "Uh-huh. Yeah. The thing. I know it. That yep. We're on the same page."
The second you started like talking about it, I was like, being a fucking piece of D&D trash that I am, has put way too many hours into this game. I was like, oh, okay, I got you. I'm picking you up, Dungeon Master. Instantly got you, bud. You're like, meanwhile, smash cut to writer frantically Googling what keeps you from falling asleep.
Yeah, literally. I was like, D&D sleep thing. That's what the thing.
Jesus.
Yep, and right at that exact moment, there's now a warlock. That's it.
Yeah. Well, like, it's funny that it did work out, but like, you kind of like, past writer at least gave you like some plausible deniability there.
Yeah.
Which, like, if you hadn't done it, it would have felt like an ass pull, which it was, but it didn't feel like one. We didn't know it was an ass pull until literally right this second. Or at least I didn't know it was an ass pull.
Honestly,
But
I
you
literally
kind of set yourself up with it, which I liked, because you'd already mentioned like previously, like, yeah, you know, I would like to use my magic, or I forget exactly what Thayer said, but it was something along the lines of like, yeah, I would be more effective if that stupid orb wasn't there either, or something like that. And you had already hinted, like, I already knew he was like some type of magical, because obviously he was concealing like his ears, which I found out, like, I think the first time we met him, I was able to be like, okay, yeah, something's up there. You're not a shapeshifter, but you're doing something. Whatever. I'm not gonna pry into it, because I'm the last person to point fingers in that direction.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of already placed like you'd kind of already placed all the little seeds there, which I liked.
It is funny how I somehow managed to set.
You really saved your ass, because if you hadn't done that, it would have felt really unearned. It would have been like, oh, that's lame, okay. Like, it was just like, yeah, he has a magical ring. I'd be like, well, that's fucking stupid and cheap, but whatever, I guess. But it's like, oh no, yeah, he's a warlock, and it was like, oh, got it, okay. Like, you would, without knowing it, had set yourself up for that to be like a semi-interesting payoff. So.
It totally wasn't me being like, no.
Hey man, better lucky than good.
Yeah, I thought that was just immensely hilarious.
It's even funnier considering, like, out of the entire party, I'm the only one who would have gotten that. So
Yeah.
it wasn't fair. Everybody would have been like, what? But obviously, like, I had an idea he was magic, and he's like, oh, I don't have to sleep. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, not even missing a beat, just got it, bud.
I understand.
One of my buddies, he just plays a warlock in like literally everything. He has D&D obviously has like the symbols for all the classes or whatever. He has the warlock symbol like tattooed on him. Like,
wow.
That's how much he plays warlocks. And so the second, like, I've seen my fair share of them, and I've played my fair share of them. So the second you said that, I was like, got it. That's really cool. It actually, I think I'd already mentioned by this point, or maybe I was already just thinking at this point. Thayer was already my favorite NPC. And then you're like, oh yeah, he's a warlock. And I'm like, oh, well, fuck, warlocks are dope as hell. I really do like it.
Thank God.
Yeah. Yeah, that worked out tremendously. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. And then, yeah, it just so happened that, like, by proxy, because I really like Thayer, it turns out, like, yeah, Steph's kind of also intrigued by Thayer, but, like, it also makes sense for Steph as a character, right? The idea that, like, you know, there's this spellcaster in a city that completely prevents spellcasting. He is an elf disguising himself as a human. In order to live in this society, he could just leave, but he's choosing to stay there. And ultimately, his goal is to, like, try and help people. Like, the Underrunners are, like, not necessarily, like, a force of evil. They're shady, and they're unscrupulous, probably. But it feels like they're still, like, you know, they're fighting at the very least, like, the oppression of the city. So, like, you add all that together, and it's like, well, yeah, there's no universe where Seth wouldn't be interested in this person. He's ticked every single fucking box.
Mhm.
We even finish each other's sandwiches.
And there was a complete, just like, spur of the moment NPC. because
Mm.
I just remember when you guys had finished that good old maze tunnel, where while I had gave you the wrong directions. I know I wanted you guys to end up in. I think I mentioned this, right? But I know I wanted you guys to end up in some like near abandoned house.
Yeah.
But I remember I was also wanting the idea of like, oh, what if there was like this mysterious, powerful figure that was like the leader
Yeah.
of the Underrunners, and that was kind of what Thayer was meant to be.
Big mysterious leader. He's actually just a big sleepy elf boy, and he's very nice, man.
Yeah, he did not turn out that way
Yeah.
like at all.
Yeah.
He was actually like quite approachable and very nice. Just like kind of a good dude. And again, like if he was a piece of shit, like Seth wouldn't like him. It's like, no, he genuinely seems like an okay guy. And he has like all of these other like all of the more enigmatic parts of him reflect all of the more enigmatic parts of Seth. Like they're basically mirrors in some ways, and it's like, well, yeah, of course this character would like this character. Like they're like very similar. Which I like a lot. I'm curious. You don't need to answer this. This is just me thinking out loud.
I will answer
wonder
right now.
how many staples of
Yes.
like interactions and lore and like stuff that just became part of the canon of the game was either a complete out of nowhere ass pull or like just complete happenstance.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good.
Again, you don't need to answer it, and I don't mean this in a negative way, and I really don't mean this next part in a negative way, but no. It's gonna. Trust me. This campaign has down, like top to bottom, down to the bones of it, all of the trappings of you being like this being your first campaign you've DM'd, and I mean that.
Yeah.
With nothing but like admiration in my heart because I was there. Every DM was there. Even Matthew Mercer, God among men, was there.
Yeah, this was a
Like-
completely homebrew world as well. You didn't
Yeah.
exactly take an existing setting of sorts and just like tweaked it your own way.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, part of like, you know, the like ass pulling and and like, you know, like I said, the trappings of it being your first campaign probably stem from that. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
mince,
probably.
like,
Yeah.
But again, that's not a negative thing. Everybody's got to figure it out. And that's also why, like, at no point was I ever like, oh, this sucks, or oh, writer, you can't do this, or oh, this is bad. Like, nah, man, because you got to go through it. You got to figure everything out on your own. I might be, you know, some crusty old guy at the back of the LGS playing but 29 years dead, but you as a brand new DM, like, I firmly believe every DM needs to work through that shit. Because me sitting there and telling you things as they come up, and me trying to like, or like anybody who's played like D&D for as long as I have, or longer than I have, trying to tell a new DM how to do something is either going to end in one of two ways. Either the person you're telling all this stuff to is going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about, old man? I'll do what I want anyway. And then they just double down on themselves, and it's like, oh, you actually like the opposite of what you wanted to happen here. Or you're just like, well, fuck you, get out of my game, like, I fucking asshole. Like, no, I don't want that. Because I recognize, yeah, no, dude, I was there. Like, I did all of the same things, and I figured it out. And that's why I've been playing for 10 years, because you have to have these, I firmly believe you have to have these experiences. You have to, like, see them from both perspectives. And you need to see, like, you know, from the DM, like, okay, what works and what doesn't work. And I find nothing wrong with that. I come from the parenting school of, you can put the fork in the socket once. I won't let you do it a second time, but you're probably not gonna do it a second time.
Yeah.
Well, that's a shame. I guess we're down a player, guys, because one ass no. I'm kidding.
But yeah, no, again, I told you this like when we first started playing. Like, if I was ever truly, like, actually miserable and not enjoying it, because I'm a 29-year-old gamer and I'm a crusty old man. I'm also an adult, and I would just tell you. I'd be like, hey, man, I'm not going to tell you how to run your game, but I am going to tell you I'm not enjoying certain things. And I feel like I feel like that's more constructive than like, hey, you're doing it wrong, or you should. I feel like the shittiest advice you could give somebody is, oh, you should do this, or you shouldn't do it that way, you should do it no. Because you shouldn't really do anything one way or another way. The only feedback that I can really give that is like actually constructive, not necessarily constructive, but is actually like tells you as a DM something is, I am not being entertained by this, or I am not enjoying this. Because fundamentally, as a dungeon master, this is the one thing I will like sort of push my agenda on. The dungeon master's only real goal is to make sure that all the players are having fun. They don't need to have a good time. They should have a fun time.
Yeah, and
I would not say had a good time, but did Amby have a fun time? That's what's important.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, see? That done. Mission accomplished. That is how I view. I told my players this, we were doing the horror campaign. I'm like, I stole this from a better DM, but no, I will not promise you a fun time. I will promise you an enjoyable time. And it's like, yeah, we're gonna all have like a good experience, but it might suck, and that's okay. But in good ways.
I think I totally agree with that. Yeah. Those are facts, dude. Those are facts, bro. Those are what am I saying?
Dude, Ryder's drinking all my beer.
You turn around, it's like, wait.
You're holding one of my cats hostage, drinking one of my beers, and I'm just like, bro, why?
I will say though, since this wasn't technically this is not exactly your first time DMing. I know this is your first time DMing D&D in general and stuff, but I will at least commend you for your flexibility and your ability to come up with things on the fly
I was gonna
when
say,
we least expect it.
Yeah, compliment sandwich. Ryder, you have some of the most natural improv skills of like any DM that I've seen. Like, you can really just like, and I don't know if it's this sort of like, I'll figure it out when it comes up like attitude that you have, which is like, again, totally fine. That's not a value judgment. You do genuinely just like, I am actually impressed with some of the times where you've come up with something, and then after the fact you've been like, yeah, guys, I don't know. I just happened. What the fuck? Oh, what do you mean that just happened?
dude, he told me the chaos calamity thing. The whole thing, total improv.
Oh yeah, Seth. Oh, no, I mean, god dang it, Squid. Hey, Squid. Hey, you want to see my notes for the chaos calamity?
Is it just
I got
dude?
I've got super detailed notes. You ready for this?
I was astounded.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro! What the fuck?
I told you all about that whenever you did that. I forgot Arcana check when you were at the camp with the remnants of the Mount Riders, and you were like piecing together the parallels between what Iona was doing and the Chaos Calamity, and I forgot to write all of that down.
Jesus Christ.
It just came out so naturally. It sounded like you had this planned all along.
I'm not gonna say it's a good thing that all the deep lore is fake, but it is impressive that all the deep lore is fake.
No, yeah, I learned that, like, you know what, some of this I can maybe get away with like faking or improving like a city's lore or like town rumors. Stuff like this probably should be written down at the very least.
I am not going to tell you how to be a dungeon master, but I am going to, in my microphone, crack this beer.
Oh,
That's
man.
really all I've got to say about that.
So yeah, very, very good improv skills.
But yeah, I even told some of my other DM friends, I'm like, it's not the prettiest at times, but man, this kid can fucking improv his ass off when he needs to. those were my exact words to one of my buddies.
Yeah, I think that quest honestly probably, because I can't imagine how more I would double down if DMing D&D was both my first time DMing and my first time DMing an actual fleshed out system.
Yeah, dude, it's rough.
Yeah.
It is rough, let me tell you.
So I'm glad. Yeah, I think that quest showed me what it was like when there are no rules and you have to improv everything.
Yeah.
And the DD was like, well, here's what it's like if there's a little bit of structure. Not saying it's like the most structural or like the crunchiest system out there,
Yeah.
but way more than Deck Quest.
I also
It's a learning
recognize that,
experience.
from your perspective, it definitely puts you in like a weird position as well, where you're like, you want to reference like specific things in D&D, like the aspect of the moon thing, or
Yeah.
like Vecna, and it's like, yeah, I want to bring in this thing, and you're like, whether it's improv or not, but you're just like, you're borrowing from something that is like solidified in D&D. You've only
Yeah.
been playing it, for so long. And then I'm sitting across the metaphorical table from you, and you mentioned Vecna, and it's like the file cabinets of my brain open. I'm like, okay, writer, tell me more. And it's like, in reality, it's just me being like, oh, cool, bro, tell me, how this works in your world. But like from your perspective, I'm like, it feels like I'm probably quizzing you, and like that's not.
Yeah.
But I recognize, like, from your seat, like, where it would feel like that, even if that's definitely not the case. Oh, he's a warlock writer, yeah? Who's his fucking patron, bro? What act does he have? Yeah? What are his other 2 invocations?
Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely learning that yeah, there's a lot of rules, and first time coming in, it's a little not like it's intimidating, but it definitely gives off the impression of like, oh man, I better not screw this up.
Yeah. And like D&D is always, and again, that sort of comes back to my like, I'm not gonna ever tell you how to do one thing or another, because like,
Yeah.
man, it's a fucking lot. You have to front load a lot of knowledge to yourself, and WotC also front loads a lot of the burden of playing the game to the dungeon master. Fundamentally, it's pretty fucking easy to be a player. Like, it's not not difficult at times, like, because you still have to you have to deal with like your other players, the characters, like you're still dealing with like the situations that are being thrown at you. Like, it's not a cakewalk to be a player, but being a DM is so hard sometimes because of how
I can
much.
imagine.
Yeah, it's like the shit that which is again like, that's why I have a much more relaxed style as a dungeon master, and why my games are like basically like
better than everyone's. No,
I am absolute trash.
Sorry.
That's why like they're mostly like roleplay focused and stuff, is because it's like, I don't need to be like a fucking encyclopedia of D&D knowledge if I'm just sitting down and fucking role-playing, hanging out in a village with my friends. Like, I'm playing make-believe, bro. And every now and then, I have to say, roll a d20. Oh, that's right, we're playing a game, we're not just talking. Yeah, here's a die, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely think I just didn't allow myself I didn't allow myself to make more mistakes than I probably should have. Like honestly, whenever you guys were like, oh, well, we told Volley to go there to go to sleep, I think if I did that now, I probably would have been like, oh yeah, you're right, yeah, he's asleep then. Instead of being like, no, I'm right, like, like you guys didn't know.
But it made for interesting scenes in the end.
Oh.
So the fact that you doubled down on
Somehow.
their being awake it actually worked out in the end too.
Yeah. It's all part of the story that we ended up telling, so I don't think
Yeah.
there's anything wrong with that.
Which I thought was great because I'm not sure if we would have learned that there was a warlock or if he even became one.
He probably
That
wasn't
last
a warlock.
second.
It's a
He
weird
probably
one.
Yeah, he
wasn't a
probably
warlock.
wasn't. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
But
Yeah.
again, I think it made both a more dynamic scene and a more interesting character out of him. So again, net positive as far as I'm concerned.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. You added so much more depth to Thayer.
And then I gave him a big old
Alright.
smoochie.
Oh my god.
I had to bring it back to Seth for a second.
Speaking
one
of
thing
smooching.
I will no.
No.
No, Ibri and Evetta are friends. Yes.
They were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
I do want to bring up. Did you know that Tunar had an additional role for him?
Oh yes. I did decide. So I remember Seth. I can't remember if Seth or Squid who said this. Many times they would say they were like, "Oh, I want to go talk to Tunar." I think Squid. You may have mentioned once you were going to ask him how he managed to survive.
Yeah.
Going against Ionin. I had decided this way after. No one ended up talking with Tunar about it. So this probably wouldn't have come up. But when it was said that one of Tunar's kind of like underlings was like, "Oh yeah, we got found out, and he like slaughtered all of us except for me. I had to like play dead." And then Tunar was like, "Just kidding, I'm alive."
Mm-hmm.
What had basically happened was that Tunar ran away from his the rest of his supposed party, and Ionin and his troops caught up to him. And the reason why he lived was because Tunar made a deal with Ionin. Tunar basically promised to give him. Tunar promised Ionin the next time that they would meet that he would give him more information about you guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, if Seth
Basically
ever
act
found
as a
that
double agent, yeah.
Yeah, if Seth ever found out, I'd have killed him on the spot.
Yeah, well.
Fully shift into Seraphina, hold person, kill him. Like, he would not live. It's just like, oh, that's what you're doing? Okay, goodbye.
So yeah.
That's cool, though. I like that.
And yeah, there's gonna be at some point, the hot zone didn't make for a great scene for this to happen, but I wanted there to be at some point if someone was maybe it was late at night and someone took a stroll outside of what would be if it was an above surface above surface space. You would just walk outside. And if it was late at night, you could make a DC 20 perception check, and you would see Tunar and Ionin conversing.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
I dig that.
But yeah, and then I realized, oh man, all these other mistakes I made, these suck.
It was the Scorch King plot.
Yeah.
That was the main reason why everything just fell apart.
Yeah, man. All my homies hate the Scorch King. The Scorch King is single-handedly the reason why everything went wrong in this campaign.
Yeah, because Ryder did mention this in the other little talk that we had. He felt the whole Scorch King plot was very restrictive. We honestly could not really focus on anything else we wanted to do, because if we didn't, then we were the bad guys for not trying to save the day.
Yeah, pretty much it was and the moment any of you guys wanted to do something else, I would somehow shove in your face, hey, the Scorch King, guys, remember,
Yeah.
you have to do something about it, otherwise you're assholes. Hey, the Scorch King, you
Yeah,
couldn't do anything else.
I don't even think it's necessarily we'd be the bad guys, because fundamentally, again, look, Seth mentioned this a couple of times, but fundamentally, the four of us can only do so much against a like nation-sized doomsday cult turned like militia army. Like we're actually just 4 people. Sometimes only 3. Like no shade to Dag, but like sometimes that's just how it shook out.
My
And,
God,
Yeah.
sometimes
realistically-
only 2. No,
Like realistically, like there's only so much we could really do against a threat of that size, and so a lot of it really did boil down. It wasn't necessarily like, oh, we're the bad guys. It's more just like, if we don't do something, we're just gonna die because like the world's gonna end. So we need to do something because it's like otherwise just fucking sitting
Exactly.
around. Like,
I sure
all
do
these
love
people
how
go-
I sure do love how I put a world-ending plot in the hands of level 3 players.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
That was a totally good idea. Oh man.
That is part of the mistakes that you will make as a first-time dungeon master. That's why I never said anything about it, because I was like, yeah, I've seen this one before. Take a sip of beer.
Oh man. Oh my
It's
god.
like you want everything to seem big and epic and cool. And it's like, yeah, there's this evil cult of dragon worshippers who want to tear open the space between the realms and have a
It's like-
dragon emerge from the blah blah blah. It's like, oh, and
It's like
bro, I
It's
just
like-
figured out what my subclass was.
yeah,
What?
it's like cool, dude. Our party doesn't even have a name, and the town that we met each other still doesn't recognize us.
Yeah.
Cool, but sure, world-ending plot. Yeah, no, go for it.
And I mean, I don't mind overarching plots, but oh my
Just more
word.
This
in
is
the
not a.
background.
This was not one of the way. Yeah, this was not a way to do that.
Yeah.
If I can, I won't. Never mind.
Do it. Do it.
I was gonna say if I want to relate it
Beat me
to
up.
the campaign that I'm running right now.
Shoot me in the face.
Okay. I was gonna say. Oh, but no. Like the main crux of the plot is like a big world-ending thing. Like the idea is that this demi-plane that everybody in is actively like collapsing and falling apart due to negligence, and it's like that's pretty serious and that's pretty bad. But like it's just sort of happening as like part of entropy in the background. The
Mhm.
last like 5 sessions that my players have done, last session was all roleplay. The session before that was one combat that lasted more or less the whole like 3 hours because it was against one really big monster, intercut with a bunch of roleplay, a whole bunch of roleplay, a whole bunch of roleplay, and then the 5th session before that was like they're traveling through the woods to go find one of their friends and go roleplay. Like, and it's like, you could still have the big like, oh, everything's fucking falling apart, but you have to really build for it. And if anything,
Yeah.
like my campaign is going a little on the slower side, but I talked to my players about that, and I'm like, hey, we all said we wanted a longer form game that lasts like over a year or something like that. We're currently on track for that, but it's going like, still relatively pretty slow. Is everybody enjoying the pace that we're at right now? And it was just a resounding yes, where everybody was like, yeah, I kind of enjoy that, like, we're just doing a bunch of like low stakes stuff and like figuring out our characters and figuring out like not just who we are as characters, but like the party dynamic and how those characters work with one another, while at the same time like feeding in the nuggets of like all of this shit is going on. And then like the big writing on the wall is like, you're gonna have to deal with this.
Mm.
But it's like that's just sort of happening in the background. And then obviously there's gonna be the turning point where everything flips, and then it becomes, all right, now you need to go and deal with this world-ending problem. But you're level 12 now, or something like that, and you have spent 12 levels developing not just your skills as like a combatant, like in the battle in D&D, but also as like who your character is. So you can approach all of these like world-ending scenarios not only as a more like mechanically complete character, but as a more like I guess like mentally and emotionally like complete character. It's like you've had more of a character arc.
Yeah.
Whereas like Evetta is a good example here. Like she's having to deal with the world ending and also her entire familial life falling apart simultaneously.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, dude, Evetta probably should have just put the gun in her mouth, like at some point.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
if we're being realistic, because like everything
Yeah.
is going to shit quite literally all around her on every aspect, both personally and on a much bigger scale. And there's not really anything she can do about either thing. Whereas like Evetta had gone through all of this like personal development and either gotten through it and like, you know, either like found what's the word that I'm looking for, found closure and moved on and been like, yeah, you know what, it was pretty shitty, but I figured my stuff out and I'm a better person and I'm gonna, you know, move on with my life. Or if Evetta like went through all of it and then was just like, yeah, you know what, fuck everything, fuck this, I'm doubling down on being an asshole. Like
Yeah.
either end of that is still a like, it's still her being a different, it's still her like finding the end of like where she is personally, and then regardless of like where she is, she's still able to tackle the threat of the world ending. But as is, it's like, yeah, bro, like why are you gonna give a shit about like all of this personal stuff while the world's ending? But on the flip side of that, it's like, well, man, who fucking cares if the world is ending? Like, your entire personal world has also flipped over. So it's like, yeah, that's big picture. I don't give a shit. My fucking dad's missing and my mom's a fucking weird zombie element. It's like, if that had been an arc that just sort of happened and then it was like, you know, 5-8 levels later, it's like, yeah, turns out the reason that your mom was like that was because of this cult and this one guy, and like that, like imagine like 8 levels later,
Yeah.
Evetta finds out that it was Ionin.
Mm,
Yeah,
She
like-
doesn't know
yeah.
until like near the end of the campaign, and it's like,
Yeah.
imagine a world where like we had been fighting Ionin but not knowing that he was like ever involved with Evetta's mom. She had gone through the full like emotional character arc of like mom's dead, no mom's alive, no mom's an elemental, no mom's really dead. And then like either, you know, had unresolved feelings with that and like not understood where to go and like, you know, been a little messed up about it. Or if she had been like, all right, well, mom didn't want to come back, but you know, she is where she is. Imagine she had gone through all of that. And then at the very like, you know, the last like 1 or 2 levels, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, this guy that you've sort of been like fighting and has been commanding the armies, he's the reason all of that happened to you. That's a much more like impactful hit to Evetta, because it's like she's already gone through all of that and she's already figured it all out. But here's like one little like, we're wrapping in your personal story into the overarching story, and now you get to have a conclusion to both of them simultaneously. This is Evetta's personal stake in the world-ending threat now. It's like, oh, okay, well, we're already going to try and stop the world-ending threat, but it's also personal now, so we're going to go ahead and do it. And then it's like, you know, the last like, you know, 2 levels of the campaign, like 14, 15 or whatever the fuck, like now it's like, yeah, I'm gonna kill Ionin because he's the reason I went through all of that like a couple months ago, and I'm not gonna let that, you know, lie.
Yeah.
Pretty much the moral of the story is that I rushed way too many plots.
Not even, here's the thing though, and again, be easy on yourself. You wanted to do all of the really cool big shit, and that's awesome. And this is not like just a DM thing. I think this is just also like, you know, like I'm trying to figure, like you're writing, like you're actually just writing. It might not be a novel, but you're writing something. And it's like, you just need to like figure out, like you just need to, like the pacing is important. And
yeah.
we just didn't get enough of a rising action, but that's fine. You figured it out. You just said the thing. You're learning, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like that's what it's all about. As long as you don't step away going, yeah, you know what? All those mistakes I made, that's awesome. We're gonna do that again. Bring it on. Like, some people do that. Like, some people don't learn from their mistakes. They don't even think that they're mistakes, and they just double down on them. But, like, Ryder, you're a smart enough kid. You figured it out. Like, man, it's gonna be fine.
In classic me faction, I'm like, all right, guys, let's just restart.
But, like, I told you, though, it took me 3 full campaigns to actually finish one, and it didn't even end pretty. There was some, like, personal stuff, like, within the group that kind of led to it ending not super great, but it took us 3 whole campaigns, or took me, I guess, as, like, a writer and a dungeon master, to finally even finish a campaign. My first 2 just ended up petering out. And just because, like, you can't keep the steam going because you're going to encounter those walls, you're going to encounter those problems. And it is sometimes easier to just pave and reset. And when you do get there, it's going to be better. And then you're going to go to where I am, where I'm on my 4th campaign now. It's going infinitely better than my last one went. And when I first started my last one, I said to myself, this is going infinitely better than the previous one. And so it's always about improving and just learning from the stuff that happens, and that's fine.
Yeah, just as long as you take what you've learned.
Mm-hmm. Oh, exactly.
Yeah, which I'm excited to finally get to session 0 for this new campaign that we're going to do.
So you're gonna play a little bird lady?
I am, indeed.
Pushes glasses through forehead. Hey, Amby, which Corvid are you gonna be as Tengu?
You will find out. No.
Okay. I didn't want to know.
You will find out soon enough, perhaps. This is totally me not saying I didn't actually know. I didn't not have any ideas. I will look this up.
I have some questions and stuff.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to say about the previous campaign or about my sweet idiot goo boy before I ask some, like, completely just off-topic questions?
I did actually have some questions related to the previous campaign that I completely forgot to bring up.
Yeah, dude. Hit me with them. Let's go.
So, some of this is actually not always related to Seth. It could lead into Seth, but...
That's fine. Fuck Seth. Guy's an asshole. Next question.
So I'm actually curious. When we were going towards Zinnikir Pass and saw that ginormous army, what would have happened if we actually went forward? If we continued to through Zinnikir Pass and got to that port?
Can I answer this question, Ryder?
Sure.
Yeah, TPK. Next question.
I mean, yeah, sure, but like...
what would have happened was, I would have had you... Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know what I would have done in the moment. Now I know what I would have wanted to do, because now I know what was the plot of the Scorch King, what they were doing. Honestly, I probably... I'm trying to think what would I have done in that moment. If I hadn't. I think in the moment, what I probably would have done was I would have probably just described the massive amount of the intense militarization that the Scorch King army had on their side. The amount of boats, the amount of warship, the equipment, all the troops, all the manpower that they had. They had basically taken over Zinnikir Pass.
Manpower.
More or less by just marching through. by just marching through. Because there was actually a little town there. And then Zinnikir Pass was controlled by what was intended as like a rival clan of the Mountain Riders. Which I think was name dropped very early on, even probably before we started recording, but it was supposed to be a Viking-ish clan of some kind. And if you had gone there, you probably would have seen I think you would have seen the bodies of these Viking. Basically, the Mountain Riders are basically raiders, but Mongolian, and then this clan would have been Vikings. That's it.
Wow.
They would have been
Vikings,
Viking. They
but
would have
not
been like
Mongolian.
exactly. They would have been like the Vikings. I think in the depending on how close you would have gone, you would have seen the amount of ships that were already docked, and seen the amount of troops and stuff like that. And if you had managed to get further, you would have seen that there was a massive valley that was in between those two mountains, and that's where they had set up their base.
Oh.
Because no, that's using knowledge that I made up after that point. Never mind. Which honestly, yeah, like thinking back on that, that's probably not a good idea because an open underground base like that is probably very prone to bombing. They could have been flushed out very easily. You could just flood them. But that was the intent, and you would have seen them like I don't know, like doing stuff, like working, making, setting up shop or making weapons and things like that. Now, what I said probably would have happened was, I mean, same thing. You would have seen a lot of warships, a lot of bros, a lot of dudes. Except instead of all the Viking bros,
Oh my god.
all the Vikings being dead, you would have seen them being held in cages. You would have seen them being like captured, and then you would have seen tons of like ritual altars where these Viking people were being used as like sacrifices. And then you would have, depending on how close you got, you would have seen a massive rift in the center that was like super thin. It was gonna be a super tall rift, but a really thin rift, like no more than an inch like wide. And that was supposed to allude to that they were trying to open the elemental, or they're trying to open a rift to the plane of fire.
I see, but we would be making constant stealth checks throughout that entire area.
I would have probably called.
Dude, Zara would have failed in the second one once I ran out of my fucking ability to stop.
I probably would have called at most 2 stealth checks, maybe 3 if you guys wanted to actually go like into like the base.
Oh.
But yeah, that's what would have happened. Yeah. And
Man.
I would have justified now that, well, that isn't basically a piece of like technical information that's kind of relevant, that's kind of important, is that strategist Kavor has like a very uncanny sense on his opponents, and he is familiar with the current ruling family that currently resides over Carmeli. I don't know if I haven't thought this through, but I would have, in the moment, probably said that the ruling family is also kind of just like head of the army, and so they can make like military decisions, as in like where to deploy troops, as in like tactics, because of that nature. I like again, don't know how great of an idea this is, but I probably would have just said that, well, the ruling family would have the current ruling family of Carmeli is like a very defensive family. They're way more concerned about. They're not very prone to like attacks, and so that informed a lot of the decisions that Kavor made.
Interesting.
So I would have justified now probably maybe it was okay to have like that valley base, because while that might be like a smart idea against like a mostly land army, like that's probably not a great idea against a magic army. If they could throw fireballs and you're in a valley where you pretty much can't run anywhere, right? They could just throw a meteor swarm down there and like half your army is probably gone at that point. And I don't think I told you. I don't think I told you guys that. As part of the retreat that Kavor had issued, there was actually, like, I don't know how I would have had you guys encounter this, but there was supposed to be, you're supposed to see like a perimeter, what looked like what was masquerading as a front line near Carmeli, by the Ashmakers, and it was supposed to be a scare tactic. It was supposed to scare Carmeli into being defensive, into not making move, into play like being like a waiting game, so that they could buy time to get off the island.
Oh.
And if you guys were at Carmeli, you would actually also seen ships kind of acting as a naval blockade near Carmeli. And it would have looked like they were warships. It would look like, there were armed men on it, that they had guns and cannons. But if I would have called like a DC 20 perception check, you would have realized like, oh no, like it's all fake. Like these are just regular ships. These are not ships made for fighting, but they're being masqueraded as ships made for fighting. And again, it was supposed to be like a scare to scare Carmeli into acting into like a waiting game.
So is that why the document started recalling all of their knights back?
Pretty much.
I see. I remember you saying how the Diamond Coalition and the Iron Imperium were actually planned to come by and help.
Yeah, I had kind of intended for them, because like I was debating, because I didn't know. I didn't know if I wanted them to come help. A part of me just wanted you guys to pretty much like figure everything out, which is probably not a great idea. What I had in mind though was that those two empires would have been very powerful.
Mhm.
And so it's like the reason why I kind of went against bringing them was because in my head I was like, oh well, they'll probably just steamroll the entire Scorch King army. I mean, I probably could have just said that maybe they didn't bring as many troops, or they didn't send like a massive reinforcement over. Just a couple of ships and dudes over. I probably could have just said that. But like I remember at the time that was how I justified it. I was like, I don't want them though to like feel like they're having no impact, and instead I'll just take away their agency.
Oh god. But okay. Well, I wanted to ask a bit more about the clanmen, but you mentioned how they were actually created more as joke characters.
Yeah, that is why. I mean, that's why their name is Bule and Yuan-gu. Because I literally just wanted. Because when I made Gwei, he was a more serious take on what I was trying to do with the clanmen. Because Gwei is just essentially Lubu.
Mm-hmm.
Is, I mean, arguably a beefed up version of Lubu, because.
Yeah, which is terrifying on its own, because Lubu by himself is already a threat.
Yeah.
So formidable.
And so I was like, well, there has to be like a kind of a counterparty, like an opposing party to that. That is not just you guys, right? And so that's why I was like, Bule and Yuan-gu. Like, I literally made them. We had like that Monday recap, right?
Yeah.
It was like the day before the session.
Yeah.
I literally came up with them like an hour or two before we started the recap.
Oh wow, I see.
I was just like, wouldn't this be funny?
And then we all joked about like switching their names and
yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
Oh my god.
And I was like,
Now, of course, I had no idea you were doing that in the background either, so that was even funnier. I thought you were going to bring like the equivalent of Cao Cao, or even like Guan Yu's brother. I thought you were gonna bring him out at some point, but no, they were all joke characters in their own ways.
Nope, they whenever Seth was like, "Oh yeah, like what do you believe in? How does like your religion work?" I was like, "Fuck, I don't have this."
Yeah.
I was like,
Oh.
shoot, I have to come up with something now.
But yeah, okay, so gearing away from that, going back to Scorch King, potentially, Mountain Riders, whatever, the Ashmaker representative, we didn't get to learn more about him at all. We didn't even learn his name. I know you mentioned
No.
his name, like,
His
out
name-
of stream, but...
Yeah, his name is Wushi. W space SHI.
Okay.
I hope it does not mean anything offensive in Chinese or Mandarin.
Oh, no!
Because I just came up, I was like, this sounds vaguely Chinese.
Oh! I mean, it kind of does. It honestly does. But I apologize. But yeah, I was actually wondering if the representative had any other role other than being the spearhead for the attack on Dayston.
Yeah, he was... so Kavor and Ionin do not get along, like, whatsoever. Like, the only reason why Kavor is going... like, the only reason why Ionin gets to stick around is because he's, like, their main funder. Right? He's basically bought himself a seat of power, and Kavor can't argue against that. Otherwise, they basically lose all of their, in a sense, like, power.
Mhm.
So... the representative was like almost a way for Kavor to enact his plans and a way to make sure that it doesn't get interrupted, or less chances for Ionin to screw things up. The representative in Dayston, his main role, well, honestly, in the moment, it was just to increase the presence of the Scorch King Empire. I honestly hadn't like thought about what was he actually doing, which is really awkward to think about. But I think I would say, going back, I'd probably say that he probably had like a meeting with like the Grand Imperator, and he was going to, or maybe not the Grand Imperator, but like with a council. He was gonna have he's basically like he wanted an audience, and he was basically going to call or like ask that the big statue of anti-magic be nullified. If not, I don't know how I would have had this happen, honestly, going back on it. This would require a lot of and then this happened because I said so, but I would have either had, if that hadn't gone through, then Wu Shi would have just assassinated the Grand Imperator right then and there.
Ooh.
But again, don't know how I would have had that happen, honestly. But I remember that being this could possibly happen. I was thinking this could be one of the things that happens.
Interesting. So, man, I just thought of a situation where that whole conversation with the Grand Imperator and the representative did not go through. They're not going to turn down or turn off the Arcane Nullifier, alright, sure. But the representative knows that us, the party, if we ever had the ability to, could maybe seek an audience with the Grand Imperator and talk about the threat that the Scorch King imposed on the whole entire continent or whatever. So while the party is there, representative would assassinate the Grand Imperator and pin it on us. And then we would have to live with that.
Yeah, we'll use this for next campaign then. Good thing you're an assassin rogue, so even no.
I didn't mean to.
Good thing Kenkus have a reputation of being untrustworthy.
Oh. I mean, you're not wrong.
I think we played D&D for God, how many sessions did we play? No.
One day.
How many sessions did we have? We
16.
ended, was it 16 sessions? Of
Yeah.
So
we'll say
4 minutes of.
on average, 4. No, I need to know this. There's a number that I need to figure out. So 16 sessions. We're gonna say on average 4 hours. We played D&D for 64 hours together, and we recapped for like another we'll just throw like another 12 on there.
Yeah.
It's like 76 hours, and I only just now realized you guys have the same laugh.
Well, I mean,
Obviously, it's because you're siblings. And I was listening to you two pop off, and I'm like, hey. I think it's because you both laughed at the exact same time, and I'm just like, wait a second, I'm seeing double. There's four crusties here.
That is so funny because I didn't realize we had
my
similar
God.
laughs at all.
Didn't like in a stream someone commented that? Like,
Yes.
Amber?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
during a stream, it was
That's
just
even
me and
funnier.
Ryder playing something, and one of the viewers was like, "Are you guys siblings or something? Because your voices have the same timbre." I'm like, well, how did you?
I was gonna say, it's not like there. That's funny. I found the music nerd. But
Yeah, that's like what I was thinking. I was like, bro, timbre?
Wow.
But yeah, it's not identical. But yeah, when you guys pop off at like the exact same time, it's like, oh fuck yeah, I'm just hearing the same thing like more or less simultaneously. It's very funny.
That's really, really funny. But anyway, so yeah, Representative, wow, he was the actual guy leading the whole operation. I still find it so funny that Ionin actually did screw everything up and started the plan too early.
Yeah.
Wow.
Paranoid. And he sucks.
Very paranoid. Yep. He also missed the party and hit the house instead, which thankfully I'm thankful for that. I'm glad he was dumb. Anyway, so yeah, I think for the most part that's basically it. I don't really know if I have anything for Moltor because I'm not sure like what.
Oh, bro, I love Moltor.
Umdal was great.
Already.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude.
I find the
like
way you
weirdos,
portrayed
dude.
Umdal
Moltor's
so
a little
funny.
fucking weirdo. I love weirdos. My
Aw.
two favorite NPCs, and it's not even close, are Thayer and Moltor. Thayer's actually like interesting and like kind of cool, and I like Thayer just like as like a concept. Moltor's just a little fucking weirdo, and I just like little weirdos. I'm here for it.
Did you meet Umdal?
Umdal? Nah, fuck Umdal. That might have come up a little harsher than I meant. I said it and I was like, that was a little bit meaner than I meant, but it also came right from the chest, so I guess it's correct.
Oh, no, it's okay, man. I don't swing that way.
I have no mouth and I must scream.
I can see like the teeth like. Shut up.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that was great. Despite how incredibly traumatic that whole scene was for Evetta, it was genuinely great, genuinely funny.
I'll introduce a weirdo like that next time, but they're not tied to anyone that emotionally.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I gotta say, like, a big criticism of me is, like, you can definitely see, like, the parts where, like, I come through, like, in my characters. Like, I can't really just pick, like, an archetype of a character and play it. Like, there needs to be, like, a little bit of me in a character in order for me to, like, enjoy playing them or to, like, actually roleplay them in, like, an interesting way. And that, I think that's a good thing, but I think the flip side of it, where it's kind of not the best, is where like you throw fucking Moltor in front of Seth, and Seth's just like, "Oh, you're a neat little thing. I like you." Like that's just me. That's just there's no Seth.
that's just me.
Like,
That
I
is
like this little weirdo. It's like it kind of makes sense for Seth, where it's like, yeah, it's like this, Moltor is kind of like this weird anomaly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, so just a little dude. Just a little guy being a dude.
Yeah, we're
Side.
kind of like seeing that with Queenie's characters as well.
Dude, bro.
Queenie
It
have
is
characters?
impossible at times to figure out if that was Queenie saying that or if that was Zara. Like,
You are not
Yeah.
wrong.
what?
Oh my gosh. Because, like, it's very clear that she has a specific voice and tone for Zara, but sometimes she'll still say these insane things with that same voice. So it's like, did Zara actually say that? Are you sure?
Remington.
Bro. Bro.
What was that?
I can't even.
That shit was a whole other level.
Oh man.
God, I don't even. And then when she finally got the owlbear cub and was like, hey, yeah, screw Jason's people. I got my cub. I got what I wanted. It's like, what? Is that really what Zara said?
That's why I fucking called her out on it.
Yes.
I was like,
yeah.
All right, fine. Like, then let's fucking, because again, that's Serafina coming out. I'm just like, all right, cool. You know what? You got what you wanted. Then let's fucking go. You want to be a paladin, or do you want to, hang out this cool thing? It's like, I don't fucking care. And I should have left you people fucking months ago, but I'm not, because I can recognize that there's something I should be doing here.
Yeah. Or did anyone have any other questions about the previous?
I actually did. I had one question. This is just kind of like a funny question that I thought would be kind of interesting to ask later. If you shut the fuck up. If you could, like, obviously, so like we talked about character death quite a bit.
Yeah.
And the idea that, like, I was actually talking with Amby a bit about this, just like in general. It was in like the general chat actually, but like the idea that characters are these impermanent things, and it is my actual personal belief with D&D that you kind of have to like mentally prepare yourself for your character to die, and to also die in like an unceremonious kind of way. And it sucks, like, I'm not gonna lie. That part of D&D is kind of crap. The idea that, like, you can be in the middle of, like, a really important, really interesting arc and you can just lose a character. It's not great, because ultimately it's bad writing, right? Like, we're not George R.R. Martin out here, and we can't just, like, kill people off and then have it, like, pay off, like, 6 books later. Like, it's gonna just be, like, it's gonna feel unsatisfactory when it occurs. D&D does have, like, there's backdoors into it. There's Resurrection, there's Revivify, there's True Res, but, like, if you don't have one of those and they're not readily available, you can completely cut, like, the emotional impact of dozens, if not hundreds of hours of character development. And I think that's that's a shortcoming of the medium. That's a D&D problem, and I think that's just, it's just an unfortunate part of the nature of the game. That's just something that I've figured out while DMing, and even, like, in my new campaign, I've circumvented this because I like telling stories. I don't really give a shit about, like, that's not true. I care about D&D mechanically, but sometimes the mechanics of D&D hold back good storytelling, and that's what I play it for. Not everybody plays it that way. However, Ryder, if you could, as part of like a story beat, so something intentional, something like written into the plot, if you could kill one of the PCs, who would it be and how would you do it as part of like a plot line? And like assuming that you talked to the player and was like, hey, I want to kill your character as part of their story arc. If you don't want to, like, even if they want to keep playing them, it's like, this is how I want to do, this is what I want to do, blah, blah, blah. And the player was totally cool with it. They thought that was a fine way, and they already had another character, whatever. No strings attached. If you could incorporate it into your story, how would you kill, like, who would you kill and how would you do it?
Oh.
And if you don't have an answer, that's fine. I'm killing the scorpion lady.
I mean, and you're talking about for our previous campaign, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like just one of our characters is just like, yeah, you know what? I think it'd be a really interesting story beat to kill somebody, and I would do it this way.
Oh man. Honestly, I think the only one who I think I would have enough to work with to where a death could be meaningful and not just a you made a mistake in combat death
Yeah, those are the worst.
is, I mean, it's probably Seth, and not because I want to kill him, but because his story is more fleshed out.
Yeah.
And so I'd have more to work with. But how to do it, I don't know. Because right now, a death option would not suffice the story. And so it would definitely be a in the moment like, oh man, if he died here, that would be like this would be like a great martyr story. I'd imagine it'd be. Oh, well, duh, that's what death is. It'd be a sacrifice of some kind, and I'd be like, well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I would do it, but it would.
That's fair.
I'd imagine I would want to do it in a way that makes him go down in a martyr fashion.
I'd be cool with that. I mean, like, obviously, I mentioned before,
yeah.
like, I don't care if my characters die, but, like, that's the thing, is I don't care if my characters die, but I do care about good storytelling, obviously. So, like, yeah, I would want it to make sense for Seth's character arc, and I definitely think, like, dying for the party, or dying for Cecilia, or something like that, even dying for Dayston, like, I think that would be fine. Like, Seth wouldn't care. Like, Seth hates Dayston the city, but Seth, like, he cares about Dayston the people, right? And so it's one of those things where, like, I feel like any situation where it is Seth, like, being wholly selfless, because again, Seth's a good person. I don't think that Seth is a bad. I'll have to ask Quenie about this, or maybe she didn't really think about it that much. But like, she seemed to really have this idea that like Zara and Seth would like really butt heads on things. It's like I don't think they realistically, like looking at these characters, I don't think they would, because like yeah, Seth is a little bit more pragmatic about things than Zara is. 'Cause Zara is like fully selfless and fully dedicated to like, you know, helping the innocents and stuff like that. But like Seth still wants to do good in the world. Like that Seth's whole character arc is that Seth wants to do good in the world but doesn't know how to like reconcile that with how bad the world is.
Yeah.
Type thing. So but I like the idea that yeah, Seth would die, you know, for something bigger than themselves.
I just don't know when that would come up. It would again probably be just like a, oh man, this would be a great moment for Seth to die.
The fuck out of here.
Oh. Yeah, I do want to talk to Quenie a bit more about what her thoughts on the alignment actually were, because it did seem like they were very narrow. It had to be a specific thing and only this.
I could call her.
Is she awake at this time? Because it's only like 1 for her.
Well, if she isn't, she will be.
Okay. All right. But anyway, hello, Quenie.
Hello.
We have we can maybe. Oh no! Oh, are you still sick?
A little, but then also I was screaming at homecoming yesterday.
Oh.
So.
Oh crap! Because I wanted to like. Maybe we could talk a bit about Zara and
a lot more talking, I think.
Yeah, I hope you'll be okay with that.
I'm chilling.
Okay, cool. Were there? I forgot to. Well, no, never mind. Squid already answered. Like, if what other loose threads that he wanted to have closure for, but it was just like Thayer and Cecilia, I think, that he mentioned. So for your Quenie, did you have any other loose threads that you wanted to clear up with Zara? Like, of course, we have Moot. Moot grew into a very healthy owl bear who is very protective of you and surviving, thriving.
No, I don't think there was any I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine if you didn't really have anything. So with where we
'Cause I
are
feel
in
like-
the campaign, you were saying how Zara was kind of still learning about her place in the new world, Amedia.
Mhm.
So she
Yeah.
was kind of letting things roll as they were.
Mhm.
Why don't you elaborate on how much you fucking hated playing Zara? Just really just get into the
Actually,
Okay.
yeah.
the nitty gritty of it.
I don't know. I just feel like I wanted the way I saw her in my head was completely different from how I played her.
Really?
I
How
gotta
did
be
you?
honest.
How did you see? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's just like I gotta be. maybe it's just because of the Owlbear Cup thing, but I feel like what you wanted to do, maybe not what you wanted Zara to do, but what you wanted to do, Queenie, almost feels like Mayari would have fit in this campaign way better. Like,
Yeah.
Oh. So what
No.
was your reasoning for choosing Paladin, and what was actually your vision for Zara?
Well, my reason for choosing Paladin was because I chose Druid at first, right? And then I was like, okay, I want to try something different. And so then I was like, okay, why don't I do like a frontline character while still being a support? Because support is what I'm comfortable with. So then I was like, okay, Paladin. And then I fell into this whole like what Paladins usually are. And then they're like, most Paladins are lawful good. And so then I was like, okay. And then most Paladins are noble. And it was like, okay. And then I did that.
Oh.
And then I was like, okay, how do I envision Zara? Because I like her as a character, but then I'm just like, I don't know how to play a noble woman because I cannot act well.
okay.
I let myself slip way too much. So then that was just very interesting. Because the way I saw her was like she was more reserved, and she was very adamant, not adamant, but like she stuck to her beliefs, and she was like silent most of the time unless she like had something to say, and she never had something to say. But that was just mostly because of me.
Oh.
But
Yeah, because I know there were times in which I would try to include both you and David into the conversation, but a lot of it was kind of framed around what did you guys think of our current situation, or what do you guys think what we should do? And of course, all I ever got was, sounds good to me. So yeah, that was a little unfortunate, but yeah, I actually wanted to see whether Zara's beliefs and thoughts actually clashed with what the Underrunners and what our party was generally going to do.
honestly, I think.
She's being honest.
Oh, my bad.
Oh.
I think at the beginning I should have made Zara clash more with you guys because her character doesn't like Arcane. Well, it's not like she doesn't like Arcane. It's just that she doesn't like Arcane.
Hang on.
Whoa.
Okay, so I will say, Ryder did actually reveal more of Zara's backstory that we unfortunately never really got into, and now it makes sense why Zara has this aversion against Arcane. Like, now it makes sense why she doesn't like it that much. But yeah, that was never really brought up in the campaign, so it wasn't exactly clear on whether she was truly against it or if she was considering forgiving Arcane away. But yeah, after learning about the backstory, okay, yeah.
That's why I was like hesitant about that like sword thing, because like I feel like it could have worked. Because
yeah,
I feel like Zara's view on Arcane is it's because Evetta wanted to imbue Zara's sword with like Arcane magic.
Oh, I see.
yeah.
And I feel like it could have worked because I feel like how I like envisioned Zara's view on Arcane was like she viewed it as something that was purely violent, and that's why she never like she refused to touch it, and like she had this like view on it that it was like it's not
She have a
good.
view?
Yeah, she had a view. And then yeah, but then I feel like it would have worked with the sword because she's like, yeah, I'm gonna kill people with these swords anyways. So it could have worked. And I was like,
It could have, yeah. It honestly
But-
could have. I
but,
think
like,
it's
Zara's
probably the
thing is-
intent behind the killing
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
probably worked out. Yeah.
and also the fact that like she feels like she can't control Arcane, which she couldn't when she was like a toddler. She wasn't
Yeah.
a toddler, but she was young.
I was gonna say it was like, oh my, this is like a Frozen moment, isn't it? Is Zara Elsa? Or is it like, wow.
Yeah.
Hold on, that
She gotta
does
let it go.
Actually, I have a question for you, Queenie. Unfortunately,
What?
Okay.
I remember
Well-
you mentioned like once, I think, that Zara was debating on using the armor from
Oh yeah.
old warlord, because it was, what was it? 'Cause he was dead, or because it was taken
Yeah.
off from a corpse?
Because it was taken off from a corpse.
Hmm.
Alright, so how did Zara justify that? Because you did attune to it in our last session.
Yeah, and then I was thinking about it. I was gonna have this whole debate at the beginning of the session. I was like, I don't want to wear this because it's from a dead body.
Yeah.
And then
Makes
I was
sense.
like, okay, she's gonna pray on it. And so then she was praying, and I was like, I just rolled a die, like in the to myself, and I was like, okay, if it's higher than like 15, I'm keeping it. And it means that like it sat well with her and she felt like her god was not like, like against it. And I got a 16. And I was like, okay,
Oh.
I'm keeping it.
Interesting.
I don't know. I think I was just gonna backboard if like it was ever brought up, and I was like, oh, so yeah, Miss Girly above was like didn't hate me for it.
Miss Girly.
I don't know. I'm not gonna go for a lawfully good character next time. I need to figure out how to roleplay more before I go with something that is completely different from how I am.
Oh. And I mean, I don't think all paladins are lawful good. That's why they say most of them are. So, like, I
Yeah.
can see some of them being, lawful evil.
I played a lawful evil paladin in a previous campaign.
Yeah.
That's why Oathbreaker exists.
Yeah.
They didn't need to be an oathbreaker. Like a lot of the oaths, like they kind of allow for it depending on how you interpret it. My this is the Locket-in that I played actually. I was on some fuck shit and I made a paladin hexblade bard.
Wow.
Wow.
And oh dude, it was sick. And they were a Dampier, so vampire.
But I asked, what was the point of taking Bard?
Okay, buckle up, kid. So
No, that's why, because I love like getting to the nitty gritty of like
Yeah.
multi-class
So
stuff.
if I wanted to min max, it would have just been a it would have just been a hexadin.
Okay.
But I took Bard to mitigate the OP flavor or the OP nature of a warlock paladin, and to add more depth to the character because they were a paladin to Loviatar, who is a chaotic evil god of she's literally called the Maiden of Pain. She's the goddess of like suffering, basically.
Awesome.
And my character was a vampire paladin of hers, and I was a hexblade, and my patron she has this like very specific whip that she uses, the goddess, and my hexblade patron was my goddess's weapon, so I was following both her and her weapon. And the bard in like a non-mechanical sense to sort of mitigate how OP she was. The reason why I was a bard is because my whole gimmick was I was basically playing them like a really kind of like risque like punk bard, and so they'd show up in a town and would like play the music that parents would tell their teenagers not to listen to type thing. And the entire gimmick was I would be using my bard shows to recruit them into the Church of Loviatar, because I'd play some like, you know, some like I'd be playing like really hardcore rock and roll music, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and I'd be converting people into the Church of Loviatar. And like I could have, if I wanted to just min-max, would have just played them as like as a lock-in, but was like, no, I want to give them like a little bit more depth, and so I threw the bard in there, and it works really well already, because when you're a lock-in, the only stat you care about is charisma. You hit 20 charisma, and then you look at either dexterity or con, and you're like, all right, we're gonna go from there. And then I went with con because I was playing a bit more of like a caster role. Like I was just super tank. And so Bard fit really naturally in that, where like I would cast a concentration spell, run into the battle, and just start like smiting things and using Bardic inspiration and stuff. So like every single one of my turns, I did the full movement action, bonus action, and then I also had like a shit ton of reactions of like I was just always ready to do something. But more to the point, this character, like, they were not a good person. They were lawful evil, though. They had like a very strict code where it's like, I'm not just gonna go out and like drink, because like I was still a vampire. I needed to drink people's blood. And again, like that's where the bard thing kind of came in. Where it's like, well, I've got all these groupies and I've got a 20 charisma, so like they're gonna let me bite them if I'm just like, hey, I'm kind of into some weird stuff. They'd be like, yeah, okay, cool, you're a 20 charisma bard, let's go. And I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Like that's just how it works out. So like,
it was just a like, it was just like a level 1 dip into bard, and it was just more for like roleplay reasons.
So no, I think it was either this was a while ago, it was either 2 or 3 warlock, and then it was either, I think it was 6 levels of paladin, and then everything else to 20 was bard.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Because then I started grabbing like the expertise, and like there got to a point where like my performance roll and my persuasion roll were like 15 or something. Like I had like a plus 15. Like I literally couldn't fail. Yeah, I like literally couldn't fail most performance rolls. I would just roll up and be like, I'm gonna play a song and try to get the attention of the tavern. And the DM, like, he eventually, like, I just stopped rolling for it. He's like, yeah, you put on a show, go for it.
What college did you choose?
Swords, because it went with my like.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
With my more like aggressive stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was
very cool.
I think I was Conquest Paladin, which made sense. My entire thing was I'm basically the vanguard of the Church of Loviatar. I am out here on my own recruiting for the entire church, so I'm a Conquest Paladin. Like you definitely don't need to be a good guy to be a paladin, because that character was not good per se, because like I'm still out here just like convincing people that it's okay for me to drink their blood and stuff. Like it's you can do a lot of cool stuff with paladins.
Super interesting. I'm looking at the blade flourishes for swords.
Yeah,
this is like mini battle master, like just a tiny bit.
And the best part was like I didn't dip into bard until like level 9 or 10, but I had the entertainer background, and I had a 20 charisma. So even without being a bard, I had an instrument proficiency, and I was still rocking, like before I ever took a single level into bard, a +9 performance roll. And then I took bard, and it was just like, all right, forget it.
Wow.
Yeah. And so like that's the thing, is like there are no rules with character building. You can do whatever you want. Like just, find what you want to play.
Yeah, so in a way, you could argue that Zara could have actually behaved the way you would want to. Whether that would jive with your god, we don't know. But it could have potentially worked out.
I'll say, that Amby actually brings up a really good point. That's the only thing you kind of have to worry about with like building a paladin in a certain way is like you need to follow your oath. Not even necessarily your god, because like you don't need to follow a god to be a paladin. Paladins' powers don't necessarily come from gods; they come from their oaths. And it's if you fuck up your oath, that's when if Ryder wanted to turn the screws, he could like really make your character pay for it. And that's the thing, like I'm playing an evil paladin, I'm Oath of Conquest. Literally, like, there's nothing I could possibly do short of, like, all of a sudden deciding that I don't care about spreading the word of my church to, like, basically become an oathbreaker. Like, if I'm just playing the character, being part of my oath will just come naturally. But it's when you have these discrepancies like you were feeling with Zara, where it's like you can kind of flirt with the line of like, I might be oath breaking. And again, that's entirely up to Ryder. But if he wants to like be a hard ass and be like, hey, you totally went back on like the things that your paladin oath say you should be. Like you need to like fix it.
Honestly, yeah, honestly, I think I also didn't understand that as well. That the oath being more important. I think I put way too much import on what god Zara was following. Like me and Quenie had also literally met up to discuss the god that she was following. Because I think I was, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I had more of like a warlock relationship, or maybe like even like a cleric relationship in mind.
Yeah, and so it's one of those
which
things
is
where
not
it's
exactly
like,
true for paladin.
the oath doesn't. Sorry, let me see how to word this. It's like the oath informs the paladin and like what character the paladin is going to be. The god, what it does is it just sort of informs the oath, right? Like you're never gonna follow an oath that clashes with your god type thing, and vice versa. You're never gonna follow a god. Like you're not gonna follow like the goddess of peace and then be like an Oath of Conquest paladin. Like that is just like fundamentally that doesn't work. And if you try to make it work, the DM, the player, and the party are just gonna be fucking miserable because it's just gonna be like, you know, too much. And so like you don't necessarily need to think of it like in a relationship. Like I think you were thinking more like a cleric thing where it's like your god informs the character, but with the paladins like the oath informs the character and the god informs the oath, and so they can still be tied together, but where the character draws the connection is like a little bit different.
Yeah.
So yeah, next campaign.
So yeah, Zara sucks.
That's what I Zara sucks, her owlbear's stupid.
No!
That's what's more offensive. Don't insult the owlbear.
Root is very smart. He's a little slow, but he's smart.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to find a way to portray your character the way you would like to for this next campaign, Quenie. Because, I would like to know more about the characters in general. That was actually what I had planned when we were going on that week-long trip to Fort Bellist. And I wanted to have Evetta go around and ask people about more details on their backstories, like not just the player characters, but also the NPCs as well. And of course, not all of them had backstories, I know that. But I was curious anyway, in seeing what you would come up with, Ryder. Because I just thought that would be fun. But yeah, I thought about making a lawful good character, or whatever next campaign I was going to do, because I wanted to experience the challenges in maintaining that alignment in some way. It honestly depends on how the other party members are and what the DM presents us, though, on whether it'll actually be very challenging or not.
Yes.
But I decided against it. I'm going with something else-ish, I think. I don't exactly know which alignment my character is going to be now, but we'll see once we get there. I will say I do feel bad for David when he brought
No,
up some of
100%.
the issues that he had with the campaign.
Yeah, oh yeah. I talked to him, and one of the things that stuck out to me was that he said that he felt that no one talked to Dag. And not like players, not like you guys, but like everyone in the world. Like, the arm wrestling thing stood out to him because it was like the one time someone came to him. In a
I think it's a
meaning,
valid.
like,
I think it's a valid concern for him.
like in a kind
Yeah.
of like memorable way, yeah.
So yeah, do better, Ryder. What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, bro. What the?
I joked. I joked
Aw.
with him. I joked with him from here on out. Every single NPC will come up to him first and only talk to him.
There we go. Setting him up for
but no,
charisma.
I think a bit more seriously though. I do think I think that's a valid complaint for him. Like both beers, both as a player and as a character. Like yeah, I can definitely see like where he's coming from in that regard. So I actually like that he brought that up to you. It's good.
I'm glad. Yeah, I'm very glad. Yeah.
That is good. That is good constructive criticism.
Exactly.
David.
Yeah. I was like perfect. I was like good. Now I know.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like sometimes you just don't know until it comes up. Yeah. Because yeah, I definitely feel like we definitely tried to include him, like I think as much as we could.
Yeah.
I will say on the flip side of that though, like Dag
Yeah.
also needs to involve himself. Like it is a
Oh
two-way
yeah.
street.
Yeah.
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That doesn't-
Definitely.
That does not invalidate his like concern, even like a little bit.
And I think he also mentioned he was also like well, in his exact words, he said he's kind of scared of roleplay, and that he just also doesn't know. He just doesn't know how to roleplay, and I think like I don't want to call it. It's like maybe a mixture of like social anxiety, but also like it maybe is kind of like
No, I
social
get that.
anxiety.
It's this weird thing where it's like for some people D&D brings out the like social anxiety. I don't know how to like not just how to relate to people, but I don't know how to like put myself out there. Like it really brings that out in people. And it kind of like it makes it difficult because D&D like the role playing is the first part of that RPG, right? Like that is the majority of what we're doing. And yeah, and some people like they see that and it's really daunting and you have to really put yourself into the character and it can be like paralyzing almost. And like on the flip side of that, like for some people it's like for me, like it's the complete opposite. Like it is infinitely easier for me to role play a character than it is for me to be myself in person. Like
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
honestly, I'm actually really glad you brought that up. Like, it's good to know that, and like,
Yeah.
as a fellow player and as a party member, like I will keep that in mind because, like, as a DM who is a player in this game, like, it is important to me that the entire party feels involved and feels valid, and that their characters are being treated as like an equal part of it. Because again, like, we're spending 4 hours a week doing this thing together. If you're not having fun, don't do it. It's way too much time and it's way too much mental bandwidth to not enjoy yourself. It's not worth it. And it sucks because like it's really difficult to like approach someone and say that to them and be like, hey, I'm not enjoying this. Like that's difficult, but it's way better for you as a person. And so like it's kind of like a group effort, like on the part of the party and the DM, to make sure that every like member of this little group we have is having, if not as much fun as one another, like an amount of fun that makes it worthwhile for each other.
Yeah, and honestly, this is the first, I suppose, long form session that.
Hi, Daggersaurus.
Oh, hello, David is here.
David is here. He will not be able to talk, but he is here.
Oh,
What's up,
crap.
precious baby boy?
Yeah, we were actually just talking about you. Nothing bad.
Yeah, we were talking shit
Yeah,
about
but you
you.
can't just say that.
What? Why not? I want to be
It's
honest.
suspicious.
No.
Yeah, we were saying about how much we were thinking about dropping you. No.
Dude, I think Quenie used some slurs. It was really weird.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
especially don't use me as a metric because I've been playing D&D for almost a decade, and I'm just full of nothing but character ideas because I have no life. So like, please don't use me. Oh, I don't have any. Squid's got 7 ideas. Yeah, bro. I'm sad. Don't be like me. I put way too much thought into D&D. You don't want this.
You're my role model, Seth.
Oh, bro,
Squid.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing. Oh, god dang it.
I like how the only time Ryder got my name right was when he fucking said my human name.
Yeah.
Can't get my real name straight to save his or can't get my character's name or my like online handle straight to save his life. But fucking called shot my actual name without even trying. That's the funniest shit to me.
Wow.
Oh man. God, that is one of those perfect like you had to be there moments.
Yeah.
Fucking I don't know if you can. I'm actually curious, Amby. Have you like listened to that recording since we did it? yet?
Yes, I have.
Can you hear in my voice like when I pause because I'm like, wait,
Yes.
what?
Yes.
Because I remember feeling like, what just happened? Because I'm like trying to decipher whether or not it was intentional and whether or not I needed to respond in character or IRL, or like if Seth was all of a sudden like learning what the fourth wall was. Like there's a lot of thoughts, genuinely though. I'm like, I don't know how to respond to this because I don't know on what axis Ryder is addressing.
In my perspective, I was literally just like, good bit, right guys? Funny bit. Good bit. He called you the wrong name. Isn't that a funny bit?
To Seth, who is staring at a fourth set of fingerprints and they're mine, and he's like, who am I? What is life?
Yeah, and like I listened to the VOD again. Yeah, and when Ryder said it, it came out so naturally. It did not hesitate at all.
That's why I assumed in the moment, I'm like, oh, Amby must have told him what my real name is. And you're like, wait, what? Afterwards? I'm like, dude, how is that?
I legitimately was just trying to go for a bit where he just calls all his friends the wrong name.
It's just the fact that you called
It's the
Seth
fact, yeah.
You could have called
Yeah.
any other NPC Dylan, and it would have been like, it wouldn't even have registered. It's because you called my character that I'm like, I don't know where I am right now. Are we still playing D&D? Mom, I'm scared. Come pick me up.
Oh, great
Lord.
moment. Very, very funny.
It was fucking great.
Oh, God.
That is the fun part about D&D, or just role-playing in general. Being a completely different character that is just not yourself at all. I mean, yes, of course, you are going to insert parts of yourself into whatever character you roleplay, but
For sure.
it's just interesting seeing how different someone could be.
That's kind of what if I end up playing the Warlock, that's kind of what I want to do, is I just want to play something like completely different from myself and also from Seth. Like, I've played similar characters in the past, but just like, because a lot of you are new, I just want to play something that's like, all right, I'm gonna throw you a curveball and I just want to see what the party does, because I also this is like the thing where it's like, I understand, like, from a gameplay perspective, we all need to work together. And so, like, I don't like characters that are built to just, like, wholly oppose the party. Like, I like playing characters that have different objectives and different ideals from the party, but can still fundamentally, like, work with their teammates. Because, like, that's sort of like the concession we make as players, right? Is like, we need to allow for our characters to, like, work together, because you can't just have a party that's non-functional. Like, you can't actually just have 4 people together who don't give a fuck about one another, because, like, that's not a game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
agree.
Which is why this is going to be a
That's
challenge if your character, Squid, just suddenly just like if we don't agree with anything that you say or do.
Hey, man. You know? You didn't think it'd
But
be
that's
like
something.
that sometimes, but it do.
Yeah, it's just we'll have to roleplay that out.
I also gotta say, that's the thing. If you're playing like a more evil aligned character, Queenie, this sort of goes into what I'm saying about like playing a party that can kind of get along with one another. It's like
Mhm.
if you play some just like completely reprehensible monster, like if I'm playing an evil character too, but you're playing a character who is just like we can't work together whatsoever, I'll just
Yeah.
kill you.
Yeah. No, but I was
Like
going evil.
just keep that in mind. Like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have
yeah.
to be aware, like, it is okay to play a character who morally disagrees with the rest of the party. But if you play someone who is so far off base from, like, being, like, a functional companion, people
Yeah.
won't tolerate you. And I'll tell you this right now. I, as a player, will not tolerate it because of the fact
Yeah.
that, like, we need to, like, work together. And I'm not asking you to, like, break the, like, reason of, like, you know, the reasonable belief of, like, what your character would do. If you want to play an evil character who does stuff like that, go for it. Just do so in a way that doesn't, like, diametrically oppose us to you. And that's the thing, like, with my character as well. I will do stuff that pushes the party's, like, boundaries, and I'll do stuff that is like, okay, this is maybe not what we want to be doing right now, but I won't be unreasonable type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was
And-
more for like her tribe, because I feel like they
Yeah.
would.
Oh, and that's totally fair. If it's
Yeah.
like backstory shit, go for it. And again,
Yeah.
this isn't me. I don't want you to think of this as me as like criticizing you or telling you like what to do or what not to do. I had like a 30-minute conversation with Amby and Ryder about how I really, really dislike that. I'm just letting you know like the realities of playing those types of characters and like what that like entails type thing.
Yeah, and like I myself actually find it really difficult to play as an actual chaotic character of sorts, like someone who is willing to just break the law regardless of whatever happens, because that's part of my personality. I prefer structure, and
You're playing a rogue, huh?
yeah. So I'm trying to
No, I like
break
it. I
out
like
of that.
it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying
that's sick.
something different and stuff. Granted,
I like that.
who knows? She might still end up being lawful in her own way, but following a different set of principles or code, whatever it is, that's different from the party, or different from society in general. But yeah, it's just if I have to play as an evil or a chaotic character, I'm going to struggle so bad.
And again, like play, and like to wrap it back around like the Queenie and stuff, like play the character you're comfortable with playing. If that's the type of character you want to play, Queenie, go for it. That will make it more enjoyable for you in the long run. But just understand, like, you know, from our perspective, like where things stand. And that's like that's where the collaborative part of D&D comes in. We're like, we're just gonna make it work together because that's what playing D&D is all about.
Yeah, when you mentioned how you really don't like it whenever parties just like join up just to join up, they like just don't care about each other at all, it made me think of how crappy Gloomhaven really is, because that is exactly how it is.
God, the
again,
fact
this
that
comes
you can't even. Sorry, just
Yeah.
oh my god.
Yeah.
The fact you're not allowed to share money or communicate with each other what you want to do is like, what?
Yeah, I found that to be very
What?
weird. That is such a weird arbitrary rule of sorts.
Yeah.
I know over time we kind of like
I know.
dropped
once
it,
we,
but yeah.
Once we stopped doing that, the game was like way more enjoyable.
Yeah.
I just like, I don't know. Again, that comes from like, I just care about a good narrative, and you all meet in a tavern. You don't like give a shit about one another, and none of your goals align. Like, I just don't find that compelling. And again, our characters don't need to get along, but they need to fundamentally have some sort of objective that drives them together. I think no, I won't be crass. But Baldur's Gate 3, I think, is like a really good example of this. Of like, Lae'zel and Shadowheart should not be on the same team together.
Yeah.
And like, all of these people, like, you know, Astarion doesn't give a shit about fucking anybody but himself. Like, and Karlak is like a big sweet baby in a like 8-foot goddess's body. And fundamentally, all of these character archetypes on paper should not work together, but it's where they find commonality and where they do work together that makes them an interesting party, and it's what makes the like narrative of Baldur's Gate 3 compelling and interesting. Because otherwise, like, it would just feel like a bunch of randos like suddenly decided to just start working together. But at no point in Baldur's Gate 3 does it feel like that, because they all have like, there's just enough of like, you know, something that they all share that makes it work, where they're all like, yeah, you know what, we do need to be together, let's figure this out. And then through that journey, through those character arcs, they like learn more about themselves individually and as a party, and it then brings them together. That to me is good storytelling. I just really hate the you meet in the tavern, you guys have zero reason to be together, but now you're gonna go save the world type shit. I'm just like, man. And we and for what it's worth, this is no shade, we didn't have that in our campaign. I felt like overall our party still like had a reason to be together. But I think when it comes to more like complex character types and more complex like character motivations, it becomes important to examine like, why do these people travel together type thing.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, hello again. Really sorry for the abrupt interruption, but unfortunately that is really all we had left to say about the end of this campaign, because the rest of the conversation just kind of derailed onto topics related to our next campaign. So hopefully this might have answered a few of your questions. If you do have any, if you're still here, thank you so much for taking the time to actually listen to this enormous video. I honestly don't really expect anyone to get this far, but thank you. Genuinely, thank you so much for being there, listening to this whole thing. If you do have any questions, feel free to leave a comment on the video, and I'll see if I can get an answer from Ryder or Seth or Quenie, whoever that you have the question for. In case, thank you again, and I shall see you next campaign.